our dear delegates, distinguished guests, our friends from media fraternity, may I please request everyone to kindly join us inside. Take a seat. We're about to start. Once again, all our delegates, all our guests in the pre-function area, may I please invite everyone to kindly join us inside. We are starting any moment from now. Thank you. Check. So I begin by quoting a famous philanthropist Hippocrates who has rightly said, "Let food be the medicine and medicine be the food." Good morning, namaskaram, and a very, very warm welcome. Our distinguished guests, our delegates, our friends from media fraternity. My name is Ruchi Singh, and I'm truly delighted joining you all as a host, as your MC for the day. And I take immense pride and happiness in welcoming you all to India Plant-Based Food Show, presented by Plant-Based Food Industry Association, happening now at Bharat Mandapam, Pragati Maidan, New Delhi. Why don't we join our hands and get the day started, everybody? Thank you so much. With great applause, we get the day started. Ladies and gentlemen, it's more than just an event. It's a vibrant celebration of sustainability, health, and culinary innovation. Today, we will be indulging in a lot of insightful and knowledgeable conversation. We will witness panel discussion and speaker sessions. A lot to learn, a lot to look forward to. So to begin with, we're having a very insightful panel discussion on capitalizing growth insights from investor. So now, inviting first and most our moderator, Mr. Rajesh Srivastava, Chairman, ProVeg Advisor. Let's put our hands together and invite Mr. Rajesh Srivastava. So I request you to please join us on the dais. And now may I please humbly request our panelist to join Mr. Ajay Kakra, Managing Partner, JU Agri Sciences. Please put your hands together and invite our panelist on the dais. Joining Mr. Karan Mehta, Principal, Green Frontier Capital. Sir, to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request everyone to join our hands and help me welcome Mr. Krishna Reddy, Founder, Nourish You. So I request you to please join us on the dais. Joining Mr. Sandeep Devgan, CEO, Stonefield Flavors, co-founder and investor, Shakahari. Mr. Sita Vaidyanathan, venture capitalist and entrepreneur. I humbly request all our panelists to please join us on the dais. Now requesting our moderator, Mr. Rajesh, so to please start the panel discussion. If you want to, you can start from here. Yeah, Mike. Okay, he's passing the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward to a very, very knowledgeable, very insightful panel discussion. So, over to our moderator, Mr. Rajesh Srivastava. So, over to you.
So thank you very much, and very good morning to ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, we're starting approximately 55 minutes late. I can see that a lot of the next session panelists are here. So I don't know how much time will we have. Are we going to still have 25 minutes, or do we further prune it? I don't know. In any case, let's continue. So first of all, grateful for all of you being here early morning, and also to my esteemed panelists. Always a pleasure to moderate such sessions where you have a lot more knowledgeable people than me. So the task is easier, and I could pass it on to the colleagues and stay quiet and just hear all of you. First of all, I think it's for sure a sunrise sector, plant-based foods. It's and not just a fad. It's taken strong roots everywhere, and not surprisingly in India as well. I think we are moving on a very high growth trajectory. Most importantly, I guess the definition of plant-based food itself is expanding. It looked very, very limited a few years ago. Now I think a lot of expanse is there. Newer and newer products are being added. It is attracting not just the entrepreneurs, promoters, but also, raising curiosities amongst the investors and bankers. Somebody was asking me this morning that this is about industry, plant-based. What is a banker doing here? So I'm just a banker, but I guess if you don't supply money, then it is the material. That's how it is. So I guess there is some relevance to all of it. But on a serious note, I think we, especially investors, we always get very attracted to sectors which are more sustainable, which are long-term, which are futuristic, and which are following a high growth trajectory. So obviously it's of great interest to us. So far, so good. Of course, it's early days for many products, many sectors, but I'm sure it's going to stay for long, and we see good results. So let me stop here, and I think we have limited time, so I won't take up all the time. And let's make it more interactive amongst all of us. And I don't know whether we'll have time for Q&A, but if we do, then that's wonderful. So as we go along, I would encourage all of you to introduce yourself quickly. That's much better. And so let me start with you, Sandeep. And I don't know whether he's related to Ajay Devgan or not, but Sandeep Devgan. So please introduce yourself very quickly, and then also let's talk a little bit about your perspective, keeping the theme in mind, that is capitalizing growth And I think that's where we start from.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Srivastava. And thank you for Sanjay. I think you really upped the ante this year. What a wonderful building and what a wonderful space. So thank you for having us all here, and thank you for having me here. My name is Sandeep, not related to Ajay Devgan. He might be related to me, not sure. I am founder of a plant protein company called Shakahari. I also have a taste solutions company called Stonefield. So we basically had unique solutions that are, unique to, I guess, the plant protein industry, and we were able to make really good tasting products. So we felt that it's good to put it out in the world and launch a brand, Shakahari. In order to kind of bring more visibility to the brand and to the sector, we got the cricket player MS Dhoni to come on board, and he's very much involved now. And he's looking to get more involved as he finishes his career this IPL season. So, like Mr. Srivastava said, it is a sunrise industry, but we need investors like Karan who believe in the sector, who know that this is not a 0 to 100 game. This is something that is going to take time, right? It's not. We need more people who are willing to work with companies and founders to build the ecosystem. They need to have a strong conviction themselves to really get in at this point. If you if you're looking to make a quick buck, you probably want to look at it a little later. But right now, we need investors who really have strong conviction. And obviously, you'll make a lot more money if you come into the sector at this moment than waiting till everyone else is also on the bandwagon. So looking forward to listening to everyone else and what their views are. And we can make it a very interactive discussion, like you said.
Sure. Thanks, Sandeep. Let me turn to you, Mr. Krishna Reddy. And I think he has a very interesting company called Nourish You, but he can talk a little bit more about it. And do tell me if you have any challenges in terms of investment and financing. Then we'll come to Karan.
Okay, you directly got to the topic of interest for me. Hey, hi, everyone. This is Krishna, as introduced. I'm one of the co-founders of Nourish You. I think sometime last year we used the same venue to launch Nourish You's millet milk. That also marked our entry into vegan industry, alternate foods. And a couple of months ago, we acquired or invested in this popular brand called One Good, which was previously known as Good Milk. And since our entry into alternate foods, our interest has increased. And so there'll be a couple of insights, one starting with the investments directly. But what we noticed was both globally and in our country, I think probably 3-4 years back was the big hype around plant-based foods. And that indeed helped get global investments into this particular industry. And we, in our country, we have started slightly late, which is in a way, which I see it as a great advantage because we could learn from other countries. So in that sense, what we figured out was also, which my co-panelists would agree, there's a huge gap between the expectations from the consumers and what this industry promises. Be it in terms of the price or be it in terms of the nutritional value and taste especially. So in that sense, this is indeed an interesting times because overall startup ecosystem as such, when you look from investment point of view, there has been a downhill and slowly we are raising up. And if the plant-based as an industry, if you could solve those challenges, then we do have a huge opportunity. And I'm hopeful because of certain startups in our space like Nutricircle, where they're coming up with protein extractions from our indigenous crops like millets. And I've also noticed a couple of startups creating very, very tasty alternate dairy. And if these efforts see sees fruitification from the investment community and most importantly from the consumers, then I see an opportunity where we could again lead this industry from India globally. Yeah, that's.
So thank you, Mr. Reddy. I think you mentioned two things. One, that you've got to obviously see that consumers accept your products more and more, and then obviously the investors and bankers come to you, right? So we'll come to bankers in a moment, but let's talk about investors. You mentioned that global investors have a lot of interest, right? Who do you have? Do you have some people invested in your company, right?
Most of our investors are India-based. We have Gruhas PropTech from Nikhil Kamath and Singapore-based investors as well, and celebrity named Samantha.
All right, okay. So maybe, Karan, let's turn to you, and besides other things, of course, you may like to respond to him as well. How do you see this industry, in terms of investment opportunities, returns? Because, we in VC and private equity have done the same thing as well. Yeah. We have our own perspective of returns, right? So how do you expect it? How do you foresee that?
Rajesh, thank you so much. And I feel I'm in a bit of a hot seat right now. Given that the context has been set that is investors actually giving capital to the sector. Let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Karan Mehta. I am a principal at the leading climate fund in India called Green Frontier Capital. Our focus is decarbonization and investing in clean technologies. Food and agriculture are very core to our thesis. Within that, we're proud to actually say that we already have one alternative protein company in our portfolio, and very soon we'll be announcing one more alternative plant-based protein company in our portfolio too. So I think that should answer the question whether I believe that this sector can provide returns. And I want to just make 2 points over here, which I think is very relevant to investors and startups. The trajectory that we have seen 2019, 2020 was a lot of euphoria in the space. Valuations were going through the roof, and I think things have tapered down since then. If you ask me back in 2019-20, would I invest in plant protein companies? I would have flat out said no. But where we actually see opportunity, and I actually led like a deal, was on the ingredient space. I felt India had a huge opportunity on the ingredient side, and we will continue to have a huge opportunity on the ingredient side because of just the know-how on functionality and extraction, and the fact that we've got a lot of indigenous grains, millets, etc., that we can extract very good functional proteins from for the next phase of plant-based products, which is not just based on soy anymore. So where we are today, I'm actually seeing brands like Shakahari and a few others upping their game, building out products that are made in India. We're not talking about burger patties and the Western stuff anymore. I'm seeing more indigenized products coming into the market, which is where I believe the acceptance becomes easier. Now, one interesting point that I want to leave you with over here as well is India is not going to be a very key innovation play, and I completely believe in that, and that's what we believe on at GFC as well. Where India is, and I think where startups can actually build, is on making innovation affordable. Most of the plant protein companies that I've seen are essentially doing what companies have been doing in the West for the last 3-4 years, brought that know-how to India, and are now scaling that up at literally 1/10 the cost. So what does that mean? India will be a very key player in the global market for plant protein products. This thesis has driven down into our investment in this company, this amazing company called Zero Cow Factory, which is creating milk without cows. And I'm not talking about plant-based milk. I'm talking about actual milk, A2 milk, without cows. So they're literally about 18 months away from having a fully commercial product very soon. So that's what I'm actually really happy to see, like in India, is the affordable innovation actually happening, and then finding these companies here which can actually do that. and be able to scale up fast. So in terms of your question, whether we get returns, the idea is where is your market and how quickly can you scale? And who, like essentially comes down like also to the founders. How well do they know what they're doing? So your market is not just India, your market is the world for these products. And you need to think about it that way. And your founders need to like understand that you can't just put pieces together and become a marketing company. You need to own bits and pieces of the value chain and slowly expand forward or backward as you grow. So I'm just going to leave it like at that. Like any questions, happy to take it, or any other comments from the panelists.
Thanks, Karan. Ajay, let me turn to you. Taking a cue from what Karan said and also what Mr. Reddy said earlier, I think consumer scaling up, cutting across, the barriers of consumerism, that seems to be a challenge. I know you've been a knowledge player as well, and now you have a war chest with you, looking at diversifying and acquiring companies. So you might like to comment on this as well, besides, of course, introducing yourself and going ahead with your plans.
Thanks, Rajesh. So it's very interesting to hear the views from panelists. So before I comment on what your question, so let me introduce myself. I'm Ajay Kakra. I'm the managing partner for JU Agri Innovation Venture. So we have a thesis of investing into food and agri startups, particularly the early stage companies. And we are also very heavily dependent on technology aspect also. So we believe that any company or any enterprise which is backed up with a technology, it may be a digital technology or it may be a innovative technology, that has more chances of surviving and scaling rather than a plain vanilla product company. So that's what we actually look out in the startups, how we are looking at them. And when it comes to a plant-based industry, food industry, it's a typical industry and which is evolving right now. From a consumer's point of view, I believe that a lot of startups which we have met are trying to change the behavioral aspect of consumer. You can't teach a consumer to change their eating habits or something else in terms of behavior. So we are looking out for a very good fitment. Anyone who has a good fitment on the existing consumer behavior, he is more likely to scale up. And if it is backed up by technology, it may be any kind of technology, that gives the uniqueness. And that's where I'll agree with Karan, the profitability also will also get evolved and it becomes faster scale up model. And another thing that you look at from a consumer's perspective is that, Indian market per se is a huge market. You have N number of brands, an enormous number of brands coming up every day. Now, creating a brand identity and maintaining that identity, scaling it up, that becomes a huge challenge, particularly for entrepreneurs who are working in an industry that is evolving. You guys are not only handling your company, it's also you are evolving the industry also. Guys, people who are going to come, say 10 years down the line in the same industry, they will have a lot of groundwork being done by companies like you. And that's where the challenge lies. So if you are the flag runner, if you are the first forerunner in the industry, that's where the challenge would be. How consumers would adopt or they will adapt to the new products, new things that are coming up in the market. And that's where the challenge lies. How do you make people accept and scale your business? So you're building both the industry as well as the company. Also, you are having a fitment, trying to develop a fitment between the consumer's choice and the products that you're coming out with. So that's my view.
Yeah, I think there's a question for you, because cutting across consumers and selling your products, a straight question to you is, lots of people use these brand ambassadors. You're using MS Dhoni for your products. I've seen some in my portfolio companies earlier on, including Mr. Bachchan. So I just want to understand from you, what's your experience? What do you think? Does it really help, especially in these new age products which we're talking about?
Yeah, so you got to get people who actually understand the product they're endorsing. So when I first met Dhoni, I was so surprised that he knew more about the business than like any normal person would, right? I mean, he's extremely sharp, right? And some of the questions that he was asking were like point on. And even today, like he's very involved. Last week we had a meeting with him. You know, he's asking the questions are how are we moving towards cleaner products, right? And how are we making products that are more affordable, like Karan said, right? We're coming up with we've just launched a product which is basically a square protein patty, right? And it's retailing at 99 rupees, 4 of them. Yeah, 4 patties retailing at 99 rupees. So that's affordable, right? So we've coming up with a campaign where, you know, anybody wants to have, you know, bread and cheese in it, so you put this in it, right? You have to solve problems. You can't just put product out there that somebody wants to, you can't lift and shift from the US. Or you also can't just bring in like powders and reconstitute them here and say, this is my product. You can't play the branding game. It has to be, you know, branding is there to bring awareness to the concept or to bring eyeballs, but you have to have deep war chest of new innovation and solving consumer problems, right? And all of our products are ready to heat and eat. So convenience food. We feel that as more and more women enter the workforce, the dynamics going to change. You know, we are going to have more, we're going to need a lot more convenience food, right? And plant protein, it just happens to be plant protein, right? But it's great tasting product, right? It doesn't mean that we're promoting that, you know, you should not go and eat meat or whatnot, but you should, we're just saying this is a good tasting product and is good for you and is convenient and it happens to be affordable. Try it out if you can, right? So that brand ambassadors are there to bring eyeballs, but they're not going to sell the product for you.
Well, I completely agree with you. I think the functionality has to be brought out better before consumers. Krishna, I have a question for you, again, taking a cue from what Karan was saying, that typically there are developments which have happened in other parts of the world, right? And you probably can bring some of them across to you and then, you know, launch it here, scale it here. So it's like a, you know, technology transfer in a way. Do you think that's happening? Okay, have you seen that, or are you developing everything in-house?
See, at Nourishu, of course, there's an inspiration from the West, no doubt. Industry as such, when you look at the alternatives, predominantly inspired from the West. But of late, what you have seen is adapting to the Indian customers, which at Nourishu we are doing. For example, we're talking about protein powders, right? Which is, so far the market has been towards the gym goers, which is an inspiration from the West. But then here we are trying to integrate into Indian diets, be it our regular roti or the idli dosas in the south, without changing the consumer habits. So and when you look at the problem statement, I think our country has that kind of deficiency levels probably than any other country. So there's a huge need, but then just mimicking from the West would go nowhere. It's all about how we integrate. And as earlier I mentioned, now the protein extractions in India are happening from our indigenous grains, which is great, where the connectivity to our population will be much higher.
All right, so my last question, because I think we're short of time. Karan, to you, when you raise money yourself, that's not all your prop capital, right?
No, of course not.
So you're going back to some investors yourself. Are you stating or are you marketing yourself saying that this has a lot of impact in the system because it's plant-based, it's all new age, or is that pure and play, you know?
So I just want to just to also just caveat that we don't just do plant-based or agri companies. We are focused on climate technologies. We've done stuff in energy. We're looking at doing things in water. We are looking at various other areas, industrial decarbonization. We're looking at climate AI, things like that. So food and agri is actually one portion of our thesis. I think the way that we do it, and I think we do it better than most people in the Indian VC ecosystem, is we're very strong and very sticky about the fact that in every of our portfolio companies, we tell them, listen, we have to get data from you guys in terms of how you all are actually mitigating climate change, or what is your CO2 reduction capability that you're having through your products or your services. We actually publish those data every month live on our website. So if you log on to greenfrontiercapital.com, you will see all of our portfolio companies. You'll see the impact equivalent to CO2 that they're mitigating through their products and services. So when we talk to investors, we tell them this, that whatever company we invest in, the climate change mitigation impact is something that we will focus on, and we will give you live data to that effect. And that is why we believe that there should be capital that comes into the space, and India has a tremendous opportunity for that any which way. But even in this specific segment, in the plant-based protein and specifically food technology, I think the West, the investors understand that the affordability will be driven by India, and I want to really hit that point home. The affordability will be driven by India. We will see, and that just means that there's more product out there. We're mitigating the use, or we're reducing the use of animal-based products, which anyway has a huge climate impact in itself. And I don't want to go into the statistics. I'm pretty sure through the day we'll be discussing them. But in the end, these companies, by supporting them and investing them, you will create impact. So that itself is a good enough story for investors to buy into, like, apart from the rest of the sectors that we also invest in.
So, thanks, Karan. And I'll close off by saying that I think this sector has enormous positive impact on the environment. And so sustainability and all is not just a buzzword here. It's actually happening. The only caution is that, first of all, please do make that claim. There should be some kind of a measurement matrix which should be there for your product. Don't do tall claims, because as a word of caution, there is a legislation being planned by the government on greenwashing. So don't make any claim which you can't justify and sustain. So that's the only thing. Sorry, we have to close off, otherwise Sanjay Sethi will forcibly turn us out. So, but thank you very much for being a very patient audience on this morning, and no time for Q&A, unfortunately. Thank you, my colleagues.
Check. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands. Let's give them a great applause. Thank you so much to our panelists for sharing the great insight, the much needed knowledge, the need of the hour. And thank you so much to our great thanks to our moderator for conducting the panel in such a great manner. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to please bring attention towards the screen right behind me. So we are playing a recorded video message from Dr. Mark Messina, Director, Soy Nutrition Institute, SNI Global, US. Let's pay attention towards the screen and let's have the video message.
Hello, everyone. I truly appreciate this opportunity to speak with you for a few minutes. As I'm sure all of you recognize, there are exciting developments taking place within the plant-based food industry because of technological advances and because of consumer demand for more plant-based products. For an assortment of reasons, there is increasing emphasis on consuming more plant protein. One of those reasons is that the global food system is facing the challenge of feeding an anticipated 9.7 billion people by the year 2050. Now, legumes are the obvious answer to increasing more plant protein. These foods are nutritious and relatively inexpensive, and they play an important part in cuisines throughout the world. But globally, only about 6% of total protein intake comes from foods like soybeans and beans such as black beans, pinto beans, chickpeas, and lentils. And despite their many advantages, there is little evidence that legume intake will substantially increase in the coming years. Clearly, greater educational efforts are needed to promote the benefits of incorporating beans into the diet. In developed countries, about 2/3 of protein comes from animals and about 1/3 from plants. A reasonable goal would be for that ratio to become 1-to-1, equal amounts of plant and animal protein. In developing countries, that ratio is not as skewed, but over a recent 30-year period, meat consumption rose by 150%, and that of milk and dairy products by 60% in developing countries. Furthermore, projections are that by year 2050, the global demand for animal products will rise by 60 to 70%, with this increase being driven primarily by the anticipated increased consumption in low and middle-income countries. Now, we all know that there's little question that consumers have a difficult time substantially altering their dietary habits, even when there's compelling evidence to do so. The transition to more plant-based diets will only occur if plant products are available that have similar functional and oral sensory properties as meat and dairy products, which many consumers consider to be an essential part of their diet. For these reasons, plant-based meat and dairy alternatives are likely to play a key role in what has been referred to as the protein transition. In recent years, an abundance of new plant-based meat and dairy alternatives have entered the marketplace. Some of these alternatives are designed to precisely mimic the taste and functionality of meat and dairy products, whereas others are more focused on providing optimal nutrition. Because they are used in the same way as products that are intended to replace, they appeal to omnivores wanting to reduce the reliance on animal protein. They also appeal to vegetarians and vegans because they are convenient and can be shortfall nutrients in plant-based diets. Plant-based meat and dairy alternatives are based on many different legumes and even grains, but my bias is that soybeans are an especially attractive basis for these products. Soybeans are readily available, they're higher in protein than other beans, and the quality of that protein is higher than the quality of other bean protein. Also, more protein is produced per unit of greenhouse gas emissions from growing soybeans than from growing any other food. Now, beans consumed in the traditional way should continue to be the primary source of protein in plant-based diets, but the new generation of plant-based meat and dairy alternatives can play an important supplemental role. These products make it easier to transition to and maintain a plant-based diet. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful conference.
Let's join our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Dr. Messina for sharing us the recorded message. And now moving on, may I please request Ms. Deepa Dhankar, Regional Head, SPS and TPT, SA, USSEC, to please join us on the stage and present to talk. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we join our hands and help me welcome her on the podium. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. As we join our hands together and participate in this India's plant-based food show, I would like to introduce you to USSEC and US Soy, taking this opportunity. A little bit background about US Soy. US Soy continues to be the #1 agriculture commodity being exported to more than 80 countries, both GM and non-GM, more than 80 countries around the world. And talking about specifically about US food grade non-GM soybeans, they are being exported to the quality conscious markets of Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, Thailand, China. and others. So there has been an ever-growing demand for US food-grade soybeans, and we see the same coming from Southeast Asia as well, and including South Asia and India. Talking about soybean as a protein source, as you already may be aware, that soybeans are rated as the best legumes in terms of energy, protein, calcium, and iron release efficiency by United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, Food Composition Database. It's a promising protein for vegetarians, vegans, and people with lactose intolerance. Soya protein's exceptional nutritional value makes it comparable to the other animal proteins in terms of the benefits it offers for boosting the memory, overall bone health, blood pressure, cholesterol, and even certain types of cancers. Soya is a complete protein containing all the 9 amino acids which are needed for our health, along with various vitamins and minerals. The US soya advantage, what US soy can offer. US soy delivers world-class solutions to our customers across the globe for animal as well as for livestock consumption. What sets US soybeans apart are its high protein and nutritional bundle for both human beings and the livestock. At US Soy, our customers have the option to choose from more than 300 varieties of GM and non-GM. Our customers can also choose from the US identity preserved IP grains. So we have these IP soybeans which are grown as per and also customized as per the needs of the customer and depending upon the variety, type, modification, origin, or even the growing practice, and meeting specific customer preferences. Sustainability is deeply driven in US soy farming practices, and US soy has the lowest carbon footprint. Evolving taste and consumer preferences. In this region, specifically India, we know it has the largest vegetarian population in the world. And as more and more people are becoming aware about the health benefits which the plant proteins are offering, people are demanding, the food processors here are demanding quality food grade soybeans for making quality soybean processed products like tofu and soya milk with good texture, flavor, and also the non-beany texture and the flavor. Indian soybean food processors are recognizing the importance of food-grade soybeans varieties to produce quality soya processed products. Currently, the locally produced soybeans which are being produced in this region are mainly grown for feed and also for oil, soybean oil. So most of the varieties which are grown here are the feed varieties. So that is why the food processors here have been demanding a lot of the food varieties of soybean. According to the vision document, which has been released by ICAR, Indian Institute of Soybean Research, is the vision document 2030, it says that currently the protein consumption specifically from soybeans in the Indian diets is minimal. It's just 5 to 6%. And there is a lot of scope and there is a lot of potential if soya can be included in our daily diets. It can help to address the large energy protein malnutrition by incorporating this high quality protein in our daily diets. US soy commitments to nourishing our planet. We are committed through a lot of our initiatives. A few of them I'll be mentioning here. One of them is the Right to Protein campaign, which is solely driven by USSEC. USSEC is the founder of Right to Protein, which is a public awareness campaign highlighting the importance of adequate, affordable protein consumption for better nutrition, health, and well-being. We also invite you to be a partner with us in our journey of achieving food and nutrition security across India. I'll just take a few minutes. The other initiative which I wanted to talk here about is regarding our Soya Excellence Center. So we take pride that this year we were able to open Soya Excellence Center in India. As the world's population is growing, so is our protein demand. And we are committed to building our communities and nourishing this planet. The Soya Excellence Center provides world-class training and capacity building to early and mid-career professionals working across the protein value chain. The Soya Excellence Center are set to bridge the gap between the education and skill gap needed to feed the next generation of 2 billion people, maybe. And as I told you, we have recently launched our SEC for India. We encourage you to go to our website, ussec.org, and register for our transforming courses. Thank you for the patient hearing and for giving me the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tifa, for the great talk. Thank you. And now we move ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, as the awareness about plant-based food products is increasing, it is a now need of the hour for more and more brands, for more and more startups to come and cater the needs. As we learned the great industry insight from the panel discussion, now is the time to invite our startups who will present their great pitches, who are doing exceptional work in the field. So begin with, I would invite Mr. Shiv Mudaliar from Veganta. Let's join our hands and invite Mr. Shiv on the stage. One small note to pass to all our pitchers who are coming on the stage that we only have time of 60 seconds, that is 1 minute. Let's make sure we do not exceed our time. So inviting our first pitcher, Mr. Shiv Mudaliar from Veganta. Let's put our hands together and invite Mr. Shiv on the stage. I think he's not here, so moving on. Now a very popular B.Tech Pani Puri Wala. I'll invite Ms. Tapsi on the stage to present the pitch, B.Tech Pani Puri Wala. Let's join our hands and welcome Tapsi on the stage.
Hare Krishna, I'm Tapsi Upadhyay, B.Tech Pani Puri Wali. And in a world where Gen Z are navigating a health information gap, unconsciously about not knowing the impact of the food and lifestyle choices, we represent a game-changing solution. It's a chain of mouth-watering, a plant-based delights, which is coupled with the strategic applications. Also, it's 1 minute. 1 minute pressure.
No, that's okay, that's fine. You can go on verbally. Koi dikkat nahi.
Okay.
Very quickly.
Okay. Okay, let me give it a new start. Okay. Let me give it one more time. ऐसे बोलने जाती हूँ तो पट-पट बोल देती हूँ, लेकिन 1 मिनट का प्रेशर तो कुछ भी नहीं निकल रहा है.
Layman language आप पूरा explain कर दो. That's it.
Okay. So, okay, I'm Tapsi Upadhyay, B.Tech Pani Puri Wali. And in this world of Gen Zs, where they are navigating the health information gap, unconscious of the impacts of their food and lifestyle choices, here we are representing a game-changing solution. which is a chain of mouth-watering and plant-based food, along with the applications which are going to give you the information regarding the same. Also, just imagine a future where you step in with every bite of food, you step in the world of health, and every tap on your phone, you just empower yourself with the wisdom to live vibrantly. So that's not only a mission, but also not only a vision or mission, but it is our commitment to a healthier and well-informed generation. So join us in our journey to redefine how we eat, live, and thrive. That's all.
Thank you so much, Tapsi. That was a great pitch. Now inviting Ms. Shalu from Plantaway to please join us on the stage. Let's welcome Ms. Shalu. And please welcome her by joining our hands. I would also request all our pitchers to please be ready in the queue. So now we have Ms. Shalu coming here on the stage. Over to you.
I'll hold the mic, no problem for you. Okay, I'll just hold it, it's okay. For most of the human population, we have 4 necessities in life: roti, kapda, makan, or chai. Ek chai ki pyali ke bina, we can't start our day. It's such an important part of our culture and our day-to-day life. But when we have the milk wali chai made with animal milk, then uske saath hame bahut sari freebies milti hain. For example, cholesterol, we get hormones of the animals, we get all the antibiotics, we get a lot of lactose, and we also get a lot of acidity with the tea, right? So I'm Shalu Najhavan, I'm from Bangalore. I'm the founder of a 100% plant-based brand called Plantaway. And at Plantaway, we are into making beverage premixes, everything from plants. This is a tea premix which comes without any preservatives, still has a shelf life of 1 year. And it also doesn't give you the acidity, it loves you back, it's very easy to use, it's very travel friendly. And also it comes in 4 amazing all-natural flavors. You just need to add hot water to it and it's ready to drink. More than 5 billion cups of tea are consumed every day in the world. And in India, tea is the most consumed beverage. So that is our impact size. We like to use that word instead of our market size. And I invite all of you to join Plantaway in its mission to change the world one sip at a time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shalu. Now inviting Chef Abhay from We Should Foods. Let's invite Chef Abhay from We Should Foods. Everybody, let's join our hands.
Thank you. So I'm only going to introduce myself, right? Yeah. So hi, hello everyone. I am Abhay. And I'm a chef by profession, and I have been mostly abroad for most of my life ever since COVID happened and I had to return to India. So here I found a lot of misinformation and gap in what I found in the hospitality industry, and that's when I came into launching We Should Foods. That's our company, and we are into developing plant-based and vegan cafes and giving an environment where people can enjoy healthy food, and that's where our mission is that we will use only dairy-free and meat-free products in all our menu items. And now that I have seen that a lot of hotels and even big brands, they are making their menus partly plant-based, or they are mostly in vegan-friendly category. So our mission is to serve all plant-based and vegan food, which is healthy. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhay. Now inviting Ms. Anju Kalan from Bliss by Anju. Let's welcome Anju on the stage. Everybody, let's put our hands together.
Works wherever you feel like, but we have to take care of 60 minutes, 60 seconds. Yeah. Time. Is it on? It's on. Can you check it?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes. So hello everyone. I am Anju from Bliss by Anju, and it's like sort of an unprepared pitch. Just told to me about talking about my company. So my company is into snacking of healthy products, where we make biscuits, we make a lot of laddus and lot of sweets which are without any color, without any use of any jaggery also. And I also represent the plant-based whole food foundation, where the magic is when you reduce, when you stop the dairy, when you stop the oils and then stop the ghee, and you stop the jaggery also from the snack, how to prepare the snack. And that miracle snack we prepare in the shape of biscuits, we prepare in the shape of a lot of sweets. And when you have those sweets and you have those biscuits, we promise that your reversal of your ailments will be starting there, that time, when you include a lot of fiber fruit or fiber food into your diet. So that is what I give. You are most welcome to taste it outside. We have some biscuits. We have a green juice, which is a miracle juice, which reverses your ailments. And it is, the best part is the juice is so tasty that you would like to have it again and again. So the thing is there in your hands, and you can come outside and have a taste of my products. And we are growing very, very fast, and I'll be happy if any of you share this healthy journey, which is tasty too, and be with me on my journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anju. Now inviting Varun from C Spire. Let's welcome Varun on the stage. Everybody, let's join our hands. Come on.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Varun, co-founder of C Spire. Presenting C Spire initiative, which is inspired by sea and powered by plants, is an alternative seafood company where we are focusing on bringing in alternative foods that are inspired from flavors and textures of the ocean. We all have acknowledged the shift in the climate, but we hardly acknowledge the role of oceans that come into the play. Today, we want to throw some light on the marine biodiversity in terms of microalgae and plant proteins from the terrestrial plant sources that offer us nutrition as well as the food products that are essential to attain the sustainability in future. We are a technology integration company where we are developing new textures by combining hybrid technologies from plant-based and synthetic biology to deliver nutrition such as omega-3s, high fiber, and clean label products. That's us. Presenting C Spire. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naveen. Now inviting Harish Anchan from Vegan Group. Let's welcome Harish on the stage. He's not here. So now I request Mr. Shiv Mudalia from Veganta to join us on the stage. Let's welcome Mr. Shiv by giving him a great applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Shiv Mudalia from Veganta, co-founder and CEO of the Green Ecstasy Foods Private Limited, which is located in Bangalore, Hoskote Industrial Area. I'm here today this morning to say that when it comes to our food business and FMCG, the taste comes with the most important consideration which we are focusing it on. We are the first one to bring the high moisture meat analog in Make in India concept here in Bangalore, and the technology is built by our team exactly here. Once a product stands into the blind test, then the scenario will change the fragmentation of the industry, very sure. And we are launching the product here in India at Aahar, hall number 5. Please do visit in our hall, and we are going to bring in a wonderful product with the first time in India with the marble effect with aeration technology, which is Make in India. We have been in this industry past 17 years, which I'm doing it past 4 years as a R&D and coming out to the market right now. This is not just anymore a futuristic product. It's plant-based meat. Our plant-based food is emerging already in the market, and the MNCs are, most of the MNCs are eyeing in this segment. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Please do visit at our booth, hall number 5, and stall at Veganta. Thank you very much for everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shiv. Thank you. So we heard the amazing picture, the great startups, the great companies who are coming in the segment. So I had the feel of, you know, the mini Shark Tank here, right? Okay. So I am coming to you. I would love to hear some stories, people who turned vegan. Somebody who would like to share the story? Sabri Mangas would like to share the story, how they adapted the vegan diet. You can raise your hand, I'll come to you. Somebody who would like to share this story? Okay, yes ma'am, please. Miss Anju.
I'll come down, meanwhile you can...
Hello everyone, this is Anju again, and just because I feel that something miraculous has happened with my health, I just wanted to share that with everyone. Though I have always been a fitness freak, a yoga instructor, you know, a gymmer, a heavyweight lifter, everything, and I mean I was never ever having a sort of you know, a lethargic lifestyle, or I was overweight, nothing like that. But my blood pressure was not moving for the last 30 years. I was on BP medication very early in my age. And I mean, I wanted to tell you that it was not related to weight issue. It was not related to any kind of issue. I was not having, I used to have egg whites thinking, you know, we have this kind of a perceived thinking that eggs are good for you, you know, and milk is very good for you. And so I was taking milk, I was taking all these milk products and dairy products, and my BP was not moving anywhere. So from the time, and I just wanted to tell you that for the last 2 years, I'm off any kind of medication. I have reversed totally my blood pressure. I have reversed my migraine. There is nothing, no medication. I am 50 plus and I'm standing in front of you without any medication, full of energy, and I get up in the morning and I do not feel like having rest during the day. There is so much energy. That miracle has happened with the green juice, that the green leaf juice has done the miracle, and I will be talking more about that in my talk. And then going vegan, I would not say. Vegan plus one step further, going plant-based whole foods. When you go plant-based whole foods, you include a lot of fiber in your food, you include a lot of, you know, overall fruit or any lightly processed products, which is, as whole the nature gives you. Start having that, plus a lot of things that we tell from the plant-based foundation. In our foundation, we have about, you know, more than 1 lakh members, and hundreds and hundreds of them have reversed their ailment. Age is no limit. My mother is 80 plus, and she is off all kinds of diabetic and blood pressure and blood thinners. Thank you so much. And it is possible with food. Stop dairy, stop animal product. That is what we promote. Thank you.
Such an inspiring journey. You're the true example of the quote which I uttered in the start. Let food be the medicine and let medicine be the food. Okay, somebody else among us. You know, there are a lot of viewers who are watching us from their home. So, koi tips agar aap dena chahe? Okay, so Tapsi, over to you.
You can be free. Yeah, I'll take care of that. Now I'm free. Now I can speak. So may I know, is there anyone who doesn't understand Hindi here? सब जानते हैं। अब ठीक है, अब हरे कृष्णा दोबारा से। तो आई एम तापसी उपाध्याय, द फाउंडर एंड CEO ऑफ बीटेक पानीपुरी वाली। तो ये जो मेरी जर्नी है ना, ये बहुत क्वाइट इंटरेस्टिंग है, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ हेल्थ पर्सपेक्टिव या एथिकल रीजन की वजह से नहीं, बल्कि दोनों की वजह से थी। आई यूज टू फॉलो सात्विक लाइफस्टाइल 6 साल पहले से। तो मेरी जो रिसर्च थी ना, आई वॉज ऑन दैट रिसर्च की क्या क्या करने से क्या क्या सुधारा जा सकता है। और उसके बाद एक टाइम आया, सब कुछ छोड़ दिया, एकदम सात्विक लाइफस्टाइल अपना लिया, बहुत एनर्जी, बहुत सब कुछ अच्छा फील हो रहा था, लेकिन फिर भी लग रहा था कुछ तो मिसिंग है। फिर while doing my research I came across a video जहाँ पे डेयरी इंडस्ट्री की क्रूएल्टी को दिखाया गया। तो that moment itself I realized how big this problem is। और ये मेरे साथ ही नहीं, ये तो सभी के साथ है। और एक टाइम था, मैंने शुगर को डंप कर दिया था, सीधा ले जाके पोर्ट में डंप कर दिया था, जैसे बोला वैसे ही मैंने समझा, वैसे ही किया। सिमिलरली व्हेन आई वॉच दैट वीडियो, तो जो भी सारे डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स थे ना, वो सब जाके डस्टबिन में फेंक दिए थे। नो मैटर कि कितना महंगा महंगा सब खरीद के वो घर में लेके आए थे, उसके बाद मुझे डांट भी पड़ी, चप्पल से मार भी पड़ी, बट आई डम्प्ड ऑल दैट। और वहाँ से मैंने पूरा डेयरी से और जो भी धीरे 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 सीखा, वो सब कुछ स्विच किया। मैंने बहुत अच्छी बात सुनी है कि इट्स नॉट अबाउट बीइंग वीगन, एक दिन में नहीं होता है, इट्स अबाउट गोइंग वीगन, गो वीगन। तो आप गोइंग इज अ जर्नी जहाँ पे आप धीरे धीरे सीखते रहते हैं। जैसे फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल आई स्विच टू खादी, जैसे मुझे पता चला कि हाँ इसमें भी और भी कुछ ये वो होता है, तो इट्स अबाउट गोइंग वीगन। हेल्थ और एथिकल पर्सपेक्टिव से आई एम एन एनिमल लवर, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छी चीज़ समझ में आई कि मे बी मेरे जैसे यहाँ पे और भी बिजनेस और बैठे ही हैं, बहुत सारे बैठे ही हैं जो बिजनेस डूअर्स हैं, फाउंडर्स हैं, को फाउंडर्स, CEO एंड ऑल, मैनेजर्स भी हैं। तो वो सब ना एथिकल या फिर अपने खुद के हेल्थ पर्सपेक्टिव से बिजनेस कर रहे हैं। तो उन्होंने पहले इस चीज़ को खुद से जाना और तब वो बिजनेस कर रहे हैं। तो इट्स नॉट एक्चुअली अ बिजनेस, इट्स अबाउट डूइंग अ पर्पस ड्रिवन बिजनेस। और जब हम वो करते हैं ना, तो नो मैटर कि पैसे कम आ रहे हैं, ज़्यादा आ रहे हैं, क्या मिल रहा है, क्या खो रहा है, हम अंदर से सेटिस्फाइड रहते हैं। तो दिस इज़ हाउ माई जर्नी वेंट। फिर मैंने पानीपुरी का बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया। पानीपुरी से इसीलिए स्टार्ट किया था बिकॉज एवरीबडी लव्स पानीपुरी, है ना। हम बंद नहीं कर पा रहे थे वहाँ बाहर अपना स्टोर अंदर आने के लिए। तो एवरीबडी लव्स पानीपुरी, वी न्यू इट, और हमने स्ट्रैटेजिकली सारी चीज़ों को प्लान करके इसको स्टार्ट दिया। देन वी एडेड अ लॉट मोर फूड टू इट, plant based dahi puri, 4 varieties of sweets. Now we are also doing South Indian food which is animal free, cruelty free, healthy, vegan at the same time. बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं, तो holistic approach है पूरी तरह से। और ऐसे ही चलते चलते we have somewhere 25,000 applications for franchisee, but not going for that. अभी हम shop outlet पे switch कर रहे हैं, where we'll be having right starting from breakfast to post dinner meals, जहाँ पे सब कुछ healthy, vegan, प्लांट बेस्ड और क्रुएल्टी फ्री, हैप्पी टू से दैट, एनिमल फ्री होने वाला है। एंड येस ऑफ कोर्स एट द अफोर्डेबल प्राइसेस पे, क्योंकि एक प्रीमियम एलीट क्लास को तो बहुत सारे बिजनेसेस टारगेट कर रहे हैं, बट नोबडी इज देयर वर्किंग एट यू नो दैट ग्रास रूट और ग्राउंड लेवल पे। छोड़ देते हैं उन लोगों को, बेचारों को नहीं छोड़ते नहीं है। कड़ी चावल का भंडारा भी मैं करती हूँ ना पीनट कट से, दे आर हैप्पी टू एंजॉय दैट। मैं उन्हें बताती नहीं हूँ पीनट कट का है खाने से पहले, बाद में बताती हूँ। So this is how it is going. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tapsi. Please be joined. So we have
A small giveaway.
So these two women who shared their inspiring journey. So we have a small giveaway, my team, to please come to them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move further. Now is the time to move further, and as we all know, we have our chief guest who is joining us soon, Shri Arjun Mundaji, Honorable Union Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare and Minister of Tribal Affairs. So now is the time to begin with the inaugural ceremony. I would first request Mr. Sanjay Sethi, Executive Director, Plant-Based Food Industry Association, PBFIA, sir, to please join us on the dais. Okay, he'll join us in some time. Inviting Dr. Himanshu Pathak.
Dr. Sudhanshu and Abhishek Dev is here. You can Mr. Abhishek Dev.
Requesting Mr. Abhishek Dev, Chairman Agricultural and Processed Food Products, Export Development Authority, APEDA. I would request Mr. Abhishek to please join us on the dais.
You can welcome them, Mr. Abhishek Dev, Chairman APEDA, Dr.
Very, very warm welcome, sir. Let's welcome Mr. Abhishek Dev, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Now welcoming Dr. Sudhanshu, Secretary, Agriculture and Processed Food Product, Export Development Authority, APEDA. Let's welcome Dr. Sudhanshu on the dais. Very, very warm welcome, sir, to you. And thank you so much for gracing the occasion. Now moving on, let's welcome Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Vice Chancellor, Mana Pratap, Horticulture University, Karnal. Let's welcome him with great applause. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Now welcome Mr. Victor Sinovas, Commercial Attaché, Embassy of Spain. Let's welcome him on the dais. I would request you, sir, to please join us on the dais. And thank you so much for gracing the occasion. Now moving on, I would request Mr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram, Partner, Ernst & Young. First and most, a very, very warm welcome to you for joining us on this great occasion. And I would request you to please join us on the dais. Welcoming Mr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram, Partner, Ernst & Young, to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please join our hands and help me welcome our dignitaries on the dais. Mr. Siraj Hussain, former Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Very, very warm welcome to you, sir, and I would request you to please join us on the dais. Now requesting Ms. Valeria Karnataka, Head Planet-Based Venture, THRYVE Dubai. Very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am, and I would request you to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give us great applause to all our dignitaries. Very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. And now, Mr. Praveen Jaipuria, CEO, Continental Coffee. Very warm welcome to you, sir, requesting you to please join us on the dais. Mr. Sanjeev Asthana, CEO, Patanjali Food. Very warm welcome to you, sir, and I would request you to please join us on the dais. And thank you so much to all our dignitaries for joining us on this great occasion. Let's give them a greater round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And requesting Mr. Aditya Bagri, Co-Chairman, Food Processing and Agriculture Committee. I would request you, sir, to please join us on the dais, and very, very warm welcome to you. And I'm requesting Mr. Sanjay Sethi, Executive Director, Plant-Based Food Industry Association, to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have our dignitaries on the stage. Once again, thank you so much to each one of you for gracing on this occasion. Thank you so much. Thank you. Also requesting Ms. Kalpana Das, very renowned human rights activist, ma'am, to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and help me welcome. In the world where every choices we make hold the power to shape our future, today we all are gathered here to embark on the journey to embrace and recognize plant-based products, but most importantly, to embrace the profound truth that leading a sustainable future for building a better world, we shall not sacrifice any lives. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, This is India Plant-Based Food Show presented to you by Plant-Based Food Industry Association. Okay, so to begin with, I would request Mr. Sanjay Sethi, sir, Executive Director, Plant-Based Food Industry Association, to please join us on the podium for a small welcome address. Let's welcome sir by putting our hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, we do not have shared agenda, sir.
No problem. We can start. We can do this.
So now we would start with the inaugural ceremony. I would request all our dignitaries to please join us with the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. I would invite all our dignitaries, sir, requesting sir and ma'am to humbly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. I would request Mr. Abhishek Dev, sir, to please join us for the auspicious lamp lighting. Also requesting our dignitaries to please join us in the auspicious moment. With the auspiciousness, we begin this day. By lighting the lamp of wisdom, we inaugurate this day. All our dignitaries who are joining us for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. I would request everyone to please. We have lighted the lamp of wisdom. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries, and now I would request to please join us on the dais. Thank you so much. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we have inaugurated the day. Now is the time to get the day started. I would request Mr. Sanjay Sethi, sir, Executive Director, Plant-Based Food Industry Association, to please join us on the podium for a small address and welcome.
Thank you. Can I use this? Can,
Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome. So we have Mrs. Inoshi Sharma, Executive Director from FSSAI, to kindly come and grace the occasion.
Please welcome ma'am with a big round of applause. Very, very warm welcome, ma'am. Please join us on the dais, and thank you so much for gracing the occasion.
It's such a great pleasure to welcome you, Chairman Sir Shri Abhishek Dev, Chairman APEDA. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. I'm so happy to welcome all other dignitaries on the dais. Inoshi Sharma ji, the Executive Director of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. Shri Dr. Sudhanshu ji, Secretary APEDA. Both of you have been part of the inaugural summit of Plant-Based Foods Industry Association, which was 2 years ago in 2022. Thank you, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, who has been the Horticulture Commissioner with Government of India, and very recently, just few days ago, he was appointed the Vice Chancellor of Maharana Pratap Horticulture University in Karnal. Malhotra Sahab has also been known as the Millet Man, who took the millet to the rest of the world, and the rest of the world embraced it. Welcome Mr. Victor Sinovas, the Commercial Attaché of Embassy of Spain. Welcome Shri Siraj Hussain, the previous Secretary of Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Ms. Valeria Kinetskaya, Head Plant-Based Venture, THRYVE, one of the most promising plant-based startups in the world, based out of Dubai, started by IFCO Group, a very big IFCO Group. Shri Praveen Jaipuriar, CEO of Continental Coffee, one of the very few corporate sector organizations into the plant-based sector. I'm also expecting Shri Sanjeev Asthana ji, who is expected to join us soon, and I request the team to kindly usher him to the stage as soon as he arrives. I also welcome Shri Satyam Sivam Sundaram ji, the partner from Ernst & Young, who has been playing a very pivotal role in taking the relationship with the plant-based industry by coming out with the second report, which will be unveiled today. I believe I have not missed any name except our partner. I welcome you, Shri Aditya Bagri ji, who is the co-chairman of Food Processing and Agriculture Committee of Indian Chamber of Commerce, one of the oldest chamber in the country. He is a young entrepreneur and also the CEO of Bagri's, the famous Bagri's food processing company, which has also got oat milk, badam milk, and so many other plant-based products. I, along with my team from Plant-Based Foods Industry Association, welcome all of you who are there on the dais and in the audience. It's such a great pleasure to see that we are here again for the second time on the first day of Aahar. Like last year, when this event was inaugurated by the then Union Minister of Agriculture, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar ji. And this is the fourth convention that PBFIA has organized in the last 2 years. it started with just 15 members and 4 of us walking into the chamber of Secretary APEDA on 3rd of March 2022, and a delegation of 15 people going to the residence of Shri Prahlad Singh Patel, who was the Minister in Food Processing Industry at that time, that we assembled on 22nd of May 2022 on the invitation of Honorable Minister and APEDA, that we want to meet everybody. Moment the news went, the membership swelled to 31. When the event happened, the membership went to 45. When the second summit took place last year, on 25th of May, the membership crossed 100, and this is the 4th summit, 4th big convention that we are doing, and the membership has crossed 150. This includes now some big companies, not just Continental Coffee, but also companies like ITC and Patanjali, Novozyme, Pall, also joining this association, which was led by the plant-based startups. We have got such a great support from the government that we feel that we are moving at a slower pace than at what rate the government is placing things on our table, and we are not able to pick up everything. A case in point, research money has been put on the table by Honorable Finance Minister, and we are just jostling to get ready to pick that money with a 50 years interest-free loan. And we are now readying ourselves to take that money. Government has put that money on the table. Government also put the money in the form of formalization of food market enterprises, APEDA schemes, APEDA scheme for women entrepreneurs, APEDA schemes for the landlocked states, APEDA schemes for revitalizing the infrastructure, where they give 4 crores of subsidy for export promotion, Startup India, and so many other things. Sometimes some of our members, they blame that dairy and meat are being supported more than us. There is a point in what they say, because when we are called plant-based milk, we are basically a processed product, which is made in the factories, oat milk, soy milk, or any of those products. So we are compared to the processed foods. So for governments, all the processed foods are same, and you get 18% of GST. But when it comes to the milk, because it is not processed, it is subjected to 5%. So when the consumer buys those products, obviously being a processed product, we become expensive. We go to the retailer, retailer says, give me 40%, 20%, 25% margin. When Amul goes, retailer says, no, I am ready to keep at a very wafer thin margin because I get the volumes. We face more problems. Consumers say, no, you are over-processed, and we should be consuming natural foods. I remember on the first summit, Ms. Sonoshi Sharma told us, watch out for the high sodium and high sugar. Ma'am, I must say that we have been taking your words to our heart, and we are readying our startups to become healthier, and also devoid of any chemicals, devoid of any preservatives, devoid of anything which can club us with those products which are highly processed. There's a different debate that the over-processed, highly processed debate started almost at the same time that the plant-based movement started. How it starts, from where the news comes, who pushes us from the rest of the world. Sometimes this comes from Europe, sometimes this comes from US, because they are also rattled. When the adults consume milk, out of 3 liters, in US, 1 liter has started coming from plant-based. Of course, it creates ripples in the dairy industry, because they feel, what if it will happen if it will happen in the rest of the world? That means we will lose the market. So why not we spread some time on doing research as to what is good in us, or do research in what is not good in others. In other words, lot of news comes where all our shortcomings, whether it is our being clubbed with over-processing, our being overpriced, oh, you are trying to copy us. Why are you copycat? Why don't you do something on your own? Why don't you be yourself? Why are you copying us? So all these kind of mocking related news, they get accentuated. There was a time 2 months ago, every single day there was a negative news on plant-based sector. The result was all the investors, they left. We faced, Honorable Chairman, we faced 6 months to 9 months of harrowing times in 2023, and I can say with a lot of emotions that 10 to 20 startups in India closed down because they could not face the onslaught. These young boys and girls, they could not face the onslaught which was coming through bad propaganda, that these are the reasons that you should not exist. But this also meant startup A got sold to startup B, and startup B got sold to startup C, and startup C was there on the dais today. That means we were becoming more and more strong. We were listening to you, we were making our products more and more healthier. We were ensuring that this industry, consumers, they get the best of the product, which I can take to my daughters and say that this product is healthy. But I have a question to ask all of you from consumers. Would you not care that you give 9 kilogram food to animal and you get only 1 kilogram back, when your country does not have enough water? We get just 600 millimeter of water. Would you not care when doctor after doctor automatically says, chicken soup pilao? Why? What is wrong with our dal? Have we ever asked? There's a pet campaign of FSSAI. You pick up from millets, dals, sabji, nuts. They advocate all that. But when we go to all these places, we have been born in a system where we are not able to wean anybody away from this. Even though there were a lot of vegans, a lot of animal rights activists, they showed blood, they did everything to wean you away, it did not happen. But now, since last 3 to 6 months, when we looked at the report, market was still growing. Customer was still rewarding it. The market went up from $267 million to $400 million in the last 2.5 years. That means there was a very, very strong support for it. The testament for that is, I got a call. I'm amazed. I got a call from the wife of Honorable Chief Justice of India. I want to come. I want to attend this. I'm a vegan. I was totally struck. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Mrs. Kalpana Das, the wife of the Chief Justice of India, sitting right in front of you. When something like this happens, it tells us we are on the right track. Very honorable people are also following the right track. Yes, I agree with you. If you do the blind test, out of 100 of items that we produce, 50 items will fail. You will say, no, 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 this is not my meat. I'm not switching. I will continue to have my meat. Because you like your tasty meat, you like your kebab, you like your Rogan Josh or whatever. But 50 items also pass. And after those 50 items, there was 10 items like Tempayy, which have been there since centuries. Maybe Indians don't eat it, but the Asia eats it, which is very, very nutritious. So what we realize that this industry is a lot more than what the criticism is brought to us. If we do not mimic the taste exactly the way it tastes like chicken or milk, it's very difficult to take the customer away. And it is also true, when somebody buys soya milk, he knows I'm buying soya milk. He does not think that I will get the same nutrition which I get from milk. Maybe some things are more in milk, egg. Yes, we have also read, I am also a student, PDCAS of milk and egg is almost 1. That means the highest, the most very well absorbed. But it's also true that soybean has also 0.99, almost 1. And soybean has got 40% protein, 38% protein. Also fat, 20% fat, you can take it out. But do we eat soybean? No. We only take chunks. Who takes chunks? The poor man. Because the rich man doesn't take it. Why? Because all the soybean that we were making in our country was keeping in mind the dairy industry, meat industry, feed industry. We did not make soybean for tofu, for soy milk, or for other soy protein isolate, soy protein concentrate. So when we make a product from that, it is cheap. But the fact is, it doesn't taste like that. Our consumer rejects it. He says, no, no, I'm going back to my meat. So what choice do I have? I have to import it from US. Of course, because they make for meat differently and for human grade, IP grade differently. So when we import, the import duty is very high. We cannot import it because we are still in that mindset. We can import out of every 3 liter, 2 liter of oil we import. Why can't we also import the whole soybean and keep the jobs inside? So these are the issues we grapple with. And then all our startups, ladies and gentlemen, they have been started by young boys and girls straight out of their college. We don't even have focused colleges like NIFTEM. NIFTEM is not for plant-based. It does a lot of work for plant-based, but it's for food processing. We thought we need to have focused courses. So we invited Chef Thiru, who will be amongst you later in the day. Today he is sitting in the front row from Manipal University. Welcome group of hotels. He said, I will make a very dedicated program for plant-based. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have claps for Chef Thiru and Manipal University for having a dedicated program for plant-based foods? And Plant-Based Foods Industry Association said, okay, we will send you teachers free. Because this is a new science. Maybe your college professor knows something and something they want to learn. We will bring it from anywhere in the world. We will utilize the technology. We'll take our startups. We took our plant-based Navaratri campaign to Udupi. I did not go, my team went, but we went there. We made the food tastings. Saimaga also went there. Some of our startup, 1 or 2 startups also went there. And they provided this. So this is the kind of experience that we are providing to them. I believe that as consumer, you must have food choices. But I also think that plant-based food is a fantastic choice that you have, because plant-based foods is directly related to your food security. Because if you will continue to grow so much of meat and dairy, what would happen? You will be more and more food inefficient. 9 kilogram, getting 1 kilogram back. So it is linked to your nation security also. So it's very important that we should reduce the price. We should make the products very good quality. We should ensure that we deploy the latest membrane technology like what Pall produces over there, so that we are able to have the proteins but also not leave any chemical inside, which the industry does in the soy isolates. So we do it in a way that we get over the tag of over-processed. All these efforts, when we went to do this, we realized that technology is not there in the country, it is coming from overseas. So that means we have to pay to get it here. Expensive dollar technology coming to India, that means we need to negotiate with them. How do we negotiate? One is that we do the indigenization of some of the technology, but we have to persuade all the technology providers, all the equipment providers. How do we persuade? Unless we have a level playing field. We said, okay, we'll put all the 12 clusters in India and we put the names outside. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to clap for APEDA, which took us to Nagpur to set up the protein clusters in India, and 12 such protein clusters were put up, and APEDA gave us the support for that meeting which took place, and Dr. Vidyarthi went with us to that place, and the first plant protein cluster we are now bringing up in Bhiwadi, and I request APEDA, now that the meeting which we had done and you had participated, kindly give support to this cluster also. Because this cluster is coming from little money that these startups have got, or any individual that have got, any person who have got, a support for us is providing support for this. We have organizations like APEC, organizations which are there in Jodhpur doing guar processing. We are all doing together. These are the coordinated steps we are taking together. We are persuading AgroCorp. You have done it in Canada. You have done it in Malaysia. You are an Indian. Why are you not coming to India? We are coming, we are coming. When? Around a date. There is no date. That means there is something about us which we must get it right. How do we get it right? They say that the best thing is to bring everybody together. There is a strength in unity. There is an inspiration in unity. So we will make sure that all the 12 protein clusters are put together. I met a gentleman from Jhansi today. I said, where were you? I lost your phone number and I tried hard. Mr. Jain, I tried hard to reach out to you. He said, don't worry, I'm there. Paul called me. Pall Corporation called me to this event. I was so happy to see him, because we don't want to lose even one partner who can process it. And all that is first culminating into Bhiwadi and later on in other places. There are organizations, we call them ABCD. Cargill is there in the room. Louis Dreyfus is there. Dharmya is sitting there. ADM is there. Bunge is there. These are the organizations, they understand proteins. We are bringing them on the table. So we are getting all the unity together so that we can negotiate with the equipment providers, that not only you reduce the price, but also give some jobs like AMC to us and ensure that we are able to do some part indigenization. In this, when we say nobody listens, when McKinsey says, Ernst & Young says, everybody listens. So we requested Ernst & Young. They did not take money. They did not take a single penny from us. And they are dishing out second report. Why? Because they say, if Prime Minister Modi is saying Startup India, what am I doing to support the Startup India? This was the answer which I got from the Ernst & Young office, and it's the second year They have put all their resources to provide a wonderful report, and I must thank Satyam, Ranjan and his team to bring it up, and we do this unveiling of the report. And I don't want to take much time from you, but I definitely would like to urge all of you to please taste our product and then tell us whether we have passed or we have failed. They are all here outside of this room, and we want to ensure that we are not trying to insulate our startups from the competition. But at the same time, please understand, these startups need support. The least that you can do is support them on the social media. That's it. If you don't like their product, don't buy. But you can say, I support the movement, because when Nokia came, it was different. When iPhone came, it is an improvisation. Similarly, we are also learning. We will make the product perfect, which is healthier. We will not expect consumer to reward us for anything, but our milk is ready, but we cannot call it milk. I met the very, very senior officer, it's not right to mention. He told me, it is okay if you say soy milk. When Prime Minister came in this room, in this building, he said in his speech, soy milk powder from Madhya Pradesh. That means milk, soy milk हमारी ज़बान पे चढ़ गया, उतारे कैसे? उतर नहीं रहा है. So better the government should allow us. Government has the problem that people should not be cheated. That I had milk, but it was not milk. I had cheese, but it was not cheese. So I want to urge that please find out a solution so that we can write very boldly that this is not from animal sources. It is from soybean. It is from plant. Something like that should be worked out so that we are not pushed to the alleys of something like beverages where Coca-Cola is lying. We are not Coca-Cola. We are like milk. We should be in that milk alleys. That will only happen if we are allowed to put that. So I remember there was a post, 400 rupees desi ghee and plant-based ghee, which is like dalda, is 800 rupees. Is it justified? I must say, ladies and gentlemen, dalda is more trans fats. Plant-based ghee is not. It's a new technology with which we are making plant-based butter. And whatever we are doing, we are trying to ensure that we are better. And it is the duty of the government to ensure that the consumers are not misled. Kindly find out a way so that we do not have to knock on the door of the court to get a solution which we can get by sitting across the table with another industry or with the government. So that's where this government plays a role, because I remember last time, Honorable Union Minister also said, we will try to find out a solution to this. I'm sure the solution must have been found, maybe it is not announced, and after this election, hopefully that will get announced, and we are with bated breath, we are waiting for that. I request now our Chairman APEDA to kindly come and speak. Before that, can I request the entire panel to unveil the Ernst & Young PBFIA report, which will be our 6th report in 2 years, and Ernst & Young's second report. And I also request everybody to kindly support this initiative with an applause, and request the copies could be brought here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. So it's always so encouraging, so refreshing to listen to you, to hear you. And I think you have set the tone right for the day to get started now. And we are giving a copy to all our dignitaries who are on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the PBFIA report, the 6th launch that is prepared in collaboration with Ernst & Young. I extend huge thanks to Mr. Satyam Sivam Sundaram, who's partner at Ernst & Young. So a copy of report to all our dignitaries who are here on the dais. Let's do our launch together. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to mention here we have launched the 6th report, PBFIA, in collaboration with Ernst & Young. Huge thanks to the team. Food Tomorrow, Elevating India's Role in the Plant-Based Revolution. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now it's time to move forward. For the keynote address, I would request Mr. Abhishek Dev, Chairman APEDA, to please join us on the podium and present the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands and help me welcome Mr. Abhishek Dev, Chairman APEDA. Very warm welcome, sir.
Mr. Sanjay Sethi, ED, Plant-Based Food Industry Association. Shri Siraj Hussain, Ex-Secretary Agriculture, Government of India. Madam Inoshi Sharma, ED, FSSAI. All the dignitaries on the dais, and all dear friends and colleagues from the plant-based food industry. I have not prepared any speech or any keynote address because we have another program right now. Just after this, I have to go for the inauguration of Aahar. But I would like to compliment the association for organizing the plant-based food show. It is a growing industry. As per the statistics and figures which I was going through, the global market is around 11.3 billion, which is expected to reach excess of 36 billion by 2023. If we look at the Indian market, the size right now is around 320 million, which is expected to grow to around 5 billion in 2033. That is a very impressive CAGR of around 15% every year. Coming to APEDA's role, we have been supporting the industry. APEDA, as you all know, is the premier agency for the export promotion of agricultural and processed food products. And we are at the lookout on how to increase our exports by a quantum level. Right now, our exports are around 26 billion, and we have a target of reaching around 100 billion of exports by 2030. So how do we increase our exports? So we are in deep deliberation on that, and we are in the process of focusing on priority products and food categories where we can target specific interventions to grow our exports. And after today's deliberations and discussions, I'm happy to state that we will be taking up exports of plant-based food products as one of our focus products in the days to come. And we will put all our efforts in promoting the exports of plant-based food products to the world. So in this, we have 3 specific areas where I would request the association to work with us. We have trade shows which we participate every year. We participate in around 20 odd trade shows every year. The big shows like Gulf Food, Sial, the Summer Fancy show in New York. Then there are so many other shows. So in all these shows, wherever the association wants to participate, they can tell us. We'll facilitate their participation. Apart from that, we are also willing to sponsor any participation of the association if they have any specific show on plant-based food products abroad. We can work in ensuring that you participate in that. we can fund you in that we can see. And also, we have 2 or 3 mega shows which are coming up in India, the World Food India, also the Bharat Food. APEDA takes a very big portion of the exhibitors there. And we would ask the association to work with us. We can have the association through the APEDA fold participate, and you can have subsidized charges. And we want more and more startups to participate in that so that the industry grows. Apart from that, if there are any delegation visits planned, my secretary was saying that, Mr. Sudhanshu was saying we can also support that also if the association wants. I would congratulate Ernst & Young for coming out with the second report, and I would urge that if you already have done a very deep dive into the sector, if you can also maybe give us some insights on the global market for plant-based foods and specific areas of markets where we can do the export promotion and grow our exports over there. The industry is growing. We have a lot of inherent strengths in terms of the production, in terms of the output, and also we are coming up with a new cluster. Congratulations to the association for that. We from APEDA, we will support your setting up of your cluster, and we have, of course, our financial assistance scheme. So any good projects which are there, we can support in that also. Of course, there are challenges also, like in the machinery, the cost of machinery, also the capital costs and R&D costs. So we can work with the association and the concerned government departments on how we can help you in that. So with these words, I would once again congratulate the association for coming up with this show, for coming up with 6 reports in a short span of 2 years. And I'm very sure that the ambitious growth targets which we have fixed, we will achieve those targets, maybe in earlier period than the ones envisaged in the report. And from APEDA, we will continue to support the association as we have been doing since the past 2-3 years. And we do hope that the members increase and the participants increase and the startup ecosystem around the plant-based food increases and thrives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much. Let's join our hands. Thank you so much. And now we move ahead with the felicitation ceremony. So we have Mr. Dev, Chairman of APEDA. So I would request you to please join us in felicitating our guest of honors. Once again, I request Mr. Abhishek Dev, sir, to please join us as we felicitate our guest of honors. I would request Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Vice Chancellor, Mana Pratap Horticulture University, Karnal, to please join us at the front. Once again, I request Dr. S.K. Malhotra, sir, to please join us at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join us as we felicitate Dr. S.K. Malhotra, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And now requesting Mr. Victor, Commercial Attaché, Embassy of Spain, to please join us at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join us as we felicitate Mr. Victor. We need your applause, great applauses, everybody. Thank you so much. And now may I please request Mr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram, partner Ernst & Young. Sir, to please join us at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, with great applause, let's take part as we felicitate Mr. Sundaram, partner Ernst & Young. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now requesting Mr. Siraj Hussain, sir, to please join us at the front. Mr. Siraj Hussain, former Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Let's join our hands, ladies and gentlemen. We need your applauses. We need your support. We are felicitating our guest of honor. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now requesting Ms. Valeria, Head Plant-Based Venture, THRYVE, Dubai. Ma'am, to please join us at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, with applauses, let's take part as we felicitate Ms. Valeria. Thank you so much. Now requesting Mr. Praveen Jayapuraria, CEO, Continental Coffee. Sir, to please join us at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands as we felicitate Mr. Praveen, CEO, Continental Coffee. Thank you so much, sir. Now requesting Mr. Sanjeev Asthana, CEO, Patanjali Food. He's not here. Now requesting Dr. Sudhanshu, Secretary, APEDA, to please join us at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. And now we have Sanjay Sethi, sir, to please join us. Now requesting Inushi Sharma, ma'am, to please join us at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend your support as we felicitate Inushi Sharma, ma'am. Requesting Mr. Aditya Bagri, FSSAI, so to please join us at the front as we take part in the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend your support. Mr. Aditya Bagri from ICC. Thank you so much. Thank you. Requesting Ms. Kalpana, ma'am, to please join us at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend your support by applause as we felicitate Kalpana, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now requesting Mr. Sanjay Sethi, sir, to please come here, join us at the front, and we join in felicitation of Mr. Abhishek Dev, Chairman, APEDA. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we felicitate Chairman, APEDA, Mr. Abhishek Dev. Thank you so much. Thank you once again to all our guests of honor for gracing this occasion with your humble presence. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would request all our dignitaries to please be seated. So now moving on, I would request Ms. Inoshi Sharma, Executive Director, FSSAI, ma'am, to please join me on the podium to present the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to hear Inoshi Sharma, ma'am. She's joining us on the podium to present a very insightful address to all of us. Let's welcome her by joining our hands together.
Good morning, everybody, distinguished guests on the dais, and all of you who are here present. Thank you so much, for giving me this opportunity to be here. I represent FSSAI, which is the apex food regulator in the country. And as all of you know, as a regulator, it is our responsibility to ensure that regulations for all food commodities are laid down, and of course to ensure that the compliance to those food items or whatever is being manufactured is there. Every day we end up hearing so much news about some food item which is adulterated or which is not meeting a particular standard, or by consuming it people have fallen ill, or generally news which sort of disturbs us. Our endeavor has always been to create this awareness among the food manufacturers to ensure food safety and hygiene at their premises so that the food that we end up having is safe. Second, among the consumers, to make them aware that whatever you're consuming, please be aware of what you are having. So as a regulator, I would say that we would be ensuring basic standards, ensuring compliance, having a network of laboratories where food items are tested. As part of our initiative, we have come out with the Eat Right India campaign. The Eat Right India campaign is the campaign through which we are trying to promote among consumers an idea about how healthy a diet should be. Sometimes I feel we do not even appreciate how blessed we are to be born in India, a country where no matter where you go, except the high-ranging hills or the desert, you get food everywhere. We have local seasonal food. The diversity of the flora and fauna that we have in our country is something which is not appreciated. And how do I say that? Why do I say that? I myself am a mother. I have 2 boys. And I know growing up, what kind of food I ate, and seeing them grow up, what kind of food preferences do they have. And the effort and time it would take me to ensure that they had fruits and vegetables in all their meals. So I would trick them. I would hide the vegetables in all sorts of, recipes. I would come out with new names. And I've said this, in fact, in the first, session in which Sethi ji had invited me, in which I had said, many times when you tell your kids ki aaj kaddu bana hai, they'll immediately make a face. Aaj बैंगन का भरता है, aaj टींडा है. Now for these are names, we can't help it. This is what a vegetable is called like. We can't help it, right? But if for whatever reason, I were to call it baba ganoush, baked aubergine, now suddenly it sounds very fancy. Why? Because one is the way I present it, the second is my expression, and of course the name that I've given it, right? So a lot of times the food that we eat, it's how it's presented, how it's named, and how we react to it is what our children are also going to ape. So why I've brought all of this together is because one, there are certain programs that the government can come out with. For instance, the Eat Right initiative, where we do talk to people about how important it is to have a local seasonal diet. Because, of course, it's important not only because, when you think about the planet and the way Sethi ji has mentioned about, the impact it has, but also on your own health. The more fruits, vegetables you have, the more micronutrients you get. The deficiencies that you have in terms of, say, any other deficiency that you can think of, micronutrients, B12, iron, vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, which are usually people consider to be, sources which are not plant-based, are all available in a plant-based diet. So consuming a balanced diet, consuming a diet which is seasonal and local is one, very good for the farmers because whatever you're producing, you're consuming. It's very good for your pocket because it's cheaper. You don't have to buy something very fancy. And third, whatever you are consuming is also going to change throughout the year. Imagine if I were to consume one particular type of fruit or vegetable throughout the year, it would get boring. But if I were to have whatever is seasonal, it becomes interesting. So I always say, why is it that in India, we all tolerate summers? It's because of the delightful mangoes that we have. We all look forward to mangoes. And why is that? Because we know we won't get it in winters. If we were to get mangoes throughout the year, I'm sure mangoes would never be the king of the fruits, right? It's the same thing with fruits and vegetables. It's the same thing with the plant-based diet. How we look at a particular diet, how we look at a particular food item, and how we promote and work on it. So if there are startups here, I always say this, as a regulator for the startups, we have regulations for vegan food. We have a logo for vegan food. A lot of people in our country have issues with a certain diet, or they are on a restricted diet. For them, a plant-based diet is like something that they can, survive on. So vegan is a logo that can easily be adopted. With respect to, Setiji, the entire debate which you had about milk and that beverage, I do accept that that is, something as a regulator we are also facing a particular challenge. And of course, in common parlance, everybody would be so much more comfortable if soy milk or almond milk is used. But that is a debate which we are working on, and we will be, trying to take it forward from, the discussions that we've had. So I'd like to end here, and of course, anytime in the future for more discussions, it would be wonderful to have, any representations that you have. I also want to take this opportunity to mention that last year in July, we had held the Global Food Regulators Summit in July 2023. This year, while the World Food Program is on in September, we will be having the second Global Food Regulators Summit, where for 2 days we will be having the regulators from across the world, and we will have a lot of panel discussions. And I look forward for having one particular discussion on this very topic that we are discussing today. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, first for the great talk. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome on the dais Dr. Sudhanshu, Secretary, APEDA. I would request you, sir, to please join us on the podium. And all right. So moving on, I would request Kalpana ma'am to please join us on the podium. As we all know, you're a very renowned human rights activist. We are truly delighted to have you here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's join our hands as we're going to hear Ms. Kalpana ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good afternoon, and it's truly a privilege to be here. I'm honored, and thank you so much for accommodating amongst yourselves. Many thanks to Mr. Sanjay Sethi. I'm here because I turned vegan entirely led by my 13-year-old daughter. She is a special needs child with a disease called myopathy, which has no cure or treatment anywhere in the world. And her elder sister Priyanka too has the same disease. They need a lot of protein, but both of them are highly compassionate, empathetic, beautiful kids with souls that are highly evolved. They have taught me to walk the path with compassion, to consider other creatures as fellow creatures. I recall an instance where a nutritionist had come home, with due respect to all nutritionists. She said, egg is a must, bone broth is a must, give plenty of chicken. And Mahi started crying. Mahi is our 13-year-old. She was that time 11 or 10. She started crying and she said, it's not that I don't like the taste of eggs. I don't feel good about it. She said, there's a life in there and I don't feel good about it. And the nutritionist was taken aback and she said, oh, just hide it and put it in a pancake or whatever and she won't know it. I tried doing that and then I felt I was cheating her and cheating her soul, and as soul to soul, how do you do that? Over a period of time, she would question me saying that, oh, this is bone china. Has an animal been killed for this? This is silk. This is leather. Has an animal died for this? Or I used to tell her that the leather has come from an animal that has already died. And she would question me, and I didn't know the answer. So very gradually, my own progression, I didn't eat meat, or my husband didn't eat meat, but he ate eggs. But gradually, I just realized what we were doing to this planet, not only by grieving other creatures, torturing other creatures, but also the kind of footprints we leave on this planet, because I think the carbon footprint is a lot higher, but primarily the cruelty. When I see milk now, I don't see milk as milk, but I see milk as torture, or any of the milk products. And my girls who need whole lot of proteins comes from soy milk. The soy milk is keeping them abreast, keeping them, they have their therapies every day, but soy milk is a great alternative to, I wouldn't call it alternative, I would think that milk should be an alternative. Milk should be actually disappearing. And so it's not just plant-based diet that we have, but we have leading a life now where all our products are cruelty-free, not coming from any animals, whether it is our clothing, or it's any detergent, anything, it's entirely with compassion. And I think if there is a little bit of compassion, the world would be different. I would hope and pray that one day there'll be not a seat vacant over here. You would have to fight to get an entry here. And let's hope and pray and let's walk this path. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. So on the podium, we just heard Kalpana, ma'am. It was truly, truly delight to hear you. And as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we are celebrating Women's Day. So I'll take out a minute and invite all our female entrepreneurs, all our females who are sitting here to please join us on the stage for a group photo, right? Let's invite all the females here to please join us. We're taking out a minute to appreciate all the young females who are here. Also requesting Shubhangi to please join us. And everyone, even from this side, may I please invite all the females, all the young girls, all the girls to please join us on the stage for a group photo session.
Most welcome. I'm sure.
All right, everyone, can we put our hands together and give them a huge shout out to all our females who are here? And can we please have 3 cheers, girls? Would you join me? Can we please have 3 cheers? Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Kudos to all our women whose journey are inspiring. Everybody, once again, let's give a big hand. And let's make sure we are showing a bright smile to the camera. Come on.
I hope I'm not covering anyone. Yeah, you are actually. I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, girls, first and most, for joining us here. And kudos to your journey for the great work you all do, bringing balance to our society. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we move forward. And now we welcome on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request everyone to kindly go back to the seats. Now on the podium we invite Mr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram, sir, partner Ernst & Young, to please come here and join us for the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote address, we have Mr. Sundaram on the stage, on the podium. Can we please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries off the dais, the startups here, the investors, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here And I'm privileged that Mr. Sanjay, when he reached out to me and asked about the second edition, while we had very few days left, we were very happy to collaborate and work with him on this edition. And we also supported, as he said, that we will definitely look forward to further editions and much deeper insights. This morning, we have been hearing a lot of our speakers speak about the challenges, and Mr. Sanjay was quite emotional as he delivered his welcome address and talked about the challenges and a few roadblocks that this whole plant-based food industry has faced. After that, we also heard a lot from our other esteemed stakeholders, including our regulator, in terms of how they are trying to protect and support this. I just wanted to add a few things rather than repeating some of it, which is more around how do we create policies to have affordable food, something that most of our investors talked about in the first session, and then in the preliminary session also we heard a few minutes back some of our stakeholders talking about. What is it that we can do? How do we create that ecosystem? And that is something that we as an industry, we as a group of people, as a set of stakeholders do need to focus going forward. And one of the things that I want to draw towards is some of the experiments where we have also been supporting, particularly on the agriculture value chain side. If I look at an example of how Assam is doing as a part of World Bank in terms of facilitating the whole value chain financing by drawing in challenge funds. So one probably way to look at would be, how do I facilitate my R&D team? How do I facilitate the stakeholders who are startups, who need a lot more support in this, where we can have affordable and sharing of research so as to reduce the cost of ingredients, so as to reduce the cost of transportation, so as to reduce the cost of logistics. How do I create that? Probably one could be to get together and look at some challenge funds, look at some mechanisms wherein as an industry there's a collaboration and there's a shared fixed cost, which then helps us move forward and take the quantum leap, because together it can be much lesser in terms of cost that we can achieve. That's one point that I wanted to drive and leave to all the stakeholders, including our policymakers here. The second point I wanted to drive was around the education and awareness part of it, and I think some of the previous speakers, particularly Kalpana ma'am, the way she talked about the whole ethical issue as well as the awareness point, that is something we need to drive forward, and that is where probably this industry lacks a lot as compared to our competes. Calling ourselves alternate versus calling ourselves as the mainstream is a big mindset change, and it was really music to us to hear that, and that's the mindset that we need to move forward to be able to take this forward. And with that, I think I'll not take much of our time. We have a lot of dignitaries and our stakeholders here to discuss many of the ideas. I urge you to look at our second report that we have come out, and we will be very happy to receive your feedback and further delve deeper and support this whole mission on plant-based food. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Sundaram sir. Thank you so much. Now on the podium, we invite Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Vice Chancellor, Rana Pratap, Horticulture University, Karnal. Sir, I would request you to please join us on the podium and present your talk. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we welcome him with a great round of applause. Let's put our hands together. First and most, very warm welcome for gracing the occasion, and we are glad to hear you.
Good afternoon, everybody, because it is 12:10. So, lot many things we have discussed. I'm really very happy to be with you all in this important program where we are discussing plant-based food, and it's the 4th convention which we are witnessing here. My compliments to the organizers, Mr. Sanjay Sethi, for his initiative. I remember when he came and discussed with me regarding this program, I agreed, yes, it's an important area where really we need to discuss. But I would like to start with that when we speak about the food production, we are at a very comfortable position. So far we have produced, as per the recent data, we have reached to the food grain production of 323 million ton, and similarly for horticulture, we have reached to the production level of 351 million ton. It's a really record production, and this record production is happening from the last 5 years, continuously. But when I speak about the total food production, and when I use the word that we are at a comfortable position, it means that we are fulfilling the demand. But now we need to see that whether could we sustain this production, or further we need to further enhance an area-led growth. Chances are very less, and we need to do productivity-led growth to grow more food. So by 2050 we shall be requiring more food. Even 50%, at least 50% increase should happen. Then only we will be in a position to fulfill the requirement. So this growing demand is to be met when we have scenario where we have so many challenges which are available with us. We used to speak about competition in the land, water, and many other natural resources, and then in the impact of climate change. It's a really big challenge before us. Recently at COP28, United Nations, that climate change conference was held in December 2023 at Dubai, and then a concern was expressed that our food systems are harming the people and the planet. That was the point which was discussed. Because globally, agriculture accounts for 30% of greenhouse gas emissions, and 57% of the emissions alone comes from raising the animals, dairy, for the dairy products and other meat products, etc., if we count about. And even 1/3 of the fresh water is also consumed in this. So this just I am aligning with the environmental aspect. So we are appreciably taking care of food nutrition, food security, nutritional security, as well as we need to now think about the environmental security part also. Though Government of India has already set the agenda to enhance the income of the farmers, so income security is also in picture. So plant-based produce, we need to really promote because they consume and create less emissions. Carbon footprints we use the appropriate word, that is carbon footprint. Carbon footprints are lesser in comparison to other ones. So these plant-based diets and food systems, those are required to be promoted. And if we look into the energy crisis which we have, and again we align with the environmental concern, so these plant-based produces are very important to be promoted. And very recently, last year only, when India got the chance to have the presidency for G20 countries meeting, which India hosted, and as a part of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, I was director and assistant director general horticulture also. So we organized a meeting, that's a meeting of agriculture chief scientists of G20 countries, where we participated, and this meeting was organized at Varanasi. And then again we have a focus on sustainable agri-food systems for healthy people and planet. And we discussed many points where we stressed upon that we need to have climate smart agriculture, where millets were also discussed. International Year for Millets was observed. Whole world observed the International Year for Millets, and I got the chance to present that first proposal which I prepared, and on behalf of government I presented at FAO Rome in the year 2018. Initially they allotted us 2026, but luckily we were having a slot, I mean UN was having a vacant slot available with them 2023. Then I requested that 2023 should be allotted to us. Then they agreed for 2023, and I made a presentation, and I succeeded in convincing them that yes, these millets are very important, and I highlighted only 4 points. One was food security aspect, and these are the crops for adversities. They are highly nutritious, and they have concern with health aspects. Health will be improved if these millets are included in our diet. So we need to now reduce the burden on rice, wheat, and maize, and that burden should be shared with millets. Then environmental aspect, I also mentioned that yes, these are the crops, they take less, give more. So these were few points, and I aligned it with Sustainable Development Goals. But I succeeded in convincing the House, and that proposal was accepted, and whole world observed that International Year for Millets. But apart from millets, there are few more crops which are plant-based, because now I'm basically a horticulturist. So being a horticulturist, I would like to emphasize that yes, there are several crops, because we speak about food security, we speak about nutritional security. So nutritional security aspect will come through horticultural crops, which are nutritionally rich. Many fruit crops are there, vegetable crops are there, spices and condiments are also there into it, plantation crops are also included into it. So we need to explore the unexplored, and we need to utilize the unutilized. So there are several crops which are put in the category of underexploited crops, like everybody knows about mango, kinnu, and all of the lychee, etc. I'm not going to mention about those one. Amla is there, then bale is there, jamun is there, then passion fruit, then we have custard apple. These all are the crops which are highly nutritious. So those crops are required to be promoted, and these all crops belongs to the arid ecosystem, where we need to have lesser input. So with the lesser input, we can grow more nutritious these food crops. And there are several vegetable crops also, I'm not going to mention. Then eco-friendly and cost-effective production system is required to be put in practice, and that is required to be made available to the farmers. And we have already developed several package of practices for the different crops, and those package of practices are available now. But now we are keen to introduce good agriculture practices. Now country is having IND gap, so we are having we were using this global gap for certification system which was being followed, but now country is having the IND gap system available with us, and I got the chance to chair that steering committee to formulate the guidelines for good agriculture practices. But good agriculture practices are required to be followed so that we can ensure the safe horticulture produce. So eco-friendly approach also I mentioned. These days there is a huge demand for organic foods, even natural farming, zero budget farming. So many words are now being used. So just few points I would like to mention, because I know this time is the constant. So first point is we need to create the awareness. One of the speaker has also mentioned that part. We need to educate the consumers, consumer groups, even farmers also, that they should adopt cultivation of these plant-based foods. Second, we need to address the issues, and we need to devise the strategies to establish perfect chain from food production to value addition and marketing. This is the one point. And also we need to ensure for maintaining the cost-effective production base and supply source, that's required to be ensured. And then reforesting the land, that part was also discussed, because we need to have more land if we have to produce more. So reforestation, I think we need to again do, because deforestation has happened in the past. So reforestation is again important, because at many instances it has been cited that deforestation has been done for clearance of the areas for fodder purpose, for many other activities. And what I feel that we need to promote and do some kind of branding, as it was done in case of millets. Shri Anna name was given. So it's a Shri Anna is a now Indian brand for the millets. So just like this brand, so many other brands are also required to be made, and we need to promote those brands, and more studies are required to be done for novel and plant-based alternative food products which we need to make, which could replace these animal-based products. So there are so many missing links in agriculture, seed and planting material for biofortified varieties. So 18 biofortified varieties were released, and Honorable PM released the biofortified varieties of many crops, rice, wheat, millets, then few fruit crops were also there. But we need to ensure the availability of the planting material of those varieties. So we have set a system, and planting material production system has also been established for this one. And one interesting point which Government of India has done, horticulture cluster approach, that is required to be followed. So 12 clusters have been already implemented. Total 53 clusters have been identified throughout the country in the different agroclimatic zones, where we need to do a planned cultivation, and 10,000 hectare area in each case has been identified. If cluster approach is followed, definitely it is going to help us. And further commercial exploitation of these underexploited crops, which I mentioned, but those underexploited crops, they are the storehouse of nutrients. Those are required to be promoted. And the last word I would like to use, that is a natural health resilience. That model is required to be followed, because similar kind of models are followed by the tribal people. They have their own system, and they are utilizing these all underexploited crops. So these all underexploited crops are required to be put in the mainland, and we need to produce more, and we need to make available those high value crops. We call them high value crops from the nutritional point of view. So I say that food security and nutritional security, both are the two different sides of the same coin. So that we need to do. Thank you so much. These are the few words which just I wanted to share with you all to promote these plant-based products and others. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for presenting the great insight. Now requesting Mr. Praveen Jaipuriar, CEO, Continental Coffee, sir, to please join us on the podium and present your keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him by putting our hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks to Mr. Sanjay Sethi and the association to have me here. And I welcome all the guests on the dais and people hearing me here. I am from Continental Coffee, and somebody asked me what a coffee man has to do in this at an event like this. So basically, you know, there's a lot of commonality apart from the fact that caffeine sounds a lot like protein. So that's jokes apart. There is a lot of other similarities which probably we could discuss, during our lunchtime and all that. But that's one area which got us interested. One of the things that I would just like to tell you about my company is that this is an Indian company. Not many people would have heard about it because we're largely into B2B space. But you all will be very, very surprised to know that, approximately 1,000 cups of Continental coffee is consumed every second across the globe. So we are partners to a lot of coffee brands across the globe. And, the reason I mentioned this is the fact that, Indian entrepreneurship is probably something which is needed to be taken much more seriously than it has ever been. And probably we are there to compete with the world and demonstrate to the world that we are in no way less than any other, large multinational. So that's a little about us. The second thing is about this whole thing of plant-based food and plant-based protein. Dr. Mark's video this morning told us that the Western countries consume 2/3 of their protein from animal and animal product and 1/3 from plant and plant-based product. And that's where the difference lies, because their need is different, our need is different. So when they talk about Western world, they are consuming 2/3 of their protein from animal and animal products, and therefore they are very actively looking at alternatives because they want to go for sustainable living, yeah? And their goal is that can they do 1:1, which means that they are looking for a lot of alternatives which could replace, animal meat and animal milk and things like that. But, come to a country like India, which is a developing country, it is quite surprising that, we Indians are 80% protein deficient. 80%, probably half of us sitting here who belong to pretty well-to-do, setups, half of us are also protein deficient. So in a country which is protein deficient, a concept like, replacing protein it doesn't sit well. In a country which requires protein, this is a country which cannot afford a dal and milk. So if you can't afford a dal and a milk, will you be able to afford expensive plant-based protein alternatives? Probably not at a larger scale. Yes, there is probably a percent of population probably who would, or even not even a percent, probably 0.1%, 0.2% of the population would do. But unless and until we find ways and means to deliver this protein at an affordable and very cost-effective manner, I think we'll not head in the right direction. And in that context, I probably would like to salute the spirit of this lady sitting here. Ma'am, I just forgot your name. Taapsee. So, Taapsee, I think I was really, really impressed by your thought process, because what she said was pretty true, that the day you are able to deliver protein in form of a kadhi chawal at a cost that a common person can afford, that is the day when our direction will be right, and that is the day when this industry will have only sky as its limit. So I think a lot of work needs to be done in this area, that can I deliver, to a common person, can I deliver a cup of, probably protein which replaces his dal at lesser cost than he can buy the dal at. And that's the time when probably things will start to turn around. And therefore, I think thought processes like this, the day we are able to deliver a kadhi chawal at 50 rupees and a kada prasad in a gurudwara, which is made out of not pure ghee but a plant-based ghee at the same cost, I think that's the day we would think that yes, something has happened in the industry. And therefore, a lot of work is required, not only in terms of probably aping the West, but also trying to indigenize the innovation, which will help us to bring down the cost and deliver this concept at a much affordable price to the consumer. So with that, I will end my address here. And once again, thank you all for the patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And now we invite Mr. Victor from Embassy of Spain on the podium. Let's welcome by joining our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for the invitation extended to me and for the excellent organization of this India Plant-Based Food Show, for the second one. It is a privilege to be part of such an important event that brings together innovators, key opinion leaders and industry pioneers from around the world Today, I am honored to address this distinguished gathering to shed light on the expansion of the plant-based food industry in Spain and its growing global influence. In recent years, there has been a remarkable shift in consumer preferences towards healthier, more sustainable food options, and Spain has emerged as a significant player in this movement. So I'm excited at the prospect of exploring the intersection of culinary excellence, sustainability, and innovation in such an ideal setting. Spain, renowned for its rich culinary tradition, has embraced the plant-based revolution with enthusiasm and innovation. From traditional tapas to modern haute cuisine, chefs across the country are incorporating plant-based ingredients in creative and delicious ways, showcasing the versatility and potential of this flourishing food category. To underline this statement with some figures, in the last 2 years, the increasing consumption of plant-based products has been of a steady 48%, with milk and meat substitutes being the fastest growing categories. Meat consumption is traditionally very common in Spain. However, 46% of the population has decreased its meat consumption, and 4 out of 10 Spaniards intend to reduce it further. Due to this change in consumer behavior, traditional meat producers are opening up new lines of plant-based products. The growth of the plant-based industry in Spain is not confined to its borders. Spanish companies are making waves internationally, exporting their products to markets around the globe. This expansion is not only driven by consumer demand for healthier alternatives, but also by a growing awareness of the environmental and ethical implications of traditional animal agriculture. As we look ahead to the Indian Plant-Based Food Show, it is essential to recognize the significance of this event as a platform for collaboration and exchange between nations. India, with its vast population and rich culinary heritage, presents a unique opportunity for Spanish companies to showcase their products and expertise in the plant-based sector. Moreover, this initiative serves as a catalyst for fostering partnerships and driving innovation in the global plant-based industry. By bringing together stakeholders from Spain, India, and beyond, this event has the potential to accelerate the transition towards a more sustainable and compassionate food system. In conclusion, the rise of the plant-based industry in Spain is not just a trend, but a transformative force reshaping the way we eat and think about food. As we embark on this journey towards a more sustainable future, let us embrace collaboration, innovation, and the boundless possibilities of plant-based cuisine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Victor. Thank you. Now inviting Mr. Aditya Bagri from ICC, sir, to please join us on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Aditya by putting our hands together. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Aditya Bagri and I represent Indian Chamber of Commerce. Firstly, I'd like to thank Mr. Sanjay Sethi for inviting us here, and all my colleagues and various dignitaries that have been on the dais, as well as the audience here for sitting so patiently through a conversation on plant-based foods. In introduction, the Indian Chamber of Commerce is a legacy chamber which dates back to many years pre-independence and has been actively working on various facets, including agriculture and food processing, which is the division that we represent. It's also highly represented in the eastern part of the country. We are very proudly represented strongly in the states of West Bengal, Orissa, the northeast of India, and increasingly gaining a presence across the country. And we work very closely on various issues of food processing, agriculture, and new themes including health and nutrition, and obviously plant-based alternatives. In introduction, I also lead Bagris. Bagris is a multi-generation family-run business. We have been a brand which has been very closely associated with health and nutrition in India for over 3 decades. And most of the products that we make are actually of plant origin and grain-based. We're focused on building it as India's most trusted health foods brand and have been pioneers in introducing many categories to India, including breakfast cereals such as muesli and oats, and also high-fiber plant-based alternatives like wheat bran, oat bran, and many other flour-based, grain-based innovations. We specialize working very closely with harnessing the goodness of grains and nuts, and that's what I'm here to talk about. When we talk about plant-based, I think there's already been a lot of insight, both personal as well as statistical, so I won't want to delve too much into that, but very specifically, the reason to go plant-based from our understanding is predominantly 3 key reasons that a consumer chooses to go plant-based. The first one, which is the most technical and the most sensitive one, is allergies. So allergies to dairy, allergies to various other forms of food ingredients are very common. Unfortunately, most of these allergens in India go undiagnosed. I've been a parent of 2 kids, and both of my kids have been diagnosed with cow's milk protein allergy, which is a dairy allergy from the protein that is available from dairy, and very often misinterpreted as lactose intolerance, which is an intolerance from the sugar. So there are many nuances, and as a parenting journey evolved, I also understood the need for more serious plant-based alternatives, and 1 in every 10 kids around the world is actually allergic to milk, and they eventually grow out of it. But during those early stages, if milk is offered, it actually slows down the development process and also causes a lot of discomfort to the child. So I think there was an anecdote when someone came over and said that पहले तो ये सब नहीं होता था, अब होने लग गया है. So my father, who was sitting on the table, very quietly remarked, इसीलिए तो बच्चे परेशान होते थे और आप सोचते थे कि ऐसे ही रो रहे हैं. But if there's something happening inside, the child cannot communicate, but it's our duty to actually identify these things. But globally, these things are now being understood through various testing mechanisms. We know about allergens, and I think that's the most serious of the reasons to convert to plant-based dietary lifestyles. The other major reason is obviously an area that we worked very closely on, which is health and nutrition. And I think there's a lot of conversation around protein, and I completely echo Mr. Jaipuria's thoughts that it cannot be the need to mimic the West, because the West, the protein sources are predominantly meat-based. India has a very high amount of vegetarianism, and for that exact reason, I think the country's also been very protein deficient, because most of us don't know how much protein we need to consume on a daily basis. So plant-based protein is actually a very formidable way of bridging the nutritional gap of protein specifically for vegetarians. And I think the way we need to approach it is not to mimic creating just plant-based meats, but actually creating high-protein solutions that we can enjoy, which even the vegetarian basis can enjoy. And a simple example of that would be that a startup had sent a bunch of meat alternatives for me to try out and give feedback on, and I actually was very honest with them in saying that honestly, I'm a vegetarian, so I have no benchmark to say whether this tastes great or not. But if there was something which was offered to vegetarians and in a tasty manner, and if we could deliver 60 to 70 grams of protein a day, which is what adult males require, or 50 grams for adult females, then we'd be having a very different approach to this and making it affordable, because most of the supplements obviously sit in a very high pyramid. But there is increasing evidence to suggest that plant-based diets, for reasons of lifestyle, for reasons of fitness, for reasons of longevity, have had a sustained impact on the health and wellness. And obviously some of the top athletes of the country going vegan are a testament to that. The third aspect is lifestyle, because of the environmental impact that it creates. And I think that aspect is as important, given the carbon footprint data that we've seen, given the amount of water that it takes to produce dairy or other alternatives. And I think the key challenge out here for the plant-based industry as well as for the dairy industry is actually not to understand that it's a conversation where we're not fighting one another. Milk has stayed in the country for a long time. There are definite health benefits that milk has had. There are definite drawbacks. Similarly, some of the plant-based alternative products may not have some of the nutrient benefits of the dairy industry. So instead of fighting one another, the market is actually large enough to understand that the need is to move towards sustainability. And my view is that if the oil companies have started moving towards green energy, I think the food industry can also follow that cue in moving in that direction. And overall, as an organization at Bagri's, we've tried to create a whole bunch of plant-based innovations, including the first vegan muesli in the country, including a whole range of grain-based solutions. And very recently we entered into dairy alternatives, which were plant-based milks, where we harnessed our experience of dry fruits and nuts, and our endeavor was to create the most complete and the most good tasting plant-based beverage out there. Because we've seen the switch when you switch from regular milk to an almond milk or a soy milk. It is a transition. It's not an easy transition. So our endeavor was to create an innovative product which gets you as close to cow's milk in terms of taste and nutrition, and making that switch a lot more enjoyable. And I'm pleased to say that after a lot of feedback from consumers, they're happy to even drink the milk as is. And I think as an industry, we also have to be very responsible, because many of the dairy alternatives are just, 2% nuts and water. So obviously selling at a very exorbitant amount. So we try to endeavor and make our products as rich as possible in terms of nutrition consistency, and as smooth as possible, so that whether it's Continental coffee or whether it's chai, we're able to blend seamlessly with those products and give a rich experience. So on that note, I'll like to end my address, and thank you so much, Mr. Sethi, again for having us, and congratulations to the PBFIA team again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bagri. Thank you. Now, please request Ms. Valeria, Head Plant-Based Venture THRYVE Dubai, to please join us on the podium.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice to meet you here, and thank you very much for Mr. Sanjay and the team. Congratulations on an amazing event. A lot of passion I can see in the room, a lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge, and I have no doubt that this country is moving totally in the right direction with regards to the plant-based food. I'm Valeria, and I come from THRYVE. I'm the creator of THRYVE, and I'm the leader of THRYVE in Dubai for Middle East. A part of IFCO group. It's a very big multinational group, which invited me a couple of years ago to define the strategy, how we can actually make a sustainable and healthy platform of food in Middle East or in Gulf region, in the middle of a desert. So that was quite a challenge, to be very honest. From the very beginning of our journey, I think I have defined very clearly for my team that what we want to achieve here is not just the manufacturing of yet another plant-based meat or any other plant-based product. What we want to achieve here is the net zero food system. So we are on the mission of creating the transformation of the food system in the Middle East, and we have designed a proprietary unique food system that enables us to achieve our target by 2030. I assume you all know the challenges of the sustainability, and many speakers have been talking about that today. So it's about 1.7 planet that we require as resources at the moment in order to produce all the goods and then also to manage the waste on the planet. 38% of our land is for agriculture, and 75% of that agriculture is used for animal-based agriculture. I think we all have all the numbers and all the statistics that clearly shows to us that this is not sustainable, nor it is efficient from the supply chain point of view, and it's definitely a no-brainer that we need just to skip that part of the animals and go directly to the direct source of the plants and the direct source of the nutrition from the plants. But when we start designing the food system, the question is, what is the plant that we want to use? At the moment, our diet is dependent predominantly on the 5 key crops. But did you know that there are 20,000 of different crops and species that are extremely sustainable and nutritious that simply are forgotten in the system? So we have put for ourselves, for our business in Middle East, target to discover that particular crop that can create the value, not only from the environmental point of view, but also from the nutritional point of view. And we have made our strategic choice. We have chosen faba bean. I don't know if you have heard about faba bean, because there is a lot of discussion here about millets and soy. That's what India is rich, and many other crops as well. We are one of the most diversified and rich agricultural country. Middle East is not, or MENA region is extremely healthy and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Valeria. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking out another minute, and I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Shiv Mudaliar from Veganta to please join us on the stage to do the launch of his brand Veganta, which is a D2C brand based out of Bengaluru. So may I please invite Mr. Shiv along with his team, and also inviting Siddhi Yogi Babaji on the stage for the launch of his product under the brand Veganta, which is a D2C product. Shiv and his team, may I please request you to join us on the stage. Okay, Shiv, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving this great opportunity to launch my brand Veganta in a D2C brand today. And it gives me a great pleasure to have this brand launched in front of a great audience here. Thank you very much for PBFIA team and everybody who is here. It's my pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now to felicitate, may I please request Kalpana ma'am to please take a step ahead. We are felicitating Shiv, and for that I would request Kalpana ma'am to please come ahead and join us in felicitating Mr. Shiv. Ladies and gentlemen, please help us extend your support by putting your hands together. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are launching the products, Veganta. Congratulations and thank you so much, Shiv and the team Veganta. We're a D2C vegan brand based out of Bengaluru. Congratulations for the launch. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I introduce somebody who is going to be here along my side. She's a very popular actress. She has won several awards. She has traveled all across and knows more than 7 languages. She's extremely gorgeous. Please put your hands together and help me welcome on the stage Anisha. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So Anisha, very, very warm welcome to you. And now you go on.
Hello, Namaste, Sat Shri Akal, Assalamu Alaikum. Dignitaries, it's an honor to share the stage with you all. I'm Anisha Madhok. Hello, Mr. Sethi, sir. Thank you for having me. And how are you all doing? great. I think it's beautiful that we are here and we are, yes? Sure. It's an honor to definitely be here in front of you all. And the reason why I'm here, and I've come here from so far away, is because of innovation. I truly believe that when we come together, all the vegan brands that are here, all the CEOs, all the investors, we are creating a new industry. And which, as we can see, you all sitting here on stage have shown us. I think that my journey began in a very difficult way. At first, I was lactose intolerant. And being a Punjabi, I was like, oh my God, I really want to have all the milk products, How many of you have children here? How many of you have parents who you worry about, what to feed them, what to feed your children? Every time you're boiling milk, you always check it on your hand. You're always trying to see the ingredients and packages. Isn't it beautiful if we could just go to a grocery store and close our eyes and pick anything and know that it would be good for our health? Wouldn't that be an ideal utopian vision for all of us? So I started Droop Almond Milk. It's an organic almond milk company, which is, my almonds are sourced from California. And as I have farmer genes, right, I went right deep into how the production happened. Our milk is sweetened with dates, and we use PPP bottles. We tried to use Tetra Pak, but it just was not in our vision to use Tetra Pak. But of course, whoever uses Tetra Pak in their brands, of course, no problem. All is well. We're all together. There's no competition. And yes, and I'm also an actress. I am starring in the Hollywood film Bully High. But veganism is my passion. Caring for the animals is my passion, and it all started with being lactose intolerant, which made me understand that perhaps evolution is showing us that maybe consuming animals is right now challengeable, right? Like, we have evolved. First, we had different hands and different teeth, but as we're evolving, maybe it's time to think that plant-based diet is probably the way to go. What do you guys think? Do you agree with me or not? Does anyone disagree with me? Certainly the way to go. That's it. Give a round of applause. What's your name? Sonal. Only because I love that you agreed with me, that's why. So yes, I've been told that we would like to conclude the ceremony, so I would love if you could all get up and we could do a little conclusion, which would be nice. Cool.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all our guests of honor who marked this occasion with their wonderful presence. I thank you once again for taking out time and joining us on this wonderful event. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now I may request all our guests of honors. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for devoting your precious time, for presenting your wonderful, very insightful talk, I'm sure we all have got a lot to learn from your talk. Thank you so much once again to all our guests of honors. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a great round of applause. Come on, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Once again, I extend heartiest thanks to all our guests of honors, all our dignitaries, who came here today to teach us, to make us learn so many insightful things. Thank you. And Anisha, now quickly coming to you. I know that, we're going to have a very fun chat. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated, please be here, please be around, because Anisha and I are going to be, here and around and present some fun time for you all. So Anisha, handing over mic to you.
Please. Yeah. Which session? Protein customers? I mean, it would be amazing if most of you could actually stick around and also hear about the other startups and the other innovations that are happening, especially if you are looking to invest. I think this is the place to be, to discover new brands and to discover slightly young energy to, take forward your vision and so forth. I think it should be next week. Everyone
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anisha. And now everyone, please be seated as we move forward to the next session that is going to be very insightful. Solutions to produce highly functional protein ingredients. We're going to have Mr. Tejendra Neheta, Business Development Manager, Pall Corporation. Let's welcome Mr. Tejendra Neheta, Business Development Manager, Pall Corporation. So I would request you to please join us on the dais, and a very, very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call out our moderator and panelist. Building a Numero Uno Ecosystem, PBFIA's Plant Protein Cluster at Bhiwadi. And the session is going to be moderated by Mr. Sanjay Sethi, our Executive Director, Plant-Based Food Industry Association. And our panelist, may I please invite Ms. Akanksha Ghai, co-founder, ProVeg. Very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am, and may I please request you and invite you to please join us on the dais, requesting Ms. Akanksha Ghai, co-founder, ProVeg, to join us on the dais. And now, Mr. C.S. Jadhav, CEO, Nutricircle. May I please request Mr. C.S. Jadhav, sir, to please join us on the dais. Moving forward, requesting Ms. Garima Jain, Deputy CEO and Head of Grains, Louis Diffro Company, India. Very warm welcome to you, and requesting you, sir, to please join us on the dais. And I'm requesting Mr. Milan Darji, Senior Technologist, Bueller Group. Very warm welcome to you, sir, requesting you to please join us on the dais. Mr. V.K. Vidyarthi, General Manager, APEDA. Very warm welcome to all our panelists. And I would request all of you to please join us on the dais. And thank you so much for gracing the occasion.
So this is me. This is me. ये दोनों ये हटा.
So we have our moderator here. So may I please invite all our panelists once again, Ms. Akanksha Ghai. Okay, so while we invite all our panelists, we have Mr. Tejendra Nehata, Business Development Manager from Pall Corporation, to please join us on the podium and present your talk. Very warm welcome to you, sir, and over to you.
Sorry, you have the deck here?
Yep.
Yeah.
The slides
So we can switch to
The screen team. Can we please bring the slides on the screen?
First of all, I hope my voice is clear to you all. Yep, thank you. First of all, I am thankful to Plant-Based Food Industry Association and Mr. Sanjay Sethi for giving me the opportunity to present over here. We'll just discuss. I know the time is so different. You all are hungry, but I'll not take much time, and then I'll quickly go on to the point. So Pall Corporation, just to give you the highlight about Pall Corporation, so we are basically into the separation, purification and filtration company. So Pall has been founded by Dr. Pall in 1946, and it has been acquired by Danaher. Danaher is a global science company which solves customer complex problems such as COVID-19. COVID-19, why we are saying is because of like the vaccines which we have taken is like Covishield or Covaxin has been manufactured by the companies called Bharat Serum and Serum Institute. So in that, we have played a major role to supply our purification as well as the upstream and downstream systems. That can be said very proudly. And again, it is a vocal for local program which we have joined in between that. The other one is like feeding to the planet. We have been heard from the morning sessions that why this sentence is so important. So we are part of that program as well. Our key markets are like alcoholic drinks, soft drinks, food and ingredients. We have been present from most of like 70 years in milk fractionation enzymes, yeast, amino acids, sweeteners, pet food. And we are now focusing on emerging market like food ingredients, as well as in that we'll focus today's is like alternative protein, flavors, and cannabis oil. So we have found out like there are various sources for alternative proteins. One is upcycling, which is already there, I think, from all food and beverage industries. And the other sources, we will focus today on pea protein. And apart from that, we have found out like fava bean has been discussed already, and canola, insects, single cell fermentations, bacteria, yeast, and microalgae. Microalgae is again a different sector over here, which need to be a lot of innovations, and I think there are a lot of potential in microalgae which we can pursue in India as well. Apart from that, there is other section like cultivated cells, which is still, I think, a dark area in this protein sector, but I think we are progressing in between this. So yes, pea protein. I'll just give you the pea protein market overview, and then we'll move forward. So as like today, the market size for pea protein is around $600 million, and we're expecting is around double by 2030. You can see right now the North America, who is running this market very well, and second largest is like APAC. So in Asia Pacific, if you see over here, so India plays a major role post China, and this is what I think we need to change it. I think in coming years we should be a number one in terms of pea protein supplying. So split of pea proteins is like yellow peas, lentils, and chickpeas. So as per our survey, like is yellow peas are in terms of percentage more than 50 to 60%. And why we are saying that we should focus on pea protein is like we all know that India is the number one pea producer in the world. We can say it very proudly. India produces 25% of global production in terms of peas. We also consume a lot of peas, but with a different way, almost 27%. And I think this is where I think we need to change the particular, I can say our trends. We do have huge opportunity to produce pea protein from the peas, and whatever currently the majority of pea proteins which are coming, utilizing in India as of now, it is coming from China, US and UK. Also, as sir said, like vocal for local, which has been our greatest campaign as of now. I think this would be a great chance for all of us. I believe that we can be part of this. It can also relate to the farmer welfare, and I'm glad Mr. Sanjay Sethi, who has came up with this particular initiative called Plant Protein Cluster. I think it's a great initiative, and I believe that it would be successful. And I'll tell you, sir, not 12 or 14 clusters, but we will make all over the globe this particular initiative very successful. And as a Paul employee, I think I would be personally impressed with this particular initiative. Why I'm saying it? Because it has started on this basis, like just we know that we are a farmer-based country, and the initiative, a plant protein cluster, started with these particular things that our farmers should grow like anything. We are always bound with these particular things, like we are growing it, but we are exporting a lot, and somehow like we came into this section, like we need to increase our prices for our own. And the other thing is like we are not utilizing those particular raw materials for ourselves, rather than we are utilizing it for someone else. So this trend, I think, need to be changed. So we need to be vocal for local for ourselves, and I think this is a great initiative. Thanks to Mr. Sanjay Sethi for this particular plant protein initiative. So now coming back to the challenge, I think the major challenge I can see into this particular when we consider this pea protein manufacturing. So more of like denaturation effect is coming up. I think a lot of proteins which has been currently manufactured with the denaturation effect, and they are not the contaminations as well as natural functional properties which are not completely preserved. So this we need to correct it, and it is the it is the consumer expectation as well. So we really need to work on it, and there are other soluble proteins as well, which we are losing by using this particular conventional technique. I think this is where I think we would discuss just today. Like we have done some internal studies on membrane-based feasibility on pea protein processing. So I'll just go through quickly on that. Yeah, so this is where the importance of conventional process compared to this Pall membrane technology. You see, in conventional process, we use a lot of techniques like decantation, precipitation, and centrifugation. But Pall process, Pall shows that we can use the microfiltration and ultrafiltration technology, and it will really give us the valorization technique, like albumins and globulins can be valorized by using this pea protein as well. And apart from that, high purity, which is without denaturation, can be really possible. I'll just quickly go through the results, the studies we have done. This is the major part is like the transmission we have got it through this particular test results with the membranes. And this is where it is important. Currently, we are saying that people which are getting protein transmission is around 60 to 80% in concentrate. There are a lot of chances that we may lose the functional protein properties while we do when we do it with the conventional technique. So we can really improve this by using the particular things. So with the time limits, I think I'll just skip. So yeah, so how we have done with this, because as I said, traditional microfiltration, traditional membrane, which gives you these results like 60 to 80%. We have Membrolox, we have the technology called Membrolox GP, who differs this, and this gives us the better calibrated flux as well as better penetration theory, and this gives us the protein transmission on very higher side. And I think this is where the uniqueness of Pall Membrolox systems plays in between that. The added value, as I said, we can valorize the albumins and globulins in between this by using the microfiltration and ultrafiltration technique, which can be your the particular main product. So just to go through the key takeaways is like that we can have the high protein transmission, and then valorizations are really possible with this particular membrane-based technology, which we really need to pursue. Also, this has high long service lives as well as low maintenance cost, and it is very sustainable because of low energy and water consumption. I'm thankful for this opportunity, and with like whatever time we do have, if you really want to focus on the complex proteins to be very extracted, do join us. I think I'll be there, and we will have our standees as well, where you can just scan the QR code and you'll get in touch with me. Thank you very much. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tejendra. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, we are moving to a very insightful panel discussion, building a new ecosystem, PBFIA's plant protein cluster at Bhiwadi. And our moderators, Mr. Sanjay Sethi, sir, and our panelists, may I please request Mr. Rajiv Yadav, CEO, AgriCorp, sir, to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands and help me welcome sir on the stage. Requesting Ms. Akanksha Ghai, co-founder ProVeg. Ma'am, very warm welcome to you. Please join us on the dais. Requesting Mr. Milan Darji, senior technologist, Fuller Group. Sir, to please join us on the dais. So we have our panelist. I would request our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Sethi, sir, to please start the session. Thank you so much.
So finally, the panel is complete. We were waiting for Milan, and you were in the coffee. Yeah, it's very tempting. More people are outside than here. There are very tempting plant-based tastings outside. It's very difficult to keep the people inside. If you choose food over speeches, I think many people have chosen food over the speeches. So before I start, I have my friend here, and he is also a fellow board member, Sethu Vaidyanathan. I would like to invite him to the stage, Sethu, who has supported the movement of plant-based. We would like to felicitate you, Sethu. If you could kindly come on stage first.
Ladies and gentlemen, please extend your support by giving us applause.
Like
thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are felicitating Mr. Sethu Vaidyanathan. Please extend your support by joining our hands. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sethu, request you to stay back on the stage and say a few words.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all the work you're doing. There are very few boards where I'm a member of where we have no work to do, because you're so enthusiastic and so inspiring that you inspire us to actually, we all got together to promote this PBFIA, but you're single-handedly leading this, and we're all here to support you. I think the movement is here to grow, and India, being the land of agriculture, can actually take a lead in the global market, and really looking forward for the years to come. Thank you once again, and all the best. Yeah.
Thank you. So plant protein cluster is something which is very much in the hearts of each and every member of Plant-Based Foods Industry Association, because it solves 3 to 4 problems in one shot. One is that we always get criticism that we are overpriced. Second, we get the criticism that you are overprocessed. Third, we get the criticism that why are you making foods to copy others? Why are you not making the foods which vast majority of Indian vegetarians are also asking for? Because there is a price for textured product, extruded products, which even the vegetarians need. I mean, just because we had a very long history of Mughals and we had such amazing tasting kebabs, probably that much work was not done on hara bhara kebab. So probably the time has come that we can use the extrusion technology to make some amazing products, not just kurkure, but also some other products which could become actually a part of our daily diet. Another criticism that we face that you do not have the size. So you don't have the volume, so your customers, they don't really care for you. Then the criticism that we face, that we are too much dependent on the imported machinery, we are not able to indigenize the machinery. Another problem that we face, that we do not have a proper place where we could work from. We had FSSAI in the morning putting pressures on us to ensure that we deliver safe food, because their first responsibility is towards the consumers, that consumers do not get foods which are unsafe. So how do we ensure that a young startup which has come from college pays 10,000 rupees for one product, and then a variant of that, another 10,000, another 10,000, and then you have so much of multiplication, and yet you are not able to provide the kind of environment that big companies like ITC or big companies like Unilever or Dabur or those companies which actually make the product very safe. So should it mean that the street food culture in the country should end? Or are we going to tell our famous Ram Laddu Wala in Lajpat Nagar market to become more safer? So we all want to go and try our tasty foods, but in the heart of our hearts, we are always a little bit worried. That why? That what if it is not safe? I remember I had, I think Beta Panipuri Wali was here. There was a time that when, maybe 20 years ago, I almost lost my voice for a few days because the salmonella and the E. coli and the bacterial content in Pani Puri was so high that moment I consumed it, my throat just choked. So that means we need to provide excellent food making conditions to these startups, so that the making of food does not remain an elitist and large company work, which it has remained over the past many years. And we saw what happened. We were given tons and tons of preservatives. So the entire movement of processed food was hijacked initially by the foreign companies and then by the large companies. But what happened in the process, we never really got what we really wanted. We were given fruit juices in the name of saying that this is good for you. Only 10 years later, no, there's sugar inside, you better go and consume food. So the naturalness which is coming back into our diet, the natural food which is coming back into our diet, we also bring that element into our processed food, so that people don't think that processed means unsafe, which they think today. Because if I put my almonds in water, whether you like it or not, it is processed in the morning. So that processing is not bad. If I squeeze my almond and make milk out of that, it's not bad. It is still processed. Moment I put it in the carton like Tetra Pak, I don't even want to look at it because I feel I'm throwing away a lot of cottons. So then how do we support our industry? In our own phase, one of our team members from PBFIA, Anisha, said, you can sell cartons. I'm not going to sell my milk in carton. That means all our startups, what should we do? One step at a time. First, we will get the product right. We'll take the chemicals out of our food. We'll ensure it is priced right. We will ensure cotton is thrown away. We will ensure that it is not transported too much. We'll ensure that it is not processed in a way which is bad for health. There are so many things we have to do. On top of that, we have to also fight with the dairy industry to get our name back. We use soya milk in Hershey for Sofit for 20-25 years, but soy milk was there for even longer. Coconut milk was even longer because coconut milk was longer. So we got the coconut milk back because nobody cares for peanut butter, because nobody thinks peanut butter is like butter. So you can use peanut butter, but you cannot use soy milk. So why this? So we felt that all these problems, the solution to all this problem is healthy, sumptuous, tasty, affordable, local, almost natural like foods which are there in our neighborhood. And when we looked at the freight corridors, there are two corridors which are already built, Ludhiana to Kolkata and Delhi to Mumbai. And the joining point of that is near Dadri and something like Khurja. So Khurja and Dadri, which are near Greater Noida, essentially Greater Noida, there's just 10-kilometer distance. So the entire Delhi becomes a hub, whether it is Bhiwadi, or it is Narnaul, or it is Sonipat, or it is Greater Noida. This entire is a hub where you can take the goods out of this place directly to Mumbai Airport, Mundra Airport, Mumbai Port, Mundra Port, or you can take it to Kolkata in a very, very short time. Earlier it was taking 2 or 3 days. Now you can take it less than 1 day. That means if the goods are coming from Satara or Pune to Mumbai, it will take exactly the same time to load the ship as much it will take from Delhi or Bhiwadi or Sonipat or Narnaul to Mumbai port. So if that kind of an efficiency is already available, those trains are plying. The freight corridor has only freight corridors. It has only freight trains. No passenger trains run on this track. When you have such a huge market in the North India, because if you see the map of India is like an inverted triangle. More people live in North India, maybe 2/3, and 1/3 live in the South India, Maharashtra below. So you have such a large population of almost, maybe 1 billion, almost 1 billion people living in that. So the center of gravity is not Mumbai, it is north of Mumbai, maybe Ratlam, maybe Indore, maybe somewhere close to that. So we felt that when the market is in the north and more vegetarian people are in north than in the whole of east, because they are not really consuming as much other products as much they are consuming fish, or even in the south. So we felt that the market is in the north, production is also in the north to a large extent, and now the north also has the same advantages that the south had in terms of the logistics. So Bhiwadi becomes the right place to have so many companies in one place, and we ensure that we go to all our members, all our friends, all our family, everybody takes out money from the pocket and put it on the table and take away those schemes which the government has got, but we do not have the capability to enjoy those. Government has got so many schemes. Virtually, if you want to spend $1 on capital equipment, government gives you back 1.5. But people don't know how to take that. When I was involved in setting up Baba Ramdev's first mega food park in 2008, this became the best food park in the country so far. So out of the 42 food parks which came to the country, maybe 2 or 3 survived, but Baba Ramdev's food park survived. Not because that I helped them, because Baba Ramdev was very visionary, and he had the muscle and the ability to make it a success. So what we learned from those food parks which did not succeed, we want to apply those learnings in these food clusters. One of the learning is that it need not be one boundary. It could be interspersed. So the starting point of that could be that we will put up an infrastructure which is led by the industry, owned by the industry, run by the industry executives and the members of the industry. So when we ensure that such kind of an ecosystem is built, not only the government, not only the foreign investors, not only the domestic investors, not only our own customers, everybody is ready to support this. We have big organizations like LDC is there on the stage right now. So I start with you, Garima. Garima Jain represents Louis Dreyfus Corporation, which is I think 50 billion, 100 billion?
It's about 40 billion.
$40 billion. So when it comes to ABCD, it's billions and billions of dollars. So whether it is Bunge or ADM or Cargill, these 4 companies are the largest, and they know what the proteins are. I mean, they have set up a protein research unit in California, somewhere near Seattle, and run by an Indian, a Maharashtrian. I mean, the head of that research is being done by an Indian, and we can access that knowledge, and we can bring it here, and they're more than ready to support. We interacted with the LDC team. I think there were about 15 or 20 top managers who had traveled to their office in Gurugram, and our team went and we had an interaction, almost half-day long interaction. And all these interactions that we do is basically to sharpen our thought as to what needs to be done. कि करना क्या है? तो गरिमा आप बताइए that what should we do?
So first of all, thank you, Mr. Sanjay, for, he is a power that binds everybody together, that connects everybody together. He has that pulling force that is capable of bringing everybody's thoughts together to really provide an innovative platform. So thank you once again for having me and all of us here. And today, I know that we are eating into everybody's lunchtime. So I would like to make 3 significant points which is relevant to today's discussion. And I will start with pulses. Pulses are something where nutrition meets sustainability. The world is talking about sustainability. Today, one of the dignitaries was speaking about nutrition security in the country. India as a country has really taken a long journey. We have a long history. And we have really surpassed that path of food security to talk about nutrition. So what are pulses in India today? India is the largest producer of pulses. India is the largest consumer of pulses. And incidentally, India is also the largest importer of pulses. In December, Government of India allowed import of yellow peas, implying that we have to put macroeconomics of India in context. As a geography with a very long history, we have moved from a place wherein today we are talking about all the supportive macroeconomic factors like increasing income, urbanization, very supportive government environment of policy. What does this imply? This implies that the rate at which the country is growing, we are going to pull a maximum people from the poor strata of the society to middle class, lower middle class and upper middle class. What does that imply? It implies that food will become a choice of more than 80% people of the country. And when that happens, when people start exercising their choice on food, they seek more nutrition. And then I started with pulses. Today we are importing pulses. The big question is the important role that plant protein plays today. Why do we need to import pulses? Plant proteins act as a bridge to meet the nutrition requirements of the country that we have. Another important point that I today want to share with everybody present here is that in India, we produce, let's say, about 25 million tons of pulses. 50% is chickpeas. So our pulses basket is very skewed. We produce lots of varieties of pulses, but in a very skewed manner, which is where plant protein plays a very significant role because it brings to the table an equality in the plant protein and the pulses needs that we have. So it acts as a bridge for the requirements that we have. And the third point I want to make today is about awareness. People talk about, let's say, plant protein at various social media platforms. But what we need today, 10 or 15 years back, let's say NECC, they really brought eggs in the form of protein to the forefront. So I think this platform also needs certain slogans Like we spoke about, one of the dignitaries also mentioned about the millet campaign. So those kind of slogans are what is required by all of us to bring to the forefront, so that plant protein is literally at the heart and is like the first thing that everybody remembers. So with that, I will also thank Mr. Sanjay for putting all these efforts, and I wish the platform a lot of good luck. Dreyfus, which is Louis Dreyfus' company, is working a lot in this field. Like he already mentioned, that we have an Indian who's really running the show. We have certain initiatives and investments coming up, and we really look forward to make our contribution in the country by way of connecting with this platform. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Garima. So now I turn to GM APEDA, Shri V.K. Vidyarthi, who is not just looking after the subject of the vegan certification for the exports, but also he was with us when we had the path-breaking meeting in Nagpur last year, and where we said that we will be setting up the plant protein clusters, 12 such clusters all over India. And he is the one who blessed us that, okay, I encourage you, and we go forward. And he really traveled with us with all the difficulties of travel. He went with us, and I would like to ask you, Dr. Vidyarthi, that should we go ahead and set up this cluster in Bhiwadi?
Yes, definitely. First of all, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to Sanjay Sethi ji for inviting me for this discussion here on a very important topic, the plant-based food products. As he said, that APEDA is also working on its standards for the formulation and the branding of plant-based protein across the world also. And I would like to appreciate Sanjay Sethi, as they have planned to develop a cluster in the Alwar, in the Rajasthan, and they have chosen a very good place because of the location, its proximity with the Delhi, and lot of raw material is available in the Rajasthan, because if you see the climatic conditions and the soil conditions, most of the part of the Rajasthan is the rain-fed area. And most of our legumes can be grown well in the rain-fed area where the water availability is very low. So in this regard, we can also address the issues of climate change and the depletion of water in the land, and in the near future, water will play a very important role in our agriculture and the cropping pattern also. So as you are aware, most of the indigenous varieties of the legumes and other plants which are available in India has a more protein percentage as compared to the hybrids which are available presently in the agriculture. So India has a good potential to lead the world in the plant-based food products. And as you know, in the past, we link the food with the health, we link the food with the diseases. Now the time has come, we have to link the food with the lifestyle also. Because when the earth was evolved or the civilization starts, at that time men used to do some physical exercise, so whatever they eat in the forest, the same has been consumed by their living lifestyle, so when they work in the field. But in the present civil society, those who are more engaged in the office work, most of the times they sit on the table, so their calorie requirements are more, whereas in the food form they are using more calories. So we have to address this issue also, because the present ailments are not because of the some diseases, some deficiencies, but it is the cause of the lifestyle, because we are consuming more calories and these calories are depositing in the body and leading to the various ailments. And definitely this plant-based food products can address this issue also. So now I request all the entrepreneurs, those who are here, they may also venture into the exports of this plant-based protein, because it has a good potential, especially in the developed countries, and we have a raw material abundantly available in India. So they just come forward and do the processing for the plant-based value-added products and develop more and more import-centric food products which are being consumed and liked by the importing countries, and APEDA is ready to facilitate you. So once again, thank you very much for Sanjay Sethi ji for this discussion, and we encourage all the entrepreneurs to venture into plant-based processing and develop the new products and increase our exports for the benefit of the farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a company amongst us, AgroCorp, which is one of the major players of plant protein in Canada. And it is run by an Indian, Vijay, and his young son, Vishal. Their chief operating officer, Rajiv Yadav, is amongst us. And he happens to be from the same Bhiwadi region. So, Rajiv, you are now, I've heard, putting up a $65 million plant in Malaysia.
That's correct, sir.
And which you thought that you will put up in India earlier.
That was definitely, India is still in the picture, but we are still evaluating.
So something which came from Canada, it was landing into India and then again didn't land and landed in Malaysia.
Malaysia, because we got a joint venture partner from Japan by the name of brand name of Snow. And they invested 50% in that project out of 65 million. So that's a factor. But nevertheless, India has not been ruled out. We are still there in the picture.
India ke paas bahut paise hain.
We'll look forward to the partners, bigger partners who are willing to.
There must be some other reason. You are a $3 billion company. Nobody can lure you with money. You have tons of money available in Geneva. You can get anything, so as much you want.
Nothing in comparison to the ABCDs, no. They're in billions. We are still in smaller billion.
So, would you like this protein cluster to come up or no?
No. We are definitely supporting. And as I said, as you said, I basically come from that general area. It's one of the evenly located. If I go back to my erstwhile profile of my Kingfisher days where I was the procurement head, and we had 3 plants. One was in Chaupanki, one was in Shahjahanpur, and one was in Darueda. So that time also these were like primary plants for us because they were catering the majority of the northern beer demand when I was.
But does it pain you that as a country, such a large country, we don't extract proteins?
No. I mean, see, I'll deviate from your question for a time being. I'll first and foremost compliment you for hosting such a great conference. I don't know, I am Mr. Nobody, but I'll still give you that the award of being a plant protein man of India. So that's
that is you. You are the plant protein man.
No.
Of the world.
Practically, you are leading the country into that direction. So compliments to you. Having said so, sir, I mean, whether it is pulses or soya, both are leguminous crops. They leave a lot of nitrogen to the soil. There's automatically fertiles the soil. So all those advantages are very much in terms of coming to that resilient agriculture practices, what we are talking about. And plant-based protein definitely happens to be one of the prominent solutions around that. That is why we are already there in Canada in that direction. We have invested $65 million in Malaysia, and India is on our radar. And definitely rest assured, we are supporting your Bhiwadi Innovation Center for sure.
We need those machineries which have been started off but have not landed in Malaysia.
They will land sometime soon.
Please redirect them to Bhiwadi.
Sure, sir.
We have, by the way, amongst us, the largest importer of plant proteins, soy protein, sitting on this panel. They quietly do the business. Nobody gets to know. IFF. Indranil is sitting right here. They don't speak much. He doesn't like to talk much, but they are the largest importer. So Indranil, are you threatened we are setting up in Bhiwadi, or you see it as an opportunity that we'll produce here and take it to IFF all over the world, or you see that we will import soybean with the high quality human grade IP soybean from US and other places and process it here, and instead of importing edible oil, we will import the beans so that we can also process it here and keep the oil and take the protein not only for here but also take it to the rest of the world. Would IFF not like to invest in a place like this?
I think you asked too many things at a time. So let me start by saying that, we started this business many years back, 1995, I still remember when I joined, and 30 years almost. And it's not easy to sell protein. Although protein is needed in the body, everybody knows the importance of protein, but when you try to sell protein, many factors come in. It doesn't taste that great, it adds cost, there is, some soya beany taste and flavor like that. Now, we have an expertise in processing soya, so we make the soya modified into different ways so that it can go into beverages, it can go into meats where it's high gelling and things like that, which we do for last 60 years. Now, having said that, whatever you said, and I cannot say on behalf of company, but as a person, I can say that's a great idea, all of it. The reason being that if you have a cluster, any small startup can go there, make their product once a week, twice a week, depending on their ability to sell and expand. And now you said the corridor, which is there, so they can take it to any place. So great idea. The only thing is the execution, and when we are able to do it, things like that. So having said that, I think if we make it in India, nothing can be better for the people here, because affordability and all are a factor. And perhaps where the protein is needed, we do not go there. Who are deficient and cannot consume or buy more protein, they buy more carbohydrate-based food. Now, that's a challenge to get it affordable. And you know that we have duties and import duties, and some of the meat analogs product which are generally uses concentrate or textured, they are very high in duties. So it's really difficult to penetrate. We do a lot of work, but then it's not that easy. Now, having said that, I think all of the ideas which you said will be very good, and I can tell you that more and more people coming into this business will expand this in very big way. If you look globally, I mean, it started with two American companies, the Beyond Meat and the other one. They created the business. Nobody thought that it has any business, any place in this world, plant-based meat analog or something like that. But they were so successful. Then there are plenty of companies who came in. Then the meat companies came in with another line, which were producing plant-based or still produces, which include Tyson and everybody. So I think that's the evolution. We have started this. You have started this. You are pushing it. And I think we are not very far off. It's only a matter of time. And I think you hit the right thing by saying that the food needs to be safe. Everybody is producing. Smaller companies or startups perhaps cannot appoint a microbiologist or a lab where they test their products. If that cluster has the lab support or the food safety support, you talked about the transportation and all, I think it will make a great success. This is my thought.
Thank you, Indranil. So, we pulled in Indranil from the audience. He was not listed on the on the panel earlier because he is the most experienced man on this subject. And when we talk about making a cluster, somebody has already tried it. Somebody has already started it. Somebody has already started the extrusion part of it, the farm products part of it, the high moisture meat analog part of it. And do you know, that person is a young person, is a woman, and also on our panel. So that is Akanksha Ghai from PBFIA Foods. Akanksha, we are really proud of you. So are you smiling, or you are feeling the pain of that the money is not coming back?
To be very honest, I'm smiling because you said a young entrepreneur and a woman entrepreneur. Generally, with all due respect, when it is an entrepreneur, why a woman has been highlighted like a woman entrepreneur, why it can't be an entrepreneur, why it is highlighted a young entrepreneur, why it can't be just an entrepreneur. So when we add these two adjectives around when an entrepreneur, so it just gets more highlighted. I think it should be just a plain word, entrepreneur. It can be of any age, any gender. So that made me a little smile. But coming to the prospect of plant proteins and the cluster we're talking about. Yes, if I talk about my company, PBFIA Foods, we've been the torchbearers of plant protein when it comes to manufacturing it in multiple forms. Be it high moisture extrusion with a company like Beulah, or be it getting into the farm products and scouting a market of the similar likes in the overseas market. So, and being the torchbearer, it's a fancy word, to be very honest, but it has its own pains around it because the path is not carved for you. You have to find your own path. You being the torchbearer, the light would shine upon people who's going to be following you because you're guiding the path. But for yourself, it's all dark. You have to find your own path going forward. And to be honest and sincerely, what I felt was, and I truly believe that India has a lot of potential to be the protein capital of the world. We've got so many indigenous proteins which are still untapped and unexplored. As a manufacturer, PBFIA Foods, it's plight, but we're still importing a lot of raw material, which is isolates, from overseas market, and then processing it further on. Whereas in all heart, being an Indian and believing in sustainability, we would like to use indigenous RMs like isolates or concentrates. But you rightly said there aren't any of that which matches the caliber or the quality where the products can be formed across and then be exported around. There are multiple factors which a company like ours who are into exports overseas while adding any particular raw materials which are going to be the base of the products is the product has to be consistent, the supply of the product has to be consistent, there has to be traceability of those ingredients which are going into formulation of the products. It has to be QA tested, all those things before we can use them for an export-oriented client. So all those factors, I know, is just, I'm really happy and appreciative of the fact that a foot on the ground has been, at least be walking. The first step has been thought through. It's a long journey, but it starts with a single step, the first step you take. But then in order to work these across, I think we should at least have a particular indication that what we're looking at, what should be the end goal around it. It can be achieved in a couple of years or a decade, but this is something which as a country which we need good protein sources which can be used to process different end products. It can be frozen, non-frozen, anything which can be exported all across the world, just to support the vision of our Prime Minister where India makes food for the world.
Thank you. Thank you, Akanksha. So you got the technology from Buller, and Buller is right here, right?
So Milan, how do you feel such a giant organization selling to a startup? And giant organization makes the money. Do you feel responsible that now the startup should also make the money?
Absolutely, yes. Why not?
So what's the role of buller in a situation like this, where with the one has made the money, the other should also make the money?
Definitely, I will answer your question very rightly because I have a couple of points which is listed. Basically, this journey will not started from the buller only. It is the collaborative journey for all of us. Like whoever the seated in this panel, all people are responsible. How? First one is the raw material, because as Akanksha has mentioned that many of the raw material we are importing, right? We are number one in pulses, we are number one in so and so and so and so. But as of now, we don't have a proper raw material which can make the good product. So first we have to work out that. Second, the value chain. In value chain, like buller is coming there. Now, as a buller, what we did, buller today we have a 30th birthday of the buller India, which is the 30th day today.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so thank you. So as a 30-year journey, buller has, we have more than 6,000 products in our basket. Apart from 6,000, we are manufacturing more than 2,000 products in India only. So many products are manufactured in India as a Make in India initiative. And many more products are into pipeline because of the China Plus One policy. So that is there. Very soon we will produce the extruder in Buller, Bangalore. So that is the from our side. Now the another part of this journey, which is the marketing or this product identification, or what are these, whatever the identification available into the markets, which is sometimes we feel that very broadly it's available. Okay, so as a customer point of view, they are seeing the very high price, something like that. So we have to work out on the each and individual points. We have to educate to the customer what is the difference between normal product and what is the high protein product or what is the plant-based product. So that is our collaborative responsibility. This is not only the buller, this is not only the Sanjay Shetty's responsibility. So we have to go to the customer, we have to identify the right population, right age, right people, and we have to educate them what is the protein and how it is important for its life. So my perspective is something like broader. We all have to take initiative. We all have to educate it to the people what is the protein and what is the importance of that right product.
Okay, so thank you so much. You really made a very good point there, that for BVeg to succeed, the raw material has to be there. But the raw material is here, right?
Yeah, so I will come to,
$75 million. Exactly. Raw material is here.
I mean, what Akanksha said, and you are talking to many people here, export. It's not very easy to export from India. I mean, Akanksha sends us 10 pages of document which the customer has asked. Traceability, this, that, and we proudly say only we can give that. We hardly, so you need to tell the Indian companies who are investing that look at those, the backward integration and the field from they buy the soybean. India has small acreages and each farmer has a, so how will you, to take it together, put it as one batch or something like that. Akanksha gives us big documents, and and we feel very proud that only we can do that. That's why we are in the business.
You are helping us to take the product forward. Yes. You are helping us to get the product accepted by the consumer. Yes. Now the 2.0 of that is that we have now a very gutsy company come forward, but the engine has come, the bogie is not there. So now they need the supply line. So the supply line, organizations like Nutricircle, CS Yadav is there, are building up. They are focusing on taking the healthy products to the rest of the world. So that means, in a way, this panel completes virtually the entire picture of what this industry should do, because we have a supplier, we have a equipment provider, we have the local customer, we have the international trader, and we have the government sitting right here to provide the policy support. So, Jadhav, is it working?
Yes, it's working. So, as you rightly said, the entire value chain has to be developed, and I think the entire panel, including the government, the technical, the sources of raw material, everybody is around here. And I think, Sanjay, you've been pushing, this particular project a couple of years, and we've been interacting with Jeet. The journey last 2 years have been wonderful for us. We were able to crack that protein isolate, especially from millets, to up to almost 38-40%. And also in pulses. So I think now we are product ready. And the second stage you talked about is affordability, taste, sensory and things like that. We've gone to the second stage where we applied this particular, our protein powders into about 18-20 applications. So we are slowly progressing towards that. I think time has now come, to rightly said for one of the panels that startup has to be encouraged in this particular platform. I think Bhiwadi, what you talked about, is got the entire kind of an ecosystem. You have an urban market north, as you rightly said, there is definitely an opportunity. The entire corridor is there, from the logistics point of view, and more especially from the, from the procurement side of it. I think 30,000 metric tons of pulses and what is required, millets and things like that are required. I think the value chain is getting completed. It's a matter of time where, as an entrepreneurs like us, would see that we go to that particular stage, so that from a startup we'll slowly get into a large scale production, so that as an industry we thrive, and then create that value for everybody, not only to India but across the globe. I think we are the right time to make this as an ingredient hub, because we have all the right resources, we have all the right know-how. I think now it is only execution, and I think there we are. Probably I think next couple of years we should be, as rightly said, ma'am has said that the hall should be full, with plant protein enthusiastic, and they should start consuming it.
Yes.
Sanjay,
so thank you very much.
Sanjay, one small addition which I had,
Yes.
just to summarize. I mean, one is the availability of the raw material, which is primarily from MP and Rajasthan, whether it is soybean or pulses or whatever. So that's one factor. The second is freight corridor, which you already highlighted. And the third is the largest consuming population, the vegetarian population, right from UP to Rajasthan, and the entire majority of the India, which is upwards of Maharashtra.
So the consuming part is something which really sticks to my mind. And we have a great man here, Sanjeev Asthana, sitting, and he is starting the next panel on the customer experience, and all the great people on that part are going to walk in for the next session here. So before that, before we break for lunch, I would suggest that kindly also collect your trophy, the felicitation that we have organized for you, and while we do that, I must first say thank you, panel. It was a wonderful time. So thank you very much. We can have a photo op, please. Thank you. So requesting the team to collect the trophy and the felicitation for the members, and we can start. And I would like to know from my team who would like to do the honors.
Hi, I'm right here.
Okay,
I think
great.
it's been quite long.
Wonderful,
so
wonderful, wonderful.
You must be wondering, where was I gone? I was right here the whole time. Well, firstly, I would like to call Ms. Das on stage to felicitate our board members, advisory board members, and founders, the founding members. So I would like to first call. Can I actually give this mic to you, please? Thank you. So calling Ms. Akanksha Ghai, co-founder of BVeg, a founding member. Mr. C.S. Jadhav, CEO of Nutricircle, Advisory Board Member.
Let's put our hands together, everyone.
Ms. Garima Jain, Deputy CEO and Head of Grains, Louis Dreyfus Company, India, Advisory Board Member. Mr. Milan Darji, Senior Technologist, Buhler Group, Advisory Board Member. Mr. V.K. Vidyarthi, General Manager, APEDA, Advisory Board Member. Oh, sorry, Founding Board Member. Mr. V.K. Vidyarthi also happens to be our guest of honor, so could we please give him a round of applause? And Mr. Rajiv Yadav, who is the founding member, so please also receive the recognition. Have we left anyone behind? PBFI members? Could you please give me the name? Because what's your... Mr. Milan Darji? Oh, we called him. Okay. Mr. Milan Darji, Senior Technologist, Buhler Group, Advisory Board Member. All right, let's find out whose name we didn't call, who's missing. Oh, the name's not here. What's his name? I found the answer. I cracked the code. Mr. Indraneel Chatterjee. Yeah, that's it. As I was listening to all of you speak, these are the thoughts that came to my mind. You know, there are so many permutations and combinations to do business, especially in an industry, especially when we are in a vegan industry or plant-based alternatives. First of all, I don't even like the word alternative. I think so let's give a round of applause to all of us.
Can you call them?
Yes. Just thought I'd give a little, you know. So now, if I could request you all to please continue being seated. We're starting off with our next panel, which is called Enhancing Customer Experience through B2B, B2C, D2C, and Modern Retail. Yes. Okay, sure, no problem. Okay. Guess what? I've been informed that there's a change in a plan, so we're going to be doing the felicitation ceremony confirmation. May I please call on stage Mr. Priyanshu Datta, Head of Public Affairs and Communications for Novonestis in India, please, to come on stage. Can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, hi. Could I please grab your attention? Why don't you do this? I don't think I want to do this. Or ask the MC to do this. Call her. She should do this. This is... Call her. We need your help.
Are we the only ones?
Sorry?
Are we the only ones?
No, we're giving the... Yes, what are we doing now?
Can you announce these names? One, you can announce again. 1, 4, 6, and 7.
Are these panelists?
No, we are felicitating.
Who is doing whom? Who's doing whom?
Just
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have attention, everybody, may I please request everyone to grab a seat. So we are doing a felicitation ceremony, and for that we need your attention over the stage. And may I please request everyone kindly to be seated. We are doing a felicitation ceremony. And I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Priyanshu Datta, Head of Public Affairs and Communication for Novonestis in India. Sir is already here. I would request Mr. Prashant Jain to please join us on the stage. And to felicitate, may I please request Mr. Sanjay Sethi sir to join us over the stage and felicitate our distinguished guests who have joined us. I would also request Mr. Vikas Patil, founder, Hellow International, sir, to please join us on the stage. Requesting Mr. Sanjay Sethi sir to please join us on the stage and felicitate our distinguished guest. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody, may I please request, hi sir over here. May I please request sir to please take a seat. We will bring your attention back on the stage. Hi sir, right here to the group. I would also love to know what we are discussing. But now we bring our attention here at the center of the stage. We are felicitating Mr. Priyanshu Datta. Requesting Mr. Vikas Patil, founder, Hellow International, sir, to please join us on the stage. Requesting Mr. Tejendra Nehata, Pall Corporation, who just delivered a great presentation, to please join us on the stage. And now requesting Mr. Viransh Mehta, Plantaway, Mr. Viransh, to please grace the stage. I would request you, sir, to please join us. And we take part in the felicitation ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. We need your attention here. Why don't we join our hands and take part in the felicitation, everybody? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we would request your attention to please be put towards stage as we are conducting the felicitation ceremony. All arise, all attention right here on the stage. And it'll be great if you'll join us by putting our hands together, giving us a great round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is it all done?
I would request Mr. Varun Gadodia from C-Spy to please join us on the stage. So right after this, we move toward a very insightful panel discussion again that is lined up. So please be seated. Those who are in the pre-function area, I would request you all to please come inside and take your seat as we move quickly to the next session that is again going to be very, very knowledgeable, very insightful and knowledgeable conversation that we all are eyeing towards. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Vikas Patil, founder, Mertillo International. I would request you, sir, to please join us on the stage. And may I please request everyone to join us by giving a great round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with this, we have concluded the felicitation. And I would request once again to all our dignitaries, to all our distinguished guests to please join us back. Not to forget, I just missed one name, Mr. Vinay Upadhyay, Plumbing Grade Products and Services Private Limited. May I please request Mr. Vinay to join us on the stage and take part in the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are felicitating Mr. Vinay. He has not joined us yet. Thank you so much. So we have concluded the felicitation. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Sethi, sir. Thank you for coming on the stage and felicitating our distinguished guest. Thank you so much. And now we move ahead, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving ahead, enhancing customer experience through B2B, B2C, D2C, HoReCa, modern retail, and it is going to be a very, very empowered panel discussion. And for that, not to miss out, once again, I would like to call all our guests who are around the pre-function area to please come inside and take a seat. And now, I would like to invite our moderator for the session, Mr. Sanjeev Asthana, CEO, Patanjali Food. May I please request Mr. Sanjeev Asthana, our moderator for the next session, to join us on the stage. And now requesting our panelist, Mr. Aditya Bagri, Director, Bagris, to join us on the dais. Requesting Mr. Amarjeet Singh Ahuja, President, Purchasing Professionals Forum India, to please grace the stage and join us on the dais. Requesting Mr. Ashu Paki, Vice President and Business Head, Frozen and Fresh Food ITC. Mr. Dhiren Kanwar, Founder, Zad Venture and CEO, Kiva Flavors. Mr. Keyur Bhatia, President, Food Service Distributor Association. Mr. Siddharth Ramasubramaniam, Founder, Hellow, Tempayy. Sir, to please grace the stage. Once again, I request all our panelists, all our moderator to please join us on the stage.
Nobody's here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are halting here for a quick lunch break. Right after the lunch break, we'll be joining back and a very powerful panel discussion that is waiting for us right after the lunch break. So we are halting here for a quick small lunch break with a promise to joining us back in next 15 minutes. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are halting here for a small quick lunch break with a promise to join us back in next 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
लगाओ भैया अरेंज कर देना
Fake.
एक और
Is Gauri here? Gauri? Gauri, can you please come? Give me Gauri's trophy. Gauri, आप please उठा दो.
ले लो ये आना चाहिए ये पीछे से ले लो ये पूरा आगे वाला ब्लॉक ठीक है
ultra beats on the track.
Check, 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 mic check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Hello, check, check, mic 1, 2, 3, 4. Podium mic check. Check, check, check. Check 1, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to kindly come inside, have your seat. We're going to start now the post-lunch session. And we are looking forward to a very insightful panel discussion on enhancing customer experience through B2B, B2C, D2C, HoReCa, modern retail. And we are looking forward to learn a lot of new things from the panel discussion that is coming ahead, because our panelists, they're going to share their views, their thoughts, a very, very knowledgeable conversation overall. So I would request all our guests, those who are in the pre-function area, to please come inside, take your seats. Let's get started. Sanjeevasthana, our moderator for the session. Requesting Mr. Amarjeet Singh Ahuja, President, Purchasing Professionals Forum India, to please grace the stage and join us on the dais. And joining Mr. Ashu Paki, Vice President and Business Head, Frozen and Fresh Foods, ITC. Requesting Mr. Dhiren Kanwar, Founder, Zad Venture and CEO, Kiva Flavors. Mr. Keyur Bhatia, President, Food Service Distribution Association. Mr. Siddharth, Founder, Hellow Tempayy. Mr. Saurabh Gupta, Managing Director, Thampur Green. And Mr. Ashwin C. Selvaraj, Deputy Director, Market Transformation, Roundtable Sustainable Palm Oil. Let's welcome our panelists by joining our hands together. And we're still waiting for a few of our panelists to join us now. And I would once again request everyone, those in the pre-function area, to please come inside and have a seat. So once again, I call out the name of our panelists, Mr. Aditya Bagri, Director Bagris. Mr. Amarjeet Singh Ahuja, President, Purchasing Professionals Forum India. Mr. Ashu Paki, Vice President and Business Head, Frozen and Fresh Food, ITC. Mr. Dhiren Kanwar, Mr. Keyur Bhatia, Mr. Siddharth, Mr. Saurabh Gupta.
Hi, Shubhangi. I mean, could you tell me who is not Hello.
We're still waiting for a few of our panelists. Meanwhile, I would request all our guests to please come inside, kindly have a seat.
you tell me what is the update?
We are calling these people and Shubhangi is calling the panelist also. So, okay. You can just candidly say something.
Because it is very topic driven. This is something serious. I cannot, I mean, what would I say?
That with the audience that you can do.
How many audience do we have?
That is what we are calling people also because everyone is busy with the tasters. So we have just
You cannot engage in, it would look very, then it would divert from the topic.
So that is why we have hired the tasters. So that
That's
this
a good
can
way.
go, this can
That
go
is a
smoothly.
good way, of course.
Just wait for a few minutes and we'll start again.
But panelists should come. They should come.
Actually, it started a bit late, no? Then we maybe the pitches will be small. The discussion will be small.
Start कर दो session.
Start कर दो.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion and the topic here is enhancing customer experience through B2B, B2C, D2C, Horeca, modern retail. And we have our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Asthana, who's the CEO at Patanjali Food. So I would request you to please begin the panel discussion. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Asthana. So now may I please request Mr. Thana, sir, to start the panel discussion. So now we are starting the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, all your attention right here. Over to Asthana, sir.
So good afternoon, and so I would say it's both good and bad that we are lesser number of panelists. So good part is that the panelists get to speak a lot more and share their thoughts. The bad part is that some good people who we had on the panel, we have missed listening to them. But broadly, couple of sort of context points, and then I'd like this panel to be sort of more discussion oriented than long speeches. So I'd really request, which I'd sent everyone a small text, before the program, that we'll make it a lot more Q&A based. We'll make it interesting. We should be able to talk a lot and be able to share our thoughts around, the whole sort of consumer space as it is evolving. So, whether in terms of the channels of, the sales as India is sort of experiencing right now, whether it's the evolution of the modern trade, the electronic commerce, which is taking over every day virtually, we're getting some platform or the other, which is building up, and of course the large players are there, and I don't have to name them. Or companies working, in terms of building up direct-to-consumer sort of platforms. And I've got, from ITC that, what they're doing in terms of building up their own website, in terms of trying to reach out to the consumers. If they allow me to speak, I'll talk about a bit of our own experience in Patanjali, what we're doing. And so it's a omni-channel. There's a whole lot of ways in which sort of consumers are being accessed by companies in different ways. At the same time, the plant-based, protein-based industry as it is evolving, it's got, if I were to look at on a spectrum of how the sort of companies are stacked up, we've got a very mass of startups which are out there, excited with great products, with using sort of emerging trends around how they promote their products. At the same time, not such deep pockets. The capacity to reach the consumers, the legacy is not there, which companies like, ITC or Britannia or Livers or otherwise have got just enormous sort of reservoir of, both the experience and the years and years of management bandwidth what they have and the deep understanding of the consumer markets. So they're stacked up against that. Companies like what we keep hearing is, whether the efforts being made by Marico or, the work being done by Daburs of the world or even the multinationals like, Dreyfuses of the world or Cargill, etc., whatever they're doing. So there's an enormous sort of strength what they have. And the challenge being at the third sort of vector of this entire continuum in terms of how the consumer is getting reached in a sensible, structured, balanced way to talk about all the goodness of what the plant-based proteins carry. So it doesn't remain just a fad, but genuinely it's a product which is both affordable, which is, which is something which is being conveyed to consumers. They're able to respond effectively to that. And how this entire sort of piece of communication, of distribution, reaching out to consumers, the opportunity which is there in terms of the multiple platforms which are available, the challenges which the companies are sort of witnessing right now, and alongside that, in terms of new product development, as the tastes are evolving, so the country itself is going through a churn in terms of what the changes are happening. And in a very large, one of the most exciting markets, in the world, I would say that India is placed right up there. So that is the sort of theme of our discussion today. And I have a very talented three panelists with great experience. So maybe I'll start with Ashu on ITC side. And Ashu, maybe just sort of the context sort of that I put in, maybe just a minute, 2 minutes about your own experience. How do you see sort of emerging trends? And then we will jump on to, the specific discussions and questions around that. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Sanjeev. I think thanks for having me here. I think it's an interesting space that we are in when we look at servicing both the retail and food service customers. That's part of the business that we do at ITC. Specifically to what I do, I handle frozen and ambient businesses which cater to both retail under the brand name of ITC MasterChef, and I have a range of products that cater to the HoReCa segments. And in both in terms of the opportunity and challenge and unlock, there's a lot that's happening out there. I think the space is evolving and changing rapidly. We are seeing it literally every day. I think the opportunity is very large in terms of the whole space that for both these products. The idea is how quickly can you reach out to those customers in the most cost-effective, consistent manner in terms of quality and offer products that are convenient and add value to the intermediary that you're servicing, whether it's in the food service side or if it is to the end consumer, from a pure convenience and staying away from preservatives and stuff like that. So it's very large, I think, and I'd love to talk more about it, especially because we've just evolved into this space as ITC. It's been about 5 years since this business started. And when you look at the landscape across, I think extremely exciting and specific to plant protein, as I love to say this to my colleagues and people, that plant protein, or as I would call it, plant sources. It doesn't necessarily have to be just extracts of protein, but anything that's a plant source, whether it is lentils or whether it is in that space, products that you can offer which are exciting from a taste standpoint, because when you look at a vegetarian choice today, which is only, let's say, dairy, paneer, or potato, if you can move beyond that and offer a range that is beyond that, which is as tasty, I think there's a very large space waiting to be tapped. And it just doesn't have to be only plant protein, but it can be what I would call as plant sources, so protein plus.
Sure. Saurabh, I mean, Dhampur Green, we're just sort of briefly chatting. So pretty much just as an opening remark of, and Ashu, I'm going to come to you after that. So your opening thoughts on, the emerging trends as you see. Where is sort of Dhampur Greens, how's it positioning itself? And both as a marketing organization, and then we'll come to any thoughts you have on, plant-based proteins, and is there any work at all you're doing?
Yeah, thank you, Sanjeev. Really a pleasure and honor to be here with you on this dais. You are almost like Bible on marketing and Bible on Indian consumer. So I dare not speak much. But what I would say, there are a few things which are making things very exciting and very, very interesting for everybody in this field. One side is there is a government push to increase the farmer income. Now in India, typically farmers are a very small farmers. They are like very small holdings of land, and they can grow a lot of different kind of product, but very small quantities. So you can't aggregate large quantities. That's one side of challenge or opportunity, call it. Second side is consumer who's looking for very, very nutrition-driven products, even the niche in India with 140 crore people, a niche product or a niche something can be very large by any standard of international scale. So we have now these two dots if we are able to connect. So not only protein, I would say that there is a whole range of, whether it's hydroponics, whether it's microgreen, whether it's the trend of salad, like a lot of people are, so what I'm trying to say is something in between vegan and non-vegetarian. There is a lot of nutritional options which can be created and addressed to the consumer. Now one very interesting thing which you started with, that there are so many platforms now, so the marketing has become quite democratic. So, it's not, you need not be ITC or Dabur or Patanjali to reach to the consumer now, because thanks to the electronic means and B2C, those delivery companies, logistics companies. So with a small holding, farmer can grow something very interesting plant-based and can reach to a consumer who's sitting maybe 2,000 kilometers away and looking for that thing. So this is the environment we are in, and with this increase in GDP growth, sky is the limit, I would say. This is the right time, right place, right everything.
Thanks, Saurabh. Yeah. Saurabh, thanks. I think they're great remarks, but I'm going to come back to Ashwin, to you. You represent a very different segment, which perhaps in a lot of senses, which has nothing to do with this panel, but since you are with us, so let's talk about your perspective on the RSPO side. So, there are two trends which are sort of emerging on the RSPO. One is that RSPO certification becoming a differentiator, with the companies wanting to go for that, and that becoming a differentiator on a B2B side of it, as to, is it a force multiplier in terms of the way it is being sustainably sourced, palm oil, which is getting used in the end products. And at the second end of the spectrum, the kind of companies that you all are reaching out to, who are members of RSPO, who have pushed this movement towards sustainable sort of palm oil, like Livers and Nestle's and Danons of the world, some of the largest players in the world. What trend are you seeing in that side? So it's plant-based protein being pretty much around sustainable ways of sort of consuming protein, not just animal protein, but looking in different ways. But how do you see in that segment of how these large companies are responding, especially linked to the consumption side of the story?
Sure. Thanks a lot, Asthanaji, and it's an honor to be again with you in this panel, and I've had the opportunity, privilege to be with Asthanaji on a few panels earlier as well. So also thanks to other panelists. So, and also I'd like to acknowledge the Plant-Based Food Industry Association for also giving us this opportunity. Asthanaji, before I answer your question, maybe just for the audience sake, a little bit about who we are, because ITC and the other brands, Patanjali, I think people will recognize. RSPO, probably people may not know.
But very short.
Very shortly, yes. So RSPO is a global membership or partnership that was established 20 years ago. And we focus specifically on the palm oil production and consumption of palm oil, and we try to work with the industry, not-profit organizations, financial institutions to ensure that it is cultivated in a responsible manner. Because a lot of you may have come across a lot of issues that are associated with palm oil in terms of deforestation, habitat loss, of biodiversity loss, human rights abuses, and all of that. So we are an organization that's working with the industry to mitigate a lot of those issues globally. And I think around 20% of the global production of palm oil is currently certified according to our standards. India is one of the largest markets, largest importer of palm oil, and we import a lot of palm oil for our edible oil food security needs. So the question of sustainability is different when you think about the Western markets as well as the Indian markets. Now coming to your question, Asthanaji, I think my interest also in the plant-based, in participating and being part of this event is because this particular industry, the plant-based food industry, I think there is a lot of, how do you say, the drive, one of the main drivers is consumer awareness about the issues associated or the ethical issues in the dairy sector, let's say in the animal and the dairy sector and the other sectors. So that gives us an opportunity and in terms of substituting that with palm or soy and other plant-based foods. And a lot of things will contain palm. So we see this as an opportunity for the sustainable palm oil movement, because if you think about the market in India, the palm oil is largely used in your edible oils. So there is very little margins, and the companies struggle in terms of adopting to sustainability, sourcing sustainable palm oil. So we see the plant-based food industry as an opportunity and a lever for us to change. And because there is the link directly with the consumers. Because the industry is thriving also because of consumer demand in ethical foods. So, and what we also know is that the emissions, as somebody mentioned earlier in the day, the emissions in the plant-based food is much, much lower than the emissions from the from the animal sources. So when you're sourcing a plant-based food, our objective is also to make sure that you're sourcing sustainably. Now the big brands, Unilevers and Danones and the others that you're mentioning, there is a trend that we see, which is a disturbing trend, I must say, in the Western markets, where there is a trend to move away from palm oil, right? So they move away from palm oil, move away from soy because of a lot of issues associated with deforestation, human rights, and all of that. And you see a lot of products being placed in the market, which is palm oil free, soy free, all of these kind of things. So that is a trend that we are seeing in the Western markets, which hopefully will not trickle down into India. And the solution to that is to ensure that whatever plant-based products that we are sourcing is being sourced responsibly, is being sourced sustainably. A sustainable palm could be a solution. So in India, we see this as actually an opportunity, and we are engaging with a lot of the brands, including some of the brands that are in the stage, because they have the direct link with the consumers, and we have a better customer segment that we can communicate the story to. So,
Ashwin, thanks. I know it's a tough one to kind of inject yourself in this panel to say what the marketing strategies ought to be, but my question, Ashu, is, so as I mentioned, my sense is about 90% of the businesses today in plant-based are all startups with maybe both. I mean, I don't want to talk about resources, but perhaps lack of experience, perhaps lack of perspectives. What would your advice, sitting at the vantage point of ITC that you sit at, with all the resources in the world available to you, what is your advice to the plant-based protein manufacturers, creators? There are a lot of young entrepreneurs here. How do you access the market in a sensible way, in a viable way, without burning too much of your cash that you have, and genuinely build up a good, solid marketplace?
I wish I knew the answer to that, to be honest. But look, I think first from a HoReCa standpoint, I think the And I'm talking Horeca, I mean hotels, restaurants, cafes, businesses out there. It's a very exciting time because you can literally set up your cafe or business today in a most cost-effective manner with limited skills. You need the skill of a chef. I know my good friend is here, Manish. You need a very good chef to run your business. But today, in that space, with the way the landscape is evolving in terms of convenience taking over, and in terms of the food available that you can now offer, from gravies to your products which are, if you are setting up a QSR, for example, you can do it at scratch, right? And I'm talking from a business man's perspective, that you don't need to really think too hard. You can get your products either frozen or ambient, and within minutes you can serve it, and you can pick your choices in the type of proteins you want. You can pick the choices in type of ingredients you want, and in the type of formulations you want. Do you want it preservative-free, or do you want it with preservatives? So if you are a plant, if you are one of those who are in this space on plant protein, and that's one of the spaces that you're working with, I think Horeca is a very exciting space that you can target because there are various choices that somebody in Horeca is looking at. With the same product, can I do multiple variations? Right? Today in the portfolio that we take to the market in Horeca, the same product has versatility in terms of where it gets used. Either you're using it in a QSR, in a fast food format, it's going into a gravy or a curry, or is it going into a topping? Can that product of yours that you're creating for the Horeca space be versatile enough to be used in that format? And maybe not get too stuck up on texture, because I think one of the spaces plant protein is getting possibly started off a couple of years ago because it was to mimic a meat, it was to be a mock meat. That's not the space you should be in at all, because in India, it's a very different landscape, a very different requirement. No one is looking at mock meat per se. You're looking at good quality protein that you can offer. And if it's a vegetarian source, even better. And if it can be at a price point which is what it should be at, you have a space, I think, to start with in Horeca before you get into retail.
So I'll just ask a quick follow-through question, because there's a huge issue, even in the US as well. So a lot of big ticket sort of players who sort of raised massive billions of dollars of funds, the struggle they've had is that how they match the prices to the meat. Right. And twin challenges. One, the price is higher and it doesn't taste like meat. That's right. And I've tried it myself, so there's a huge difference. So I think to the point of you saying that how you're messaging to the consumers, that if you try to ape meat, it's better than the meat, and if that's the positioning, perhaps there's a challenge in that. How do you tell that's a good product, healthier, good, affordable way it is going? I think that could be one. But linked to that, how do you reach Horeca in a very sensible way, in a more cost-effective way for a young company?
Yeah, again, that's not an easy solve, because Horeca in India is, it's fairly democratized. I mean, we are talking of some 40, 50,000 outlets that serve different cuisines, whether it is Chinese, the QSR business, which is more Western burger patty kind of outlets. They are spread across. Second is that they buy in small lots. The problem is that they don't have adequate space. So we have a frozen range and an ambient range. So my frozen range, the drop sizes are very small, which means you need a distributor-led model. You can't operate without a distributor-led model. That's the reality on Horeca. So the ability to serve small drop sizes, serve on time, because they need it, because it's on the menu, and be ensure 100% availability is mandatory. Now you could do it through the traditional way that we still have to do in India, because that's the distributor-led model. You could also find other models which are, now that you have web-based marketing a lot and people are in that space, you also have aggregators today in the market who are aggregating where restaurants go to as an aggregator, and you place your orders, and you can work with aggregators. Of course, then margins become a challenge because you're going to be dealing with one large space. Key is to have a product which is, which is solving, the fact that it's convenient, it's giving you an alternate which is versatile, and it's at a cost-effective manner. You have a lot of customers coming to you then, and then you can find ways to service it to them. So I think that differentiation is key, if you can correct.
Okay. Saurabh, to you. Dhampur Green, you're a very large company, again, very resourceful as well. In terms of new channels of distribution, how are you going about building that up? I mean, you know, in some ways, Dhampur Green is a startup within a large ecosystem. How are you going about building it up in a, you know, and I use the term viable, because the distribution can be incredibly expensive. How would you be able to develop and build that up, which can, you know, and what your advice to the young entrepreneurs would be?
Sorry to interrupt. So we have our panelist, Mr. Aditya Bagri, who has joined us. Let's welcome him by joining our hands, and let's continue the panel discussion.
Yeah, Saurabh.
Yeah, thanks for asking, I think, a very, very interesting question. So I had, you know, after my studies, when I started, I was quite bored with sugar. You know, I found it that whatsoever hard you may work, or whatsoever this thing, one is that slowly consumer were getting, were associating white sugar or whatever white thing was. So maybe, I don't know, white skin or what, they started hating it. So that was one. The second thing was that somehow I felt in everything we do in India, in food side, there were too many intermediaries. Now this intermediary, you know, the cost, the spoilage, the wastage, you know, the price escalation, all those things are one side. But there's another side, very, very big another side, which is, you know, adulteration. Now this chain of layers of people, which is a very primitive at some stage, like Mandi and all you call very primitive. So we thought of breaking it. Now breaking it, one way is to go through distributor, typical channels like how HCL has, you know, sorry, HLL is known as the godfather of distribution in India. So either we look at HLL model or we look at Amul model, like a cooperative model or something like that. So slowly we tried everything, and with the cost and the consumer benefit and the faster feedback loop perspective, we realized that we have to depend more and more on technology. So we incorporated technology, the feedback loop became shorter, the product innovation can happen faster, you can reach to the very wide range of consumers with very low delivery cost. Peer-to-peer delivery costs. So that way consumer can try out some small niche products in a small quantity. Anything which used to become a bigger product, bigger quantity, we brought it to the main distribution channel with a slightly cheaper packaging, cheaper you know, option of delivery, cheaper cost. So I think there is a very interesting time where you can start with technology platform as the base, and as you gain momentum or some of the products which become voluminous, you can come to the mainstream market like typically how it is done in the HLLs of the world.
No, I think that's pretty much similar observation as well, that any new products that you're launching, I think both the e-com and the D2C are really great sort of testing grounds to see that, you know, how it evolves. And I think at a low cost basis, you are able to quickly test out the response to the product. You're able to sort of, you know, get a sense of what the consumer response is and are able to take it forward. Aditya, sorry, the name. So Aditya, tell me about, you know, Bagri. So we kind of had 2 rounds of questions just now. How are you seeing this evolution of different channels evolving? You know, you've got great brand in sort of breakfast cereals, you know, the whole bunch of stuff that you guys do through different platforms. How are you evolving? And one of the things I'd like you to cover as well, for startup companies who don't have the resources of Bagri's perhaps, or who don't have the legacy of Bagri's, how would you advise them to, what's the best way for them to go about building a new product, a category altogether, which is plant-based proteins, as well as channels through which they could access it in a sensible and viable way? What would your advice be?
Great. So I think, Mr. Asthana, that's a very comprehensive question, and I'll try and answer it.
But don't take too long, 2-3 minutes.
I'll try and answer it as quickly and sincerely as I can. So, you know, for Bagri's as a brand which has been there for a long time, I think we've had the advantage as well as the legacy of having a business that started out with one channel, which was traditional retail, and subsequently, as other channels opened up, whether it was e-commerce, D2C, you know, modern retail, we entered those channels pretty much at an inception stage. But the key thing that we learned also was, you know, being core to our product, because when we put a product out in traditional retail, back in the 90s, we didn't have a lot of money to put behind marketing. So literally the growth happened because consumers liked the product, they referred it to other people, and we grew pretty much from region to region, state to state, organically, by word of mouth, which is still, I would believe, one of the strongest ways to promote a brand. So I think, again, coming back to the advice to the startups, I'd say most startups that I've encountered have been phenomenal with communication or marketing effort, but being core to product, I think, is very important. So if you make plant protein, make sure you're the best at it, because eventually that's what's going to stick with the customer. Everything else that you communicate is eventually going to fade away. So I think that would be one piece. The other thing that I find very fascinating is that today you have a truly omni-channel environment. So one can test things out, like Saurabh mentioned, in specific channels. To give an example, we launched plant-based beverages, end of last year, and we actually launched it only online, and in online only on 3 channels. So today we have the option to slice and dice our entire distribution ecosystem to understand that there's a premium customer out there who would want X. Then we sell breakfast cereals at a price point of 10 rupees, which will probably never see the light of its day in a modern retail or an online store, immediately. But it'll probably go to those mom and pop stores which have never carried breakfast cereal before. So the omni-channel ecosystem in India has now become very diverse, and as a brand, our objective is that we should be there wherever our customers need to experience us. In most cases, it could be traditional retail, it could be the army stores, it could be at a QSR, but it could also be in offbeat locations. For example, we did a product which was a muesli on the go, which we had partnered with Indigo Airlines, where the milk was pre-blended inside, so you just had to pour in water, stir it, and the product was ready. And our intent was to actually give consumers that breakfast experience early in the morning for commuters who are flying in, and give them something healthy as well. So I think brands need to think about more problem solving rather than just looking at a particular channel, because sometimes finding 1 or 2 niche channels and then going deep in it really helps. My advice to startups would be that please don't be in too much of a hurry to crack offline. It's not easy. I think you have to focus on 1 or 2 areas. First is just pure business fundamentals. I've seen a lot of startups burn a lot of their investments into just pure trade working capital. So having that financial discipline to make unit economic sense is going to keep you burning for longer, but that's a financial call. But in terms of cracking offline retail, I think the key thing is to know where, what, how, and how are you going to help the retailer get the offtake out, because you might give them margins, you might give them visibility, you might give them a whole bunch of things to put the product in, but the moment of truth for the retailer is that there should be a consumer at the end who will take the product and go. And I think if you focus more on that and do less number of touch points, but make sure that they're rotating, as a brand you'll eventually build a stronger base. And hence the second recommendation is just pure patience. Consumer brands don't scale from 0 to 15,000 crores unless you're Patanjali with that level of push. It takes time, it takes patience, and you have to get consumers, and you have to have basically a lot of execution capability. And I think with Patanjali, what I've understood is phenomenal execution capability to reach that sort of scale. But for startup brands, I think getting 1, 2 products right, going deep in it so that you have a foothold in the market, so that you have an identity, and then moving forward is better than spraying multiple opportunities and just hoping that one of them clicks.
So Aditya, I have a great response. So one quick follow on. Tell me, there's a clutter of products. I mean, there's a whole problem with anyone, including us, and I guess for you guys as well. There's too many products. So consumers are spoiled for choices and perhaps many times confused as well. How do you create that demand pull? And again, I'll come back to the basic question of with not top dollars as or top amount of resources what you have at command to in terms of get consumers to be interested in your product. How do you stand out? How do you create a niche? I'm like, to your advice, go simple, go take it easy. How do you stand out? What is your sense about it for a company which is young, lacks resources, maybe years of management bandwidth and depth, and how does it go about it?
So again, Mr. Asthana, I'd say that, some of it is hit and trial. Like, you'll probably not get right at first go. See, if you're creating something new, the market does not exist. You're not taking share away from someone else. It's going to be a patient dial-up. So I think some of it comes down to having, again, like I'd mentioned, a product that's worth talking about. The second part is clutter-free communication to the right audiences. If I look at it, if I look at where we've been consuming our first purchases, a lot of that has come online. Eventually, either a D2C website, and eventually found its way through an e-grocer or a offline grocer coming into my household. So if that's the sort of journey that brands are taking, then I think it's important to understand where to invest your communication energy into getting new to brand trials. The biggest problem for every business in FMCG today, whether it's a large business, whether it's a D2C startup, is that in each category there has been a proliferation of brands, and the consumer today is looking at an extremely cluttered shelf, be it physical, be it virtual. It's an extremely cluttered shelf. Even when they switch over to Instagram, suddenly they're pushed with so many notifications of various brands trying to sell various aspects, and everyone's talking health and nutrition in some form. So I think having very clear, unique selling points, that this is exactly why I stand out, and having that clear user case, whether you're into digestive health, whether you're into plant proteins, having endorsements for either nutrition or taste definitely help. But on the physical channels, I would say be very, very focused on selective channels. Like there is Q-commerce in e-commerce, there's a basket building model, there's a discount model in e-commerce. Be sure as to where you'd want to be. Do you want to play the price game and be the cheapest, then go to a DMart and a Flipkart and discount the hell out of it? Then the product really doesn't matter. But if you want to communicate, then there are other platforms to do it. But I would say stay focused on 2, 3, and I'll give a parallel example. So there's a brand called Dorset Cereals, which is a brand I closely admire in the UK, which entered the muesli category very late and eventually took category leadership. And I'm talking 2008, which is late for the UK, and eventually was one of the muesli category leaders. They created a product where they did a packaging innovation. So they did the packaging innovation to stand out. They made a see-through window in their breakfast cereal pack, which was one of the first things they did. They actually flipped the pack, the outside part of the pack inside, and the inside part out. So they had a very natural cardboard earthy feel. The team which did the management takeover was ex-Coca-Cola, so the management team was Coke, so they knew advertising very well. And they said, we'll go with only one partner, which was Waitrose, which was a premium UK retailer. And eventually they stuck out in Waitrose for a few years before the Tesco's and the Sainsbury's came calling. And eventually they built out a very strong positioning for themselves. Had they knocked on all those doors, they'd end up probably giving a lot more margin early and not having tried out the product in Waitrose and built that premium perception around themselves. We, in a very humble way, did something very similar on packaging. We were the first brand to put breakfast cereal in a PET jar back in the 90s. So breakfast cereal traditionally sold in either boxes, pouches, or tins. And we launched breakfast cereal in a PET jar in order to promote the consumption of oats. And we pushed it as the PET jar of Pearl Pet was free. And as soon as we did that, suddenly, homeowners recognized tremendous value in that. And we saw that the oats consumption took off. Well, our objective was to sell more oats, but the combination of oats plus a free Pearl Pet jar is what mattered to homeowners in the 90s. And essentially what happened is multinationals entered India with PET jars as their primary form of packaging. So yeah, you have to do something clutter breaking.
So good. Final round. I think, so Ashwin, I'm going to come to you. You'll right towards the end. So Saurabh, final maybe 90 seconds in terms of the evolving landscape. And I won't now stay only with the sort of early stage companies. Evolving landscape, reaching out the market, talking to the consumers, engaging their attention. How would you go about it in Dhampur Green? Let's talk about our respective companies.
So I would call it guerrilla warfare. So I tell this to all my marketing people. We have to go to the market today like guerrillas. Consumer is teaching us every second. The feedback loop has become so sharp. So it's like this that, like what I can give you an example. What like Aditya said about the breakfast cereal and strategy, like that there can be so many new strategies which are coming up every hour. And it's like what Zara did to clothing. Their fashion uptake was from 3 months, they brought it to 7 days. 7 days, they can change the whole shelf of all their stores. The moment they see something is getting picked up. So one is that we need this kind of thing on the product development, innovation. Second thing I would say, now in today's environment with so much of capital, so many startups, so many innovative ideas, you have to be well done. You have to do it very well. Whether it is a product, whether it's packaging, whether it's, you have to be really passionate, do it well, go to the consumer, they will love it. That's what I felt. Now, third thing I would say that the number of products which are going to get introduced in India, like earlier in Delhi, I remember when my kids were growing up, there was a place called Modern Bazaar. And that was the only place you could get respectful product range. Now that may be one of the smallest store or something like that in South Delhi. There are stores, and when you go abroad, then you are completely swamped. You don't know what is happening. Breakfast cereal, there are maybe 10,000 types. Honey, there are 1,000 types. So I think that is the future in India as well. So we will have millions and millions of products for billions of consumers. So, everyone will have a space, everyone will find their niche, everyone will find their, their mojo, what they call it. And I think a lot of new startups will get funded. Democratization of food will happen. Protein is a fad right now. Everybody talking about protein. I would say going forward, people will talk about micronutrients, people will talk about probiotics, people will talk about, so one by one, all these trends are going to play out in India, the good gut food and all those things. So that's what I see.
So a lot of innovation, a lot of work.
And then one more thing I like to add. I also see crisping of farm to consumer thing. Like right now, when we say farm to fork thing, it's a very long chain today. This chain progressively from 6 intermediary or 6 layers may come down to 5, then 4. I would say, when I mean that, I mean majority of it. Like still a lot of food, traditional food like wheat or wheat flour pass through 7 layers. But vegetables, maybe they pass through 5 layers. Progressively, these things may come down to 3 layers, and ultimately something like large chain format stores or large consumer companies like ITC or Patanjali may take it directly from farm to consumer.
Right. I think it'll take decades before that happens, but it's happening. So, Ashu, back to you. As ITC, and how do you see the future in terms of reaching the consumers? What is it in your own business, how you're doing, so that the people who are listening in should benefit from your insights in terms of doing that? Maybe in 90 seconds, just 2 minutes, not more than that, please.
Yeah, sure. So I have a business which is the frozen foods business under the brand ITC MasterChef. We cater to consumers in retail and Horeca, which is the food service. In retail, there's one insight we chase when we identified this category and said we want to get into it. And that was launching products, great tasting products beyond potato, because the category was established as potatoes. We know fries and the whole range of products that are available in the market. When we came in, the mandate was, if you want to grow the category, you must make sure you're potato plus, and you have products which are great tasting for both the vegetarian and non-vegetarian. 5 years into the business, I think we stayed true to that, and the mandate and the pressure internally is, can we launch great tasting products just beyond potato? We have potato ranges, so, but we want to give consumers something beyond that, which they can snack upon. So in my portfolio today, I have a paneer pakoda, for example, and I can challenge anyone today that if you were to buy that product in frozen, take it and microwave it, serve it to your guests, you'll not know whether that was made at home or picked up, and that comes with 0 preservatives because it's frozen, not a dot, not an iota. It's paneer and it's besan. We have an onion ring product. We have a range of veg burger patties. I have a falafel kebab, and I have a range of non-veg products, which again, in this space, that is unique. So the point to you, your question you asked is that one insight, and we've got a kind of a policy internally is that if you have got to present a slide into what are you out there trying to solve, it has to be one. You can't have multiple solves. So the one solve we are trying to say is give consumer great tasting products beyond potato. And if you look at my range today, 80% is beyond potato. On the food service side, we had to also chase one insight because we know there are, the HoReCa seeks a certain, and we realized that they're looking at great quality products at a great price because it has to be great quality, but you can't compromise on cost because eventually you're working with an intermediary who has to offer the product to the consumer, like a burger patty or a QSRs out there. So we went back to the drawing board and we identified products that we can actually, solve for that because you can't solve for everything. You don't have the bandwidth to solve it. You may not have the right processes. You may not have the right sourcing of raw material. So we identified the pockets that we could work with, pick those products out there. So in the frozen range today, I have the largest range of burger patties, right? I've got 14 burger patties, and we are the largest in the market in terms of market share. Because that's the space we identified from veg and non-veg I can play in. I may not be great in something else. So just do that right on one insight. As long as I can keep solving for cost and creating a great product, till we do that, we don't bring it to the market. So I don't work the other way around. I try to work from a point of view of trying to solve and stay true to that.
I mean, that's the brilliance of ITC when marketing and sales comes. So great insight again. Ashwin, to you. You've been sitting patiently. What would you, from the vantage point of where you sit and where you see these companies doing it, but stay focused in terms of the consumer side of businesses? Is it becoming good business and how they're moving it forward? And what your short answer, please.
Sure. No, I mean, from our point, we really rely on the businesses to tell the story of sustainability, right? So sustainability needs to be a selling point at some point. It will happen, but we're looking at the brands to build that story. Technology is what has changed the game in the palm sector, if I can say that, because 10 to 12 years ago, there was very little awareness from the consumer point in terms of where their palm is coming from. There was all this perception that everything is bad. But technology has provided a lot of clarity and visibility into the supply chain and traceability. So that's why we see a lot of consumer brands now that have adopted sustainable palm oil are able to tell the story about sustainable palm oil in a better way to the consumers. So that we think is creating some business value. Otherwise, the companies are not going to do that, right? So that is bringing in some business value for the companies. And we see that largely with the multinationals at this point, the European and the American multinationals, and some Indian companies are getting into that fold. And we hope a lot more Indian brands are able to bring that story because we are also getting into the cultivation side of palm oil. And I'm restricting myself to palm. We're getting into the cultivation side of palm oil, and so it's going to be a closed loop in India. So we have a fantastic opportunity here to change the story of palm oil and also sustainable palm oil. And hopefully that will bring some value to the businesses in India as well. So
superb. I think sustainability is a key positioning point. Aditya, 10 sentences. So from where you want points, where do you see evolving? Like you spoke about your business. Where do you see the evolution of the consumer space, and especially in plant proteins, since that's a subject of this conference?
Sure. So I think, the first part, if I speak about, there's going to be a lot of crossovers and themes that when we talk about nutrition in general in India, majority of the businesses have now taken a health positioning. So, whether you're a biscuit company or a dairy company or, a mass foods company, you have some peg of health and everyone's trying to healthify themselves. But I think there will be classification of serious health, which is functional nutrition, or a crossover between food and functional nutrition, in which there will be specific themes, whether it's high protein, digestive health, diabetic friendly, which one will go deeper in, and it could go even further deeper into, maternal nutrition, postpartum nutrition, infant nutrition, and so on, which exists. But I think the amount of choices that one has, which sort of mentioned in the West, those would go deeper, and I think brands would do well to actually focus on a few of these niches to build out. On the mass side, if you've got an idea, whether it's oat milk, whether it's plant protein, I think the key thing has been to be able to take that innovation to scale and at a national or a global level. So if I look at brands which have done well in the plant-based sector like Beyond Meat or Impossible Foods or Oatly for that matter, the ability to replicate that product, that brand messaging across various geographies at scale and with speed is important, because today imitation is very fast. We launch a product, 1 quarter, less than a year's time, someone else will also have it. Whoever executes will be the one who will eventually win out in this. And I think that ability is...
Aditya, thank you. So I'm just being asked, you haven't spoken anything about Patanjali, so I won't take too much of time.
About consumer trends and markets and what you see changing.
Sure, maybe off the stage, otherwise I'm getting dirty stares from the compare. But just a quick sort of, if I can get, my 90 seconds. I think the two sides which I'm seeing, which we haven't discussed much, but I think that was alluded to in terms of the new product development, in terms of capacity to reach the market with let's say every year a dozen products, out of which 8 or 9 are going to bomb for sure. And if you can crack it right to get 2 or 3 of them successfully sort of going, or you need to keep tweaking it sort of there. So I find that to be one big challenge that we sort of work through. Second is the demand pull side. So one is that there's only as far as you can take the consumers to sort of relying on the equity, whatever respectively we have, for all our companies. But consumers to come and pick your product on a consistent basis, on a repeated basis, and keep trying it. And then it starts to kind of gain traction and starts to build up scale. And the third trend which I see is that I think this word of mouth thing, we still underplay that. I mean, the large companies as such, we are still haven't grappled with the power of the social media and the sheer enormity of conversation with this young generation, 35 and below, which is 65% of India's population, is really consuming, the information, the trends, and how they make their decisions. And, in terms of what they consume, I think that is something which is very tough to understand. It's just such a shifting loyalties, very quick viewpoint on why a product is bad. And after that, I mean, having 2 young girls at home and their capacity to pick something and immediately discard it and it's never to be sort of repeated again. So I realized that, these companies have to truly work on it, especially the larger companies. Like, how many products are we really launching for this, who will eventually have their families and go, but they're pretty much born and brought up on this social media and the impact it has. I think there's a lot of work which large companies have to do to really stay afloat and, sort of be able to compete effectively with this new sort of consumers who are going to be driving decision makers in the longer run. I think that's very critical. But anyway, guys, I think thanks a ton. Great panel, great answers that we had. Aditya, you joined late, but great set of answers. Ashwin, thanks a ton. And really good insight, especially on the sustainability part. So thank you, audience. I don't think we have any time for any Q&As, but really good to sort of have done this post-lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjeev Asthana, sir, for conducting the panel in such a wonderful manner. And I'm very sure that we all have got a lot of learning. So now, may I please request Mr. Sanjay Sethi, sir, to please join us on the stage and take part as we felicitate our panelist and our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we're quickly moving ahead in the next panel that is again going to be very, very knowledgeable and insightful for all of us. Now we have Mr. Sanjay Sethi, sir, joining us on the stage. And now may I please request Mr. Sanjeev Asthana, sir, Mr. Aditya Bagri, Mr. Ashu Fake, Mr. Ashwin to please take a step ahead. And ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together, give them a greater round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are felicitating our panelist, our moderator, and what a wonderful panel discussion that we have all just indulged in. Thank you so much once again to our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. So now we are felicitating Mr. Sanjeev Asthana, sir. I would request you, sir, to please be at the center. And ladies and gentlemen, can we please join our hands? Come on. Thank you so much once again to Sanjeev, sir, for playing the vital role of moderator and conducting the panel so well. Thank you. And we have Mr. Ashu Faki. Thank you so much, sir, for being our panelist, for sharing the great insight and a lot of things, a lot of learning that we have all grabbed today. Why don't we join our hands, everybody? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now we have Mr. Gaurav Gupta. Sir, may I please request you to step ahead and join us at the center. We are felicitating Mr. Saurabh Gupta, Managing Director, Dhampur Green. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the part in our panel discussion and sharing such valuable insight. Thank you so much. Requesting Ms. Astha from GFI Good Food Institute to please join us on the stage. And I would request Mr. Ashwin C. Selvaraj, sir, to please come in the center. We are felicitating. I think we have all redone it. Thank you so much. So may I please request Ms. Astha from GFI to please join us at the center of the stage as we take part and felicitate. I would request Sanjay sir to please take part. We are felicitating Ms. Astha from Good Food Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated at your own spaces. Let's join our hands. Thank you so much. Thank you. Once again, thank you so much, Ms. Astha. Thank you so much, Sanjay sir.
So Astha Gaur represents GFI India. GFI India, as you know, is a fantastic global organization. It's a network organization, and it's in many countries. And they have been pioneers in supporting plant-based foods. And now they are doing path-breaking work on fermentation and cell culture lab-grown meat. So GFI India has been a founder member of PBFIA. And thank you, Astha. And also please convey my regards to Sneha, the Managing Director. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And now we move to our next empowered panel discussion that is going to be over grooming talent for plant-based innovations. And for this panel, I would request our moderator, Chef K. Thiru, Principal Welcome Group, School of Hotel Administration, Manipal University, sir, to please join us on the dais. May I please request everyone to join our hands and help me welcome and now may I humbly request our panelist, Mr. Gaurav Sharma, CEO Greenist, sir, to please grace the stage and join us on the dais. Requesting Mr. Manish Sharma, Executive Chef D. Oberoi, to please grace the stage. Now requesting Dr. Nilesh Amritkar, President, Association of Food Scientists and Technologists, so to please grace the stage and join us over the dais. Requesting Mr. N. Satish Mohan, AGM Operations and Audits, IHHR Hospitality, to please grace the stage and join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our panelists and our moderators who are present on the dais. And we are looking forward, we are eyeing with a very empowered panel discussion, a lot to learn, a lot of insight that is going to be presented in front of us. So let's be geared up for this panel discussion.
Can you change this? What? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second panel discussion. I think the Mr. Sanjeev is lucky that he got 1 hour to moderate, though it started late, but we are running out of 45 minutes behind the schedule. I'm sure, the panel members who are with me and they're going to contribute, and it's going to be interesting. Okay, to begin, grooming talent for plant-based innovation. So innovation is one of the vital, what do you say, that it's a key thing for any, it could be organization or academics, anywhere. If you look at currently India, ranked 40th globally among 136 economies. So last year also we were in the same rank and we retained. So from this morning, what I could see that the various panel members and expertise who came here shared their vision and what they're going to do for the next coming years and the future strategic plans. It looks very positive. Now with me, it's the combination of including me and Chef Manish, two of them from hotels, and then Satish also with me from the hotel industry, and I have industry experts too with me. So to begin with Mr. Nilesh, President, Association Food Scientists and Technologies. Can you just share what is your take on the plant-based food and how you perceive the future of the industry?
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Nilesh Amritkar, and just to introduce briefly, I'm PhD in microbiology, and I have my own laboratory called EnviroCare Labs, which is India's first Food Safety Standards Authority recognized laboratory in Mumbai. So we do all kind of testing, and in fact, we happen to come in close contact with the plant-based foods. In fact, all foods are plant-based. If you are a vegetarian, everything is plant-based. So, but the terminology that was coined was plant protein, and it is generally said that if you have to have protein, you need to eat non-veg. So that used to be said earlier, but as a laboratory, we started getting a lot of products which were quite unique, and we were asked to do protein, and we used to find that the protein content is relatively on a higher side, and this was very interesting. And apart from the analytical side in chemistry, there's another aspect to it, is the sensory part. So a couple of people who are exhibiting their products over here, I was amazed to see the kind of mouth feel or the texture, the hand feel that you have. I actually touched some of the cuisines, and it was really good feel that it was feeling like you are having a non-veg food. So definitely the future is very bright, and with India leading on so many fronts, right from space to temple, I think we would soon be leading and showing the world what a vegetarian non-veg would be.
Oh, so great. Manish, taking from Dr. Nilesh, what is your, you've been in industry almost 25 plus years. Now you talk to, every guest who comes to hotel, whatever occasion, and then what is your understanding of how in India the plant-based food is perceived? And from hotel, we always 95% of the food is traditional. today's chefs are making attempt to give local, whichever the geographical location of the hotel, try to incorporate as much as hotels, local cuisine, and also keeping sustainability. So what is your take on plant-based food in, putting yourself into training your team, and how you are, pursuing plant-based food within your workspace?
Thank you, Chef Seru. Hi, good evening. My name is Manish, and I work for Oberoi Hotels. So for me, particularly, I think in India, we really don't have to push so much for plant-based food, because end of the day, most of us are vegetarians, and there is enough and more of protein, which I feel we get from traditional foods that we have. So if we just deep dive into our regional food, which I guess, as you mentioned, a lot of chefs are doing, and primarily it is to explore more of our own cuisine vis-a-vis just being dependent on what comes from outside. And the moment you get into regional, the moment you get into local, sustainability kicks in on its own. You don't have to really look for it outside. But if you still ask me about usage of plant-based protein vis-a-vis animal protein, there is a shift. There is a lot of people who want to try that.
Right.
People who used to probably eat a chicken and lamb eaters, they would like to try something in vegetarian, but probably still get similar mouthfeel or similar ideas. The percentage is small, but of course it's growing. So we did run a food promotion as well at one of my places, but I feel what worked most was, it's not about the texture, it's about the flavor. That's what food is all about.
Right.
So if you can find ways of creating more flavors by putting in more umami, things using like mushrooms, garlic, tomatoes, yeah, like Parmesan water is one of the greatest umami flavors.
Correct.
So the idea is to work with plant-based protein, which is in and around us. It can be something as simple as tofu, but the flavors have to be incorporated, and that's what probably we did, and that's what we keep striving to do, to how to increase the flavor component in the plant-based protein. But yes, there is a lot of scope, and a lot of chefs are doing some great job in that.
Thank you, Manish. Dr. Navin, you work in, a lot of work for defense. Navin is not there. Okay, sorry. Gaurav is there, sorry. Gaurav, tell me, you're a young entrepreneur and you started about 5 years back, and what was the thought process came in mind to, initiate or start this, your venture? What was the motivation behind?
Thank you, Chef Thiru. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. Well, Chef, I was young when I started out, not anymore. So entrepreneurship takes a toll. I'm a very passion-driven guy. I was in it for animals. I used to consume a lot of meat myself about 18 years ago, and through a very sudden, non-dramatic epiphany, I just stopped one day. Nothing dramatic about it. And I completed my chartered accountancy back then, and after having done that, after having taken some experience in the MNC world, in some consulting firms, I thought, let's take the plunge. When I did that, my father stopped talking to me for a while, and I had to again reprove myself for him to come back to talking terms with me. So, well, I feel plant-based, when a lot of people 5 years ago when they started, people were talking about plant-based meat, which was the more fashionable cousin of mock meat, and everybody and their uncles wanted to jump on the bandwagon. Things have fizzled out since then. The industry has given a lot of people a reality check. And as a startup, I go outside into the market day in and day out, work with chefs on the ground level to understand how we can adopt something for the consumer. We try to solve problem of a good tasting product, which is also wholesome, which is not artificial, which also cracks the code of price, because ultimately it has to make commercial sense for anybody to launch it. So I feel that plant-based as an industry, wherever it is in India right now, is only for people who are passion-driven, people who are probably in this for a valuation, may not get it. Because we all thought that there will be a big bang which will happen. There will be an inflection point, and I'm pretty optimistic that it will still come, but we all still don't know when that's going to happen. So this is a market for people who are perseverant.
Great. Satish, coming to you, that you represent the hotel, the company which owns 7 hotels. And there's one of the iconic hotel of Ista, they did a lot of wellness area. So today we are talking about plant-based food. And what is that, you as a, representing from your company, what is it effort is going from your side to make consumer or customer who's coming to your hotel to, offer plant-based food?
See, there are a lot of efforts. First, as Chef Manish has rightfully said, India, if you look at our regional cuisine, our basic local food, half of it is anyways plant-based. So showcasing that, interestingly, I work with 2 brands. Our hotels are with 2 major brands, and globally, their target is to go towards net zero.
Okay.
So sustainability is a key factor in most of the hotel companies, and one of the key factors there, of course, is the menu design that we are looking at. So top down, one of the key things that we are looking at is menu having more of plant-based options.
Okay.
And yes, that's one of the key things.
Coming to Manish, how you ensure that we are talking about the nurturing future talents. So now we, as in hotel industry, we have a lot of challenges to attract best talents. So with that, we have to go with the innovation and the customer expectations. But what is it which you as a chef face challenges when you work with your team and getting into these kind of area which also important for you to keep innovate within your domain and taking team with you. So what are the challenges you face?
Okay. So if I have to look at it from that point of view, I would say as chefs or as budding chefs, people need to travel more. Right? You need to travel because when you travel, you open, you get ideas. You are open to changes. You understand what is happening around the world, right? And you don't have to probably travel to another country, right? You just travel within us. So you just go towards Uttarakhand. You go towards Eastern India, and there's so much more. Be it ingredients, be it cooking styles, be it the usage of spices, which probably can surprise you so much more. So I guess one thing that for sure that the budding chefs need to do is to travel more, to read more. Spend more time in understanding the nuances, small things. And as hoteliers, I guess it's also our responsibility, be it running the school the way you do it or I working in the hotel, that we spend time with them and we show them that there is so much more which is over and above than what is really in the textbooks. So
That's
I guess
correct.
it's a combined effort, but I guess we will have to do more. That's how I see
In
it.
my experience, I had hotel school, which is, ranked #1 in the country. So what I feel, 1,300 plus students, they're all very creative. And when they're in academic setup, when they come to industry, I think a little bit of mentoring, hand-holding, which win-win situation for industry as well as academia. So I'm sure that, future workforce with a lot of ideas are there. Only thing we need to pick the best and then to offer to consumer.
I completely agree. Like if I see the talent which comes in, maybe from your college or the colleges nearby, and if I compare myself with that age or that time, I think I was nowhere near to the kind of exposure that these guys have at the moment. But
Right.
again, the idea is how can, of course, the new generation will always be better than the last one, but how can we push it further? How can we make them better industry ready, and how can we create better chefs as combined responsibility that I guess we all are into.
Thank you. Thank you, Manish. Could you please, Nilesh, could you please tell me that, lots of new products are coming in the fermentation product line. So what is your view on future of fermented product, which is pertaining to indigenous based ingredients of fermented products?
2 points I would like to address over here. One, of course, your question which talks about the fermented foods, and you have asked the question to a microbiologist, so who better would know fermentation than a microbiologist? And a slightly an odd man out amongst all the chef. The only direct relation that I have with chef is that I eat the food that you guys prepare. So in microbiology, the fermentation is such a beautiful science. It's actually a combination of lot of chemistry, engineering also, and the technology that is inbuilt to see that the fermentation process don't go in the wrong way.
Correct.
Because you know that if a fermentation goes in a wrong way, some undesired products come, and that could be dangerous for the humans who would consume it. So lot of efforts are being taken across the country, the universities, colleges, and our association AFSTI is working on training the new generation in the field of fermentation, where in old days, as as chef also, Manish ji also just now mentioned that today's generation is getting that exposure.
Correct.
We have fermenters available in the laboratories, wherein we used to do it in flask fermentation. Now today there are glass fermenters to stainless steel fermenters, from basic 100 liters, 100 ml to 100 liter fermenters are available in the laboratory. So definitely that technology has come in, and the students are getting better and better exposure. And as far as food products are concerned, very interesting that I was just speaking again to one of the exhibitor over here, and he said that the soya that is being used, the tofu that is being done, one is tofu is a fermented part, so paneer jaisa hota hai waisa. Of course, I don't have to tell you guys, but from the fermentation point of view, so most of the time there is lot of wastage that happens, and it goes to animal feed. But then if it is fermented, there is a Netherlands-based company who I was speaking with. They say they have a specific starter culture which could ferment it in a manner where it could be used as afterwards made into fryams or kurkures.
In the world, they invest a lot of time and money on bringing out a lot of new innovative product in their menus, in standalone restaurants. So it's one of the key focus, key area which they concentrate to distinguish between from their competitors. So that's why I asked this question. And then a lot of chefs are even in terms of bakery, they're trying to use certain fermented thing to enhance the texture of the baked product.
Sourdough.
The sourdough bread and so many things which is coming in the market. So coming to Gaurav, as an entrepreneur, the key challenges we are talking about anything plant-based food, the most important thing is the texture and taste. So what are your strategies on when when your team coming with a new product, and how it, of course it goes to various stages before coming into market, but what are the challenges you face in terms of, one is the cost, then the technology, and how that product could be scale it up. So what is it which, how the process happens? Of course, there will be some trade secret, you will not share everything, but generally, as in a layman point of view, how we can understand that. Because the most important thing is plant-based food, anything which we want to give little variety and little different from rest of the product what is there in the market. So getting the right texture and taste.
Yeah, that's a good question. One of the benefits, advantages of being an end consumer facing business is that you can actually, your consumer tells you what to do. Right. So they point your R&D in the right direction, and you don't end up wasting a lot of time. So, well, as I said, I keep interacting with chefs all the time. And so, when we introduced our first product on the market, it was a shami kebab, which contained soy and gluten both.
Right.
Now, it was a great tasting product. And it emulated, like a mutton shami feel. Now, when I went to the market, they said, "Isme to soy bhi hai, gluten bhi hai. What is it that you've done new?
New.
What's the new thing that you brought on the plate? It's a good tasting product, that's fine." That was one. Second thing is that we guys, 5 years ago, there was a lot of foreign sellers who were pitching their products in the Indian market for developing plant-based products, and a lot of startups had limited knowledge about how to formulate these products. So these guys used to give proper textured protein binding kits and all of those things, and the resultant product used to be unreasonably more expensive than what the domestic market would accept. So we quickly realized that if we are to launch a product successfully in the market, first we will have to limit our dependency on foreign imported ingredients, because these after COVID, international supply chains also got broken. So international freights, they were very volatile. So at a certain point, we thought that from within our margin structure and our value chain, how much can any company absorb price increases of input costs? So as I speak today, more than 80% of our products, any ingredient that goes into our formulation is an indigenous one. And we are an ingredient agnostic company. So we will work with mushroom, jackfruit, chickpea, etc., etc. So that is one thing that we learned from our experience when we went to the market. Second is that we understood that people are appreciating the fact that if you make something which is allergen-free, you create, this is what I like to call permissibility. You create something which is permissible in the market. So what do is that you weed out all the problematic ingredients. The moment you weed out probably soy from your product, you don't have to deal anymore with the off notes that come along with it. So all of a sudden, all the maskers that you were trying to source from the market, you don't have to look for them anymore. Your formulation becomes cleaner. So we are working with a very high-end caterer based in Punjab. These guys are doing a lot of political weddings. I was pitching a product to them. This was a plant-based chunk, soy-free, gluten-free, preservative-free, no GMO, no cholesterol, no trans fat. So I said, how are you going to pitch it? So he said, what is it made of? I said, chickpea protein and jackfruit. He said, that's exactly what I'm going to call it. He said, I'm going to call it chickpea and jackfruit tikka.
Great.
He said, and that you see that's how it will work, because then it's not really targeting a very narrow set of audiences. You're actually opening up the market, irrespective of the fact that your end consumer's preference is if that guy's a meat eater or a vegetarian or a vegan. If they see a jackfruit and chickpea tikka, that's a very permissible product right in front of them. It's something which is new that they would love to try, and that's what we proved with that product. So to answer your question and to sum it up, whenever we try to create something, we just try to make sure that we follow a 4-piece code, which is taste, which is, of course, it's a non-replaceable thing on the table. We solve for price, because that's how you make something commercially viable at the end of the day. We solve for availability through a strong distribution network that we've built over the years. And we solve for permissibility. That after all these 3 elements, having successfully solved this, now nobody should come to me and tell me that boss soy hai. So I'm not going to, ye to main khud hi bana lunga. So, that's where our expertise is now coming in.
Great. Coming to Satish, now you were mentioning about sustainability and what you all doing in your. So how often you all discuss about within your with staff talking about these are the food trends and how it is going to be, and how are you all preparing for them, the competitors which in and around your hotel?
The last one, sorry, I missed out.
Wherever your hotel located, how your staff are equipped to cater.
Right. So first and foremost, of course, since sustainability is part of the deal with the brand, so training on sustainability is a given, and it's a recurring thing. So it's part of the process, and it's a continuous training, continuous innovation, experimentation with the dishes. So chefs are constantly working on it, and there are standardized recipes that brands also have. See, plant-based has come a long way. See, we working with 2 brands, Hyatt and Marriott. Marriott globally has gone a very long way. 30% is plant-based on the menu in the luxury segment. Even the menus are designed in such a way that you focusing on health, the benefits, the nutrition, and if you're staying in the room, probably the descriptors are there, the images are there to actually promote these items.
Okay.
And it's constant part of the deep. Yeah, one thing which I must say is, of course, it all comes from within. So whether you actually believe in plant-based is more important.
Thank you. Thank you. What is it, Chef Manish, when we talk about food cost, and if you need to put a certain percentage of plant-based food, so we as a chef, we have always constrained maintaining cost and quality and consistency. So how we are going to face that challenges, because there are a lot of for example, millet-based milk will cost about 280 rupees per liter. But at the same time, we need to cater to the current trends and what is there in the customer mind. But how are we going to manage this with innovation and the cost effective within your, whether it's a la carte order or a buffet, what is that which we need to do?
Well, the right question probably to the wrong person if you really ask me. Somehow I guess the hotels that I work for, or the place that I work for, and the guests that I get, and probably few of you are here, right? I don't see anybody minding the fact that they are not okay to pay more extra for something which is more premium.
Right.
Just like if you talk about meats, people were okay to pay more for Kobe, people were okay to pay more for Angus because they knew the quality, what it was. And similarly now, if I see there are guests which don't mind paying extra for that oat milk coffee or a soy milk coffee or an almond milk coffee, right? So I don't think food cost is really that challenge. At least in the sphere that I work in. Okay. There are guests which are more concerned about their health. There are people more concerned about what do they eat. They probably eat less, but they probably eat better, and that's what they want to do. And they really don't mind paying a little extra, because it's not that the cost exorbitantly goes up into 2 or 3 times. It's probably 0.5 or 0.7%, which I don't mind absorbing some and actually passing some to the guests, and most of them are pretty happy doing that. So I guess that sphere is taken care of as long as we have better products, and as chefs and as hoteliers, we can market it right, and we can explain why it's being charged for whatever the reason. I don't see any challenge with that part.
Okay. Nilesh, coming to you, what is it, how you closely work with any nurturing future talents in terms of attracting to your workspace? What are the measures you take?
So we have 2 things that we do in our organization. One is the internship programs, which we started way back in 1998. And till date, we have trained more than 2,000 students in our organization. The second is we have a Center for Continuing Education and Research. Right. And in that we conduct lot of training programs, and these training programs are not only for the students, but also it is equally important that we create awareness among the industry people also. Because on a very simple concept that we deploy is learn, unlearn, and then relearn. So this is something that we do. And in one specific point in grooming talent, I would like to put across is sustainability education is something which probably needs to be inculcated in the students. And it is not only about the sustainability development goals that now everybody has started suddenly talking about, but when it comes to food specifically and plant-based foods, so what is the life cycle of that food? From where does it start? How much water does it consume, or how much carbon it will sequester, so that it will have a lesser impact on the carbon footprint that it is having, and to the level that sorry, overall environmental impact that food will be having. So these are some of the things which can be taken up into the syllabus, or since you are from colleges, maybe this could be taken up and the students made aware of it, which would probably help the culinary innovations that are happening.
Correct.
So, and it could probably also help to market that product, that because today it is a buzzword that, okay, it is environment friendly, that means people are ready to shell out something bit more. So it could be probably a marketing edge for the culinary product that could be developed with a sustainability impact registered on that.
Yeah, it's important. See, for example, I tell all my chefs that when they go to lab, the students should know that how many days it takes tomatoes to come to the kitchen, right? Before talking about sustainability, they should know that, the number of days required, whether it's a rice or it's a tomatoes or any other local ingredients. If they have that kind of knowledge, and they will have some self-awareness that to produce 1 kg tomatoes, how much water and what kind of the cost, hidden cost involved in it. That's why the price also, to connect with the market price. It's a good thing. Thank you for sharing that. And I think it's important to connect when we talk about nurturing a talent for the plant-based food, and you need to connect with the academics and current practicing professionals to reskill, upskill. It's correct that learn, unlearn, relearn. These 3 things are important. Now coming to Gaurav, what would be your advice for somebody who's sitting here and listening to you, and as an entrepreneur, you venture into this plant-based food industry. So what would be your advice with your experience to the aspiring entrepreneurs?
Well, I think, Chef, other than the fact that they have to be very perseverant and have to keep, standing the test of time, I feel, scouting for a mentor and the right guy at that. So basically, scouting for somebody who's already made a lot of mistakes, which you wouldn't like to make, is very important. And this is not easy. So one has to keep on learning from everybody that they meet. And one thing which I've understood is that, so there are 2 mentors that I have personally, and both of them are on our cap tables. Now, one of them has invested money, the other hasn't. And the one who has, I see that the level of involvement is way higher. So I think getting somebody's skin in the game through having them invested, not beyond, of course, their knowledge, is something which is important. So this is my 2 bits for aspiring entrepreneurs, that when they create their companies, they make sure that they get their mentors as investors also.
Okay. Thank you, Gaurav. And ladies and gentlemen, I think the signal, I think we need to, finish our panel discussion. And as I mentioned that we started a little late and we are running behind schedule. And please give them a big round of applause to all the panel members. And thank you. And any questions from audience, please let us know. Yes, sir. Thank you for participating. I think we are the only panel you are asking questions. Please.
Only panel member who said, okay, ask questions.
Yeah. We can just go ahead, sir. Free flow. No problem. Nutrients are getting passed.
Yeah, I mean,
to the authorities to get the...
No, sir. My simple question is that if we are talking about plant-based foods, then how are we making sure that the nutrients are going into our body in that sense, if you are talking about plant-based foods?
Okay, I think...
And how much is that?
Is only one microbiologist there. I'm chef and I am also a little bit of nutrition, I can tell you. It's a subjective, sir. It depends on the metabolism. See, in India, anybody who buy product, nobody, if you ask them anyone, what is sugar-free? Have anybody has read the, the ingredients of sugar-free? Everybody will be using for, maybe 5 years, 6 years, you never know. If you ask any one of them can tell from the audience that what is that tea sachet, how many grams it when you use one tea sachet? Anybody knows? How many grams?
I think it's 2 to 3 grams, I believe.
2 to 3 grams, sir. 5 grams.
Approximately 5 grams.
5 grams.
Yeah.
So very few consumers read the product knowledge. So when you're talking about how to ensure that all the vital nutrients, whatever it's listed, it's observed, it's very subjective, depends on individual metabolism. If you look at that, I don't know, maybe some doctors will be sitting here, but he could answer better. So the digestion, absorption depend upon the age, depending upon the physical activities, and health conditions also, right? You want to add something? Nilesh?
Just one line, just one line.
Actually, my question is not that, because that is very subjective.
Okay.
It depends upon the metabolism of individuals.
Right.
My question is that if you are talking about plant-based foods, during the processing of that food, how are we making sure that the nutrients are intact,
Yeah, so
which
maybe-
the human are consuming?
Yeah.
That's what my question is.
So basically, the testing part, the analytical part happens not only at the raw food part of it, but also with the processed food part of it, the finished product. So when it is finished product, we get what we write on the labels is what is there in the finished product. So that is directly accessible to the human beings, to the people who are eating it. And the one line that I wanted to add is the plant-based food are the most potent channel of sending out nutrition to human body, because human body is meant for vegetarian food. The stomach, the gut flora, the gut system, the alimentary canal is made for plant-based thing. So absorption maximum would be for the vegetarian products or the plant-based products rather than the non-vegetarian products.
Allow me to help you and just probably make you understand in two different ways.
Thank you very much.
Imagine if the product is, and I will take an example of the last menu that we did. Imagine if the product is a mushroom. Now, there are two different ways of cooking it. If I have to, I can thin it slightly, I can dust it into a little bit of corn flour, I can deep fry it, make it into like chips, and serve it to you. It's still plant-based, definitely tasty. Nutritionally healthy is debatable. Somebody will say mushrooms is nice, and somebody will say you have fried it and it's gone. But imagine if I do a different thing altogether. I take the same mushroom, and a few of the chefs and few of the culinary students would know I confit it. Confit means you cook it for a longer amount of time. The base can be a stock, base can be water, base can be anything, right? And once that is done, and this is what we did in our last menu, and you pull these mushrooms and make it to look like as if they're noodles, right? So that goes as a base, imagine. And then I take the same mushrooms, so the dried mushrooms, I soak them into water, I take out the extracted water, I reduce it deeply to something like a consomme. Then you add a dash of almond milk into it and call it a mushroom tea. Now you serve the same mushroom tea with those mushrooms, and this probably we're talking about a nutrition level of next level altogether. So it's how do you want to play with the ingredient? You can do both. They both are nutritionally high, but one can be probably 5x and one can be 1x. So I don't know if that is the answer to the question that you were looking for.
Your question is that how the nutritive value are retained while at the process. I think Gaurav also can add that whatever the products which his company is making, but core is the retaining of nutritive value is very important.
I'll talk about macronutrient. So our Shami kebab contains 17 grams of protein, 11 grams of fiber, about 5 grams of fat, and 8 grams of carbs. So if I would give this to anybody, who's you're tracking their macronutrition, they would say that it's an impressive macronutrition profile. What we try to do is that we obviously try to use wholesome products, and then we get our end product tested with the lab. And if we feel that there is a certain parameter needs to be increased or optimized a little bit more, then we go back to the drawing board.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for asking questions. Yeah. Thank you. We are done.
Thank you so much to our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much for this wonderful panel discussion. Now may I please invite our panelist and our moderator to come at the center for a group photo. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check. Check, check. Check. Once again, thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much to our moderator for this such a great panel discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. So now we move to the next session, which is innovations in plant-based meat and plant-based dairy product. And I would request our moderator, Mr. Gopal Chakrapani, Country Manager, Innova Market Insight, so to please grace the stage and join us on the dais. And now, may I humbly request our panelist, Mr. Kunal Mutha, founder, Only Earth, so to please join us over the stage. Requesting Mr. Parvinder Singh, Director, Adi Sustainability Solutions, to please grace the stage. Ms. Sonal, CEO, White Club, Mr. Vinay Upadhyay, Business Lead, Flaving Grade Products and Services. Also requesting Mr. Pradeep Rao, Evolved Food, to please grace the stage and join us on the dais. I apologize, Ms. Sonal, CEO, White Club. Thank you so much. And here, ladies and gentlemen, we have our esteemed panelists, our moderators, who have joined us on the stage. Now we're going to begin the panel discussion. But before we start, I would humbly request to our panelists and our moderator that we're running out of time, so we have to keep the panel discussion falling between 20 to 25 minutes, as we have another session lined up. Thank you so much. And now is the time to begin the very empowered panel discussion. I would request our moderator, Mr. Gopal, sir, to please start the discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We can finish it in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, don't worry. No, no, 25 would be. नहीं, हमारा आहार भी है.
Good evening, everyone. So I see the audience are pretty much already like they are lost the energy, but the crowd is less. I see Gaurav. So because I know Gaurav before, so I have moderated another session. So without further delay, let's because the organizer is also giving a lot of pressure on the time points. So I am Gopal. So I am the country head and director at Innova Market Insights. We are a European-based market research and consultancy firm for the past 3 decades in existence. And we work with biggest brands in the world, Nestle's, Unilever's, Tata Consumer Product, and we work with many companies in the world. And in many categories as well. So that's one of the reasons, one of the passionate categories that I was doing research by myself and experiencing it. It's like I won't say that it's not a research, it's an experience that I had before COVID. So I would say, and post-COVID as well, I've done a lot of analysis on this specific segment of how the evolution that happened in the world, like meaning that it's not just in India. So it all started from the West many years ago, and most of the inspirations and the technology innovations, etc., that has actually migrated from the West to India. So that's personally, I've been very interested in this segment. That's why I said, so always a panel discussion on this topic, plant-based foods. When we say plant-based, it's both the meat, seafood alternatives and dairy alternatives as well, what we see in the world now. And I have a mixture of representatives of both the plant-based meat alternatives and the dairy alternatives. And each are into different ventures, and they have their own USPs. And they have the reasonings for in existence and why they have come in this industry, and they've launched their own products in the market. So let's quickly turn around, and because the topic is very clear, innovations in plant-based alternatives, which means it could be both on the meat and meat, seafood and dairy. So more than the innovations, what I would like to say is, see, maybe people would be expecting here to hear more on innovations, like what is new? See, new is innovations, but what we see here, and maybe there are a couple of more panel discussion that I organized when I say like, when I asked what I've said then, and now I can see in the market right now in India. So it's always, it was about Western products and Indian products when it comes to India as a market.
people have explored the Western, because that's what initially everyone thought, like plant-based alternatives in the Western world, everyone launched patties, burger patties, and sausages, etc. And the same, similarly, they are also tried to launch here. Then I said, like, more and more people have to focus on the domestic cuisines and the local markets. You have to start serving like pakoras, samosas, what is local, start curries, like when Good Dot, when they launched curries, etc. And again, there are a lot of challenges. But here the point is, it's nothing, I would say, there is no new innovations as such in the world right now for Indian market, because this is one point that I always been telling people is, it's about the success story, what we are taking ahead and how we can be successful, for which I would only press on few things. Affordability is one of the important things that I would like to focus, and there are few points, that is affordability, technology, innovation in it, on the ingredients and processing, and positioning, sustainability and value addition. These are the 6 points that I'm going to ask these people. So where, how they, and when all these comes together, and that gives the value creation, and then by itself, that the factors that I mentioned will itself will contribute to the success of the industry. Okay. So let me start from on my right, Pradeep. Pradeep, if you want to say about, because I know that you have your own line of products. So I would say, do you think there is a space for innovation perspective in India? So that's my first question, because innovation perspective for everyone. So do you really think there is an innovation gap in India?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So I do see a gap in innovation for not the lack of talent. I see that the funding flow, when it comes to just an idea, it is very different when it comes to Western world or Singapore. You go to any of these countries, you have an idea that can break the market. If they believe in that, they will first ask you, is this amount enough for you? In India, do you need this much? Can you do it in half? Give me double the equity. So there is a chokehold that happens when it comes to innovative ideas, which I think needs to flip. That is where I think government grants, other things that Sanjay Sethi was speaking earlier, APEDA, MSME, all of these things need to be more accessible. Innovation will thrive. India doesn't have lack of talent.
Okay, so is anyone else, do you know that, is there anything that innovation gap is, do you think there is an innovation gap in the plant-based market? So that's my question for everyone. Do you think so? Anyone can be open up. It's not like specifically I'm going to ask, because it should be more and more interactive, like a quiz competition, so on. Then people get the instant answers.
Yeah, I feel, I mean, innovation, there is gap, but I think the whole industry is still at inception. So, not much has happened. I think we need to, I mean, there are so many amazing plant-based brands in India. They're doing their bit. But I guess with time, as the industry evolves, we will see a lot of innovation come in, which will also address the affordability issue that you've raised. But yeah, I think what we need to do is, I'm a founder of Only Earth. We are into oat milk and, other plant-based milk. So we were one of the first brands to come with oat milk. And over time, we realized it's become very cluttered. So, how we have changed gears is, I think we have looked at other categories, which are relevant. We looked at an insight where consumers are moving away from sugary drinks, cola drinks and all of that, and moving towards value-added dairy products. And I think milkshake was an identification for us where the plant-based milk, where we've been playing for last 2.5 years, is just about 300 crores approximate market. And then we looked at milkshakes, which is a 1,000 crore market, which is going to scale up to a 3,200 crore market in another 10 years, which is a massive scale up. So I guess we need to keep our ears next to the consumers. Not always about innovating new products, but I think just Indianizing and creating products which consumers are already consuming. It's already there in their retail and the grocery kitties.
Thank you. Thank you, Kunal.
I think for me, the whole idea of is innovations important or critical at the very first step, and why do we give so much importance to the aspect of innovations? that in itself is a thought-provoking concept, idea. I think for me, the eye of innovation does clash with the other eye, which is the investor. And I do agree with my fellow panelist that yes, the Indian ecosystem's investors' mindset is kind of stuck on really encouraging innovations. And once they invest, it's more about when do you come into profits. One is that, and the other is that when the whole association is based out of plant-based food association. India, being a tropical country, is already blessed with a huge variety of plant-based, true, genuine food sources. And we, as a country on the whole, as an ecosystem, we do not really need per se all the blended, highly processed foods out there to be living a genuinely healthy lifestyle. Even within this auditorium, I do have many people, I know them personally, who are living a completely whole food plant-based lifestyle without consuming any of our products. So to live a sustainable life, you do not really need much of innovative products per se. But having said that, yes, I agree that human being is a conditioned being. We are conditioned to our existing taste buds, whereby we do fall into some temptations or the other at times. And we do feel going back to our taste, to which we were conditioned as earlier. Food is a comfort aspect at the end of the day. So from that aspect, yes, even we do our fair share of tweakings, even we do our fair share of, trials, and statistically speaking, which all proteins are matching best with each other in terms of trying to mimic the complete amino acid profile as close as possible, trying to come up with the best possible curds and yogurts which taste very, very similar to that of the regular boring animal milk curds and yogurts. So yeah, I think that is my personal take on innovation.
I want to add 2 points over and above the discussion which we had. 2 things. There is one thing that all the entrepreneurs are in a hurry to launch their products until and unless that product is fully ready. That comes from that pressure which Pradeep ji told, that you want to get break even. So what I want to add, until and unless that investor and that whole ecosystem is not there, collaboration is the key in innovation, because if we see all over the world, in all the greenfield businesses, we are running against the flow. So until and unless there is a collaboration between the stakeholders, okay, we cannot move forward. So this is the key. We have ideas. So we have people who have infrastructures as well, who has capital as well. The thing is that how to collaborate.
Anyone else on the point of innovations?
So on the innovations part, I would like to say that the only differentiator for any of the businesses would be the innovation part. How is my product going to be different to your product? We primarily feel within our company that innovation is what is going to take us. We have the bandwidth and the flexibility that we can sustain ourselves till we feel that the product is a real differentiator. What we at Flaving are trying to do is trying to create a category, not for ourselves, but for the industry per se, and also the end beneficiary is the consumer and the producer, and we are the processors. So when I talk about the processors, I'm talking about the producers of all those RMs. Now if we look at India, India is a heavily import oriented company when it comes to all of these proteins. So we have to look at how we can substitute import proteins. So within Flaving, we also work on those aspects. Innovation has to be the key. Look at the R&D spend happening on innovations in India. So we have to look at those numbers and think realistically where we want to take this. So that's my 2 pieces on innovations. Innovations is the key.
Okay. Thanks everyone for sharing those their own points and ideas on innovations. See, like I said, when we speak about innovation, innovation can be anything. So right from like what we all see is product. If there is a new product altogether, like iPhone 15 Pro, when you see, and what is new, and there is all of a sudden there is a new series launched under Vivo, Oppo, whatever. So they all see like what is new. Maybe they have added a new camera in it or a pixelated or new technology into it. Similarly, when it comes to food product, people only see like what is new. But there are a lot of innovation, because innovation is beyond that, not just the product itself, that is something new, nowhere you haven't seen it. There is an ingredient innovation, what all of a sudden like people would have seen, like there is coconut milk based ice cream being launched, and there is a new, it's a small investor based of Bangalore, I guess. So one lady, she has launched coconut milk based tea premix. So again, that is something like there are tea premixes available already in so many parts of the world, and even in India, many people have launched. And one company, they've launched tea decoction. So tea decoction, like the coffee decoctions that we have up from ID or so many other companies, tea decoction is new. That is an innovation. So product, it can be a product, it can be an ingredient, it can be a packaging format, it can be the positioning, how they have done. Anything is innovation. But at the end of the day, I always say, I was, even before the panel, we had a quick chat, we said, it can be successful. Every businessman and the venture, like whoever wants to enter it, it's always about the success. And it's not just about the innovation. I made an innovation, I created an innovation, but it's not selling and it's no value for it. Okay, as consumers, we all must afford to buy that innovation and consume it. And most importantly, there is one more factor that is very important for any business. That is what? What factor is more important? After a consumer buys for the first time, repeat is more important. When only then you are leaving your innovation or your quality with the consumer, and then consumer comes back and consumer buys it again. Okay, and in that case, I would say, do you have any thoughts, like, because this is one of the topics, even when I was out and so many other times when I get phone calls, I keep discussions, I involve in discussions. People always ask the startups and everyone, what can I do to make, is it innovation, or what should I do? What should I do for me to be sustainable in this business and go to the next level? And for which I would like to ask again, so what do you think that we should do? Like, should it be like the technology part that we have to work on it, or is it like all we have to work on the positioning part, or is it all about we must add more value addition for the consumers, or what should we do?
I guess in plant-based industry, the I, when it comes to the meaning of I as in me, myself, the I part, that needs to take a backstage. And we certainly need to keep in our hearts and on our minds the welfare of the other people involved, the other beneficiaries being animals, environment, and human health. And that is where the motivation for us would finally start coming in, to be at it always 24/7 on the consistency of the product, on the marketability of the product, on the right supply chain, to ensure that the supply chain is not broken, to ensure that the wastages are controlled, to ensure least possible RTVs. For the people out here, RTV is return to vendor, an often underplayed term by the investees, but yes, a very critical aspect for the investor. So yeah, I think all those factors can best be sustainably addressed when the main people involved in the plant-based foods business. I may be begging to differ from some of the audience here right now, but I do certainly feel that the sustainability of a plant-based foods business in India today does continue to thrive on the main people being plant-based themselves, because the industry is looking glamorous for sure from outside, and yes, we are happily catching more and more of main players here, but yes, I think join the gang of being plant-based people yourself, and yeah, you will surely win the race.
Any points?
I wanted to add something.
Sure.
So when it comes to innovation or any of the efforts, there is a standard formula which is used in the corporate or anywhere. It is 80-20 rule. So you have 80% of the work that goes in, 80% of your work gets done with 20% of your effort, because there is common knowledge, expertise to tap on, many other things. But the last 20% is the capstone. For that to be addressed, it's 80% mile that we need to walk. So the products which are there in the market right now, I would say they're commercially viable. To an extent, they need to be brought down. There are multiple aspects that need to be worked on. But at the food level itself, I think the question that came out about bioabsorbability, there is a debate about it. There is people passionate about what is their natural food that they have been consuming. There is a lot of information that is available. This much percentage of the protein that you consume gets absorbed into your body. All of those things, which data is not available with us. I'm not saying it is not absorbing. The data is very limited. In natural setting, what is the absorbability? So can we look at those micronutrients? Can we improve that? Can we make it more functional when you're eating the food? Can you make people less bloated when you're eating this food compared to a meat? So I think that is where we will change the game in terms of how the quality will keep repeatedly reminding people that I'm feeling better today than yesterday. So I think that will really change the game. But it is a 80% walk, 20% is all that people can see. So there will be a lot of work behind it.
Thank you, Pradeep.
Yeah, I think what we have realized as a brand, again, in a short journey of 2.5 years, is, it's easy to, it's not easy, but I think you can innovate and, bring out an amazing product to the market. But the difficult part is the awareness. How a consumer will pick you up, I think is the easiest job to make and put it on the shelf. But the bigger role starts when, you expect the consumer to buy it for first time and then repeat it again. So I guess awareness is the, the category awareness or the product awareness is where I feel, we are trying as a brand to, because the category is at a awareness stage, right? I think this is just getting built. So I think a lot of brands, I think even we are currently trying to push that awareness, I think, and tell the consumers why this is, why you're supposed to drink this, why this is innovative, whatever you've created and put in the market. And I guess, I think if that is solved and if we can collectively do it, like how Sonal mentioned, I guess it's, it has multiple benefits, just not the brand. I think the environment or the human health, I think you can see how sick are we getting as a nation. We are 100 million people who are diabetic, another 100 million who are pre-diabetic, 300, 400 million who are having blood pressure. So I guess we are having a lot of issues that we need to collectively solve. It's not one or two brands who are going to do it. And I guess awareness building is a key for this category to grow and evolve. And plant-based body, which has organized this amazing conference, I think they have a key role to play as well to promote plant-based living, not necessarily processed food, but just eating whole food. Even that, consumers, when they start eating, they see change instantly. They don't have to wait, like it's not cosmetics which you put and wait for a couple of months to see if you're getting fairer or if your skin is better. I think you feel it in a week or two. So it's that simple. So I think awareness is I think that's going to be the game changer for this industry. As the awareness builds up, we are going to scale up a lot quickly than we are currently.
From my side, there are 4 points which are crucial to the success of or inroads to the plant-based dairy, particularly. First is nutritional health. Until and unless our products are not nutritionally healthy and we have a proven track record that by consuming these products, I just want to share an incident with you. I am from Haryana and I comes from a farmer community, so means we cannot imagine our food apart from dairy and all this. So my father, so in summers, he started consuming our flavored soy milk. In next 1 month or so, he came back to me that I have sold our cow. Why you sold our cow? Because I was not able to convince him. हम जाट हैं, दूध के बिना कैसे होएगा? So in 1 month he sold the cow. What happened? For last 15 or 20 years he was facing with this acidity disorder. In 1 or 2 months, okay, his all acidity has gone, and he told, okay, I'll consume this milk. He was not vegan. He don't know what is veganism. He don't know what is cruelty. For health's sake, if we have proven track records of, I'll share one more incident. We started experimenting with the sport persons. In Panipat, we have this Kabaddi League Academy. One day, a call came to me. भाई साहब हमारा दूध नहीं आ रहा. one wrestler was calling me, भाई साहब हमारा दूध नहीं आ रहा, पहलवान को दूध नहीं मिलेगा तो क्या होगा? So I took 1 or 2 minutes that who is calling me and what's the issue. So means they were, those farmers, those wrestlers, they were consuming this plant-based milk. They don't know what it is, they don't know what is veganism, the impact which was having on their nutrition system, on their health, on their stamina. That's why they were consuming this. First thing is this. Second thing is taste. In India, people are not going to change their taste preference whatever we do. Third thing is affordability. We don't need to create a new category altogether. People are consuming food. We just have to make them transition smoothly. Fourth thing is awareness. Until and unless people know that we are updating our phones, we are updating our gadgets, we are updating our everything. So technological advancement are happening in food domain as well. No? So we need to pitch them this thing. As you were saying that means we compare the features of our phone. Why don't we compare the features of our food? So if we are able to do this, so then we can avoid means putting so much of money into marketing and creating a new segment altogether, because people are already consuming something or other.
Sure. So I would take from Sonal's lead that all said and done, this industry is going to survive. I feel very excited despite all these slums, investors, no investors, and we feel that we should continue doing what we are doing. This segment of the industry is certainly going to grow. And this is something which I take a big takeaway from this discussion.
Thanks, guys. So there's only one point that I always wanted to insist and highlight. So it's the same continuation from my previous panel discussion as well. So for this industry and all these successful, I would say, so everyone to be successful, all the investors and the entrepreneurs to be successful in this industry, in this category. So I would always say join together. So this is something that I always tell everyone. One, never confuse your consumers with too many by launching too many products under your brand, and people get easily confused. If you are super good in one product category and that's your passion, please continue with that. So I keep remembering, you all know the story of Ching's, right? Capital Foods. So it all started by one person, Ajay Gupta, and then in 1996, he had a passion, he understood there is a demand, there is a category demand for Chinese flavors and foods, and that's especially that there is a huge demand growing up in India. And he created one product in 1996 and he launched it. And now over the years, he never diversified from the sauces and seasonings or spreads from that level. He never got diversified in multiple chocolates, I will go to bakery, anything. He was always focused on that very specific segment. Now you all know that what happened recently with Tata Consumer Products. So they acquired Capital Foods for 5,100 crores. So the very single point is, you have to create your niche, but you focus on that, but never think that you are competing with others. Okay, not Greenest competing with Evolved or Wesley or anyone. Always you have your unique proposition and selling points, and you always focus on your quality of your product. And definitely, I'm pretty sure that every product will be a winning product. And be joined together. That's what I say. Like even there was Prasanna, the head of Reliance Retail. So one of the closed sessions when we discussed, I also told in the panel that you have to understand everyone. You should all have, even in the biggest retail stores, you should have plant-based aisles separately. And then when you have like Sonal's White Cup can be there, and then at the same time there can be another company's plant-based milk or the ice creams or anything can be there. Consumers will choose. That's how consumers we are. We go to the noodle segment, we have Maggi, we have Knorr, we have everything out there. But we know what to buy for that occasion. So similarly, go together and then be there, and that's one voice out. Voice out should be single, and then that's how you are all going to win. And focus on one and never confuse the consumers, as I re-insist on that. So that is the most important thing. You work with companies who is working on the ingredient innovation and source responsibly, and then also go to the next level. Companies who are in the with the right mindset on the investors, and also go to the QSRs, retails, everywhere there should be one go together, and you all can, if you all these alternative companies go together and all this with all the stakeholders in the industry, I'm pretty sure all of you will be success. So that's my takeaway. It's not about innovations completely, it's also about good and right inspirations that you bring from the experience from the external part of the world, and then you're bringing it to India, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of things to work out, but still there is a lot of focus is required for this industry to be a success to the next level. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Check. I would request all our panelists or moderator to please be joined. Such a insightful panel discussion. And now requesting Sanjay sir to please join us on the stage. Now we are felicitating all our panelists and our moderator. Once again, great thanks to all of you for such an insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give them a great applause? Come on. Thank you so much. Thank you. First, we're joining in for group photo session, and now we move towards the felicitation. First and most, may I please request Mr. Gopal, sir, to please take a step forward. Our moderator for conducting such a wonderful panel discussion. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. May I please request Mr. Kunal to join us at the center. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands as we felicitate Mr. Kunal Mutha, founder Only Earth. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now may I please request Mr. Parvinder Singh, sir, to please join us at the center. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we join our hands and take part in the felicitation. Thank you so much. May I please request Ms. Sonal, CEO, White Carb, to please join us at the center. And louder applause as we felicitate our panelists. Thank you. Now requesting Mr. Vinay, so to please join us at the center. Please extend your applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now requesting Mr. Pradeep Rao from Evolve Food, please join us at the center. Ladies and gentlemen, great applause for all our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much, sir, for presenting such an insightful panel. I would request Mr. Gaurav Sharma, CEO, Greenist, sir, to please join us on the stage, requesting Dr. Nilesh Amritkar, President, Association of Food Scientists and Technologists, to please join us on the stage. Also requesting Mr. N. Satish Mohan, AGM Operations and Audits, IHHR Hospitality, sir, to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all our panelists and our moderator. And now I would request Mr. Gaurav, Mr. Nilesh, and Mr. Satish, sir, to please join us at the center. So we are felicitating Dr. Nilesh Amritkar, Mr. Gaurav Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend our applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now requesting Dr. Nilesh, sir, to please join us at the center. Once again, we extend very, very warm regards to all of you for marking this spectacular day with your presence. Thank you so much, Dr. Nilesh. Now requesting Mr. N. Satish Mohan, sir, to please join us at the center. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend our great applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I would request, sir, to please be joined as you're moderating the next session. Please be joined to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session that we're starting now, plant-based proteins for sustained nutrition. The session is being moderated by Mr. Sanjay Sethi. And now I would like to call our panelists. I would humbly request our panelists to please join us on the dais. Ms. Antu Kulhan, founder of Bliss Box. Let's give her a great round of applause. Ms. Prerna Bajaj, co-founder of Wesley. May I please request Ms. Prerna to join us on the dais. Mr. Ranjit Chaturvedi, co-founder, Superb. I would request Mr. Ranjit to please join us on the dais. Requesting Mr. Sagar Mehta, founder, Vegan Dukan. Requesting Mr. Mehta to please join us on the dais. Mr. Sudarshan Gangredi, founder, Baju Foods. I would request Mr. Sudarshan to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, one among the very crucial and vital topic, plant-based proteins for sustained nutrition. And we are starting the panel now. All our panelists have joined now. And this is going to be the last panel for the day. So please be joined. Requesting Mr. Henk Skoten, Chairman, Skoten Family Companies, Netherlands. I would request sir to please join us on the dais. So now all our panelists have joined us. Requesting Ms. Rinki Singh to please join us on the dais. Ms. Rinki, requesting you to please join us on the dais. Requesting Ms. Rinki to please join us on the dais. So now we have all our panelists who are here on the dais along with our moderator. So let's give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And now may I please request our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Sethi, sir, to please take the session forward. Thank you so much.
I have a very love-hate relationship with the subject nutrition. When I was in college, right from the day one, I was drawn towards the animal education, animal sciences, and one of the subject was animal nutrition. The God would write it in such a way that of all the subjects, which I think were more than 60 or 70 trimester subjects, this is the only subject which I failed in college. I had to write it again. And I got admitted one of the premier MBA colleges, Institute of Rural Management, Anand. So I got transported, but this one subject is still not done. And I wrote and took the train and went to my future college hoping that I'll now pass the degree. And luck would have it, maybe I had a special relationship with the teacher. He wouldn't budge to give me another 2 or 3 marks to pass me, otherwise I would to come back and finish my degree. Somehow I scraped through. I wasn't that bad in my education, but somehow this was one subject which stuck with me. When we started our association about 2 years ago, so Medha was the first person and she's a nutritionist, and we used to have, she's right here, so we used to have a lot of debates about the subject nutrition. And because I am a diabetic, so I had learned so much of diabetics. So I would always believe that I know more than her, like I know more than many doctors as far as diabetes is concerned. And she would say, how dare? I'm a graduate and I'm a postgraduate and I've also gone abroad and studied this subject. How can I know some less than somebody who is not literate in this and that to almost fall? So the knowledge about the nutrition went up so much that both of us kept debating with each other on various topics, and we realized that we were actually educating each other. And then when it came to finding a right kind of moderator for this session, I had no doubt that the right person for this would be Lalit Kapoor, who has a very big fan following in terms of plant-based whole foods. In fact, Anju also represents the same movement. And I immediately knew that he is the right person who knows more than me and lot more than me on nutrition, who would do it. But how would I bring such a big man way down in the session when he should have been, when the minister was there? So then I realized that I have to do it myself. So then I took the courage of bringing this panel, hoping that we will be able to find some absolute path-breaking solutions or answers to some of the things which are lingering in the minds of all of us. The biggest question which is there in our mind is animal sources of food more nutritious or plant-based foods are more nutritious? Lot of panelists who came today, all of them were not vegan. I know, I've seen them eating chicken, but because this is our panel, they dare not say anything against chicken, anything against plant-based chicken. So they said something, and this guy was telling me something else then, and now he's saying something else today. So I thought, let me find out from the nutritionists, because nutritionists don't lie. They are ready to eat karela or kaddu or whatever you say in the name of nutrition, and they forget that there is somebody else who knows more than them, and that is the chef, who actually knows how to present the same thing in a very, very nutritious way. So usually the nutritionists and chefs, they have to come together into one human being, and then the product clicks like anything, because it is nutritious as well as tasty. So we want to ask the other big question, that within the plant-based foods, what is more nutritious? Plant-based whole foods, as Anju would say, or protein isolates, which is highly processed, or something different, which is processed but also healthy? The third question which we need to ask ourselves, how to supplement vitamin B12 and how to supplement our gut microbiome, which of course, Hank Schutten will say, of course, Tempayy. Of course, because this is fermented, right? So then somebody say, okay, tell me, how many times will you eat Tempayy in a day? You can eat aloo 5 times a day, but can you eat 5 times a day Tempayy? So if yes, then is it for Indonesian taste or is it for Indian taste? Because Indians have not taken off. So I have a friend, his name is Siddharth, and he has a company called Vegelution, Hellow Tempayy, and I think he's your customer, right? So he made a dip out of Tempayy. I loved it. I said, if you're coming, do bring that. He said, I'll bring it. That's a different thing. He had to take a flight to US, so he couldn't come here, but his other products were here. So the other big question that we need to ask ourselves, that can we survive vitamin B12 supplementation? Because if I soak my nuts, is my vitamin B12 enough? So these are so many questions which are there in our mind. We have to first ask from, I think, the critics of this movement, that is plant-based whole food, who always think that we are something bigger than the plant-based mock meat kind of people. So I want to ask you, Anju, are you our brother and sister, or you are our cousin, or you are our opponent?
Good evening, everyone. To answer that question, I would first like to ask a question. Why is it that the nutrition always forms the last panel? The nutrition is the most important discussion in the food industry, that should be, and panel on nutrition is just the last panel at 5 o'clock. Everyone is dead tired, and one question to everyone, who all are on medication? Is there anyone in the whole auditorium? Howsoever people have been, mostly lunch ke baad sab chale gaye, but only the nutrition can solve your problem of health. And the whole food nutrition is the only, you can say, the only effective way to solve your health problem. And and now going back to question raised by Sanjay Sethi, I would say we are your grandfathers, because from us, from whole came partial kind of topics and nutrients that we are talking about. We are not your cousins, we are very big. We started the whole thing. The ancestors started eating the whole food, and from that whole food, by and by, the scarcity was created, and the thing which came into how to keep food for a longer duration. So the preservatives and other things and the industry started coming into it, and the food processing industry started that. So the whole food answer is we are your maybe the great grandfathers, and then from us only you have taken birth from us. That is my answer.
Sorry to interrupt here. We are serving the juices from Bliss Box, and Bliss by Anju. Anju ma'am can elaborate from here.
Yeah, thank you so much. So this is a green juice, a green leaf juice that we make, and the green leaf juice serves you enough amount of protein for the day. When we talk about protein as a protein which is made in factories, I will tell you the protein which is normally made eating all the plants, eating kale, eating your spinach, eating any kind of fruit, you name, you touch a plant or a vegetable which does not have protein in it. Protein is naturally available in all plants and vegetables. There should not be such a big discussion on plant protein. Yes, well, it is. We are industry, and we people who are so used to chicken and the meat, the processed meat. This is a very good revolution to turn them into plant-based, to save animals, to save cruelty towards animals. This is a very good step to turn a person who is into meat and dairy, to give them good options how to turn them into a plant-eating human being. And from that, maybe process it a little closer and closer, but whatever products and products we make, whatever the plant-based products we are making in factories, my humble request, do not over-process them. Otherwise, we are killing all the nutrients in the food. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you so much. So now the gloves are off. So the debate has started in a very good note, and we are all going to love it. We are all going to learn from it. Sagar, can hara bhara kebab ever beat the real kebab?
So that definitely will depend, how we have made the hara bhara kebab, because there is no standardization of the food still have happened in plant-based, this processed foods. But yes, it can. Now, when we talk about, how which vegan or plant-based hara bhara kebab is made, so it is made with, those, protein isolates, and a lot of, they are also nutritions are added to that along in the process. So yeah, why not?
Mock meat, you are saying.
Yeah, so that is what I'm talking about.
Yes.
If we are talking about that apple-to-apple comparison between animal meat-based hara bhara kebab and plant-based, so those things are possible.
So that's the only way we will replace meat. Unless we do not mimic the taste, we can't.
So if you want to call something hara bhara kebab, then we have to mimic the taste. But if you want to just call it a good
Can
tasty
we mimic
food,
the taste without processing it?
I am actually not in the food processing, so I won't be the very much relevant person. But I have seen companies, brands, they have now started working on a lot of less processed foods. Now, when we talk about processed food, I don't know why there is a problem with that. Like, when we talk about, let's say, whey protein or casein or whatever, all those foods are highly processed. They are not derived, they are not the, in that form, animals don't give us. So those foods are also processed. It is not about processed or not processed, whether they are healthy or not. That is what I think our focus should be. So I think we are at very much nascent stage to immediately start asking infant to start running a marathon. When we talk about, animal-based food, they have been there for thousands of years. Animals were granted being the source of food. That's why there was no innovation taken place for the alternates, which is happening now. So I think, when we are representing a category, rather than questioning the integrity of the food all the time, rather we focus on, what can take us further. Now, the topic which, I thought, I should do little homework about. And that's where I felt that, it is about nutrition value, which can be sustainable. So now, developed countries and, all those in urban areas, we are like overfeeding ourselves. We are not lack of nutrition. But when we talk about sustainable nutrition, we are talking about those, 5-7 billion people who are living below poverty. And can animal-based protein take care of that or not? And answer is no, it cannot. It is not sustainable to create so many animals and then try to feed those people whom we feel, we feel empathetic about, feeding them or helping them. So I think plants are the great source for that. There are combination of plants which needs to be used to replace animal proteins from that, and that is the only way it can sustain. Like, close to some independent researches which I was reading about, and it says that only 10% of land use is required to attain same kind of, nutrition or protein than animal-based protein. There's like, hundreds of liters of more water is required to get same protein and nutrition from animals. So I think sustainability is related to that. Sustainability is not talking about, urban area and developed countries. I think that's where there are opportunities, there are very clear-cut guidelines that, innovations are required. Blend of plant-based proteins can actually compete with those whey and casein. So I think that's where we should be focusing on.
Okay, so great. So this panel had only two people who were neutral. That is me and, Sagar. On one side we have Rinki, we have Soup Hub, Ranjit is there, we have Hank, we have Anju, who are all about nutrition, good health, everything. On another side, we have Bajo, what is this? Baho Foods. Okay, Baho Foods. And we have Prerna, and they are the ones who are trying to mimic the taste exactly. So we need to find out. You are also almost neutral, right? You have a food which is almost meat-like, but also nutritious.
Oh, you?
No, you.
Yes.
Henk.
Yeah,
Henk Shooter.
My name is Henk Schouten. Schouten, yes. I'm more than 30 years in the plant-based protein products. I started
30 years.
34 years.
34 years.
Yes.
Oh my.
I started in 1990 in the Netherlands with what you call mock meat or meat analog. We have first to answer that question. Why we make meat analog? Why is that happened in Europe? In Europe, we eat every moment meat. In the morning, in the lunch, and in the evening. The average consumption in the Netherlands is 42 kilo per inhabitant per year. The average consumption in Qatar is 108 kilo. The average consumption in Germany, 65. In the US, 85. In India, 3. 6? On the figures that I have, no, 6 also fine. Also very little, 6. So why we should mimic meat, why we did mimic meat in the first place, that was because people could not miss the experience of eating meat. They want to eat less because they said it's more healthy, not sustainable, it's not animal friendly, and the main driver was sustainability, but we cannot miss the experience. So that's why we start to mimic meat. So I thought this is a great solution for India. They can eat chicken without eating it. I came to India and they asked me a question. Are you veg or non-veg? I said, what is this? Veg, non-veg, not vegetarian. Oh, you mean that I eat meat? Yes. Oh, they even don't want to take the word meat in their mouth. So, and then very quickly I did a research in a mall in Ahmedabad. Of course, that is a very vegetarian area. And most of the people didn't like the meat analog. They said, I don't like this. Oh, it's vegan. No, not for me. So then I got the idea, and I think it's a great idea. It's a very old food. Here in India, you do a lot of fermentation, also very old. Italy, dosa, curd, and there are more ages-old food that you ferment. Why you ferment it? To improve the digestibility, improve the taste, and to make it more airy, to make it very tasty. There's a very old food in Indonesia that's 600 years old. They call it tempeh. They take the whole soybean and it's fermented by a microorganism, and during the fermentation you improve the digestibility, you lower the oligosaccharides, it's the sugars in the soybean, so you have no air forming in your stomach. You produce vitamin B12, it's high in fiber, high in iron, and it's probiotic. The average consumption of tempeh in Indonesia is higher than the average consumption of meat in India, 7 kilo per inhabitant. So we got the idea to bring that to India. And now the taste. The Indian people are great at making something very tasty. Because tempeh itself is not so tasty. You have to make it tasty. So you have nutrition is there. You have the local ingredients, soybeans. It's vitamin B12, same amount of protein as chicken. It has iron, it is probiotic. You only have to make it tasty, that's all. And it absorbs flavors very well. It fits very well in the culture of the Indian food culture. So I think there is a market for meat analogs. Of course, there is a market for the real meat lovers. I think they love it. But the majority will not love it. I think, that's my opinion. But future will, I'm not 100% sure, it's just my thinking. I don't want to tell you that I know the truth, but I don't know the truth, but that's my expectation, let's say it in this way. And all the problem is the price. It's very expensive to make it. And I know it because this is our main product in Europe. We distribute our products to more than 50 countries. And 60 to 70% of the products that we are selling is this type of product. It tastes like chicken, tastes like tuna, and we call it in our communication classics. It means this is where we were. And we want to go to variations. That's the other title we give to the products. That's product that have their own identity, but are nutritionally correct. So that's my answer, reaction on this. Do we need mock meat or meat analogs? I think we don't need. We have other solutions. That's what I think.
Okay, we don't need meat analogs. The only thing that you have to make is make it tasty. As if that was the easiest part of the whole job. Right? Right? So, Sudarshan, are you able to digest it? Hank has got 34 years of huge experience of tempeh. He is probably the best in tempeh in the whole world.
Not the longest experience I have in the mock meat. That's the meat alternative, what we call. And also in tempeh, of course, but our biggest share in the market is still this type of products that we are trying to imitate the meat. But my personal opinion is that we should move away from it because it's it's not sustainable if you compare it to the other products. That's my opinion. Yeah.
So, you're struggling, right? We are all struggling. The whole industry is struggling to first satisfy the customer and then also satisfy Dadima. Right? For Dadima, that yes, it is nutritious, and to the customer, that yes, it is. Do you feel that you are on a wrong panel? Usually people put these two people in different panels. You know, mock meat wala is one panel and nutrition is in another panel, healthy foods is in one panel. So before I go to Rinki, who knows everything, because PAN, Physician Alliance for Nutrition, so they are the ones who are actually moving the doctors. They are the ones who are doing the most difficult job. The doctors usually, you know how they prescribe. You know their motivations. Of course, we all know what happens, right? But they move them. वो उनकी अंतरात्मा को हिला देते हैं. So they are able to talk to them on the rationality and remove the chicken soup and put dal over there. This is what they do. But do you really believe that unless we exactly match and through the route that we are presently taking, is it practical, whatever is being discussed today?
So I have a very different view on this, and it will ruffle some feathers. I think this entire panel and also the exhibits that I see outside are heavily, I mean, everything is tempeh plus minus, in the sense that it is all about how do we replace chicken or something else with an equivalent, and I see everyone there. To Hank's statistic, you know, India is 3 kgs meat. What does India have 50 kgs of per capita consumption? It's wheat, right? Atta, flour, staples. So these are the two products that you have 50, 60 kgs consumption. If you genuinely want to solve the protein problem in India, which is India is 70% protein deficient, the solutions you're talking about right now is the top 5%, 10%. Ki, I want something that has X, Y micronutrient and Z the micronutrient is not there, so I don't like this. Very, very first world or first plus world problems. The problem statement is that you want to solve for protein deficiency. You want to solve it with what is consumed 50 kgs, and that is grains, and that's atta. So if you look at, again, nothing about one of the solutions that we are looking at, right? And which is why if you look at it, we built the, a protein concentrate, a protein additive, which is to be added to atta. And we are not at all trying to say that this is extremely tasty, delicious. We are trying to show that you won't even realize that it's there in your atta. So we are actually trying to make it as neutral and as non-delicious as possible. But the premise is that you need to, if you want to solve the protein problem, you solve it by making everyday food high protein, rather than, the other things are always there, but everyday food and what is most consumed is staples. That's 70% of your weight of whatever the calories comes from that. And that's what I believe that the solution India requires, which is the staples, the atta needs to be made high protein. And which is why there's a lot of thing about fortification, be it rice kernel fortification or atta, but this is where I would look to solve for it, and that's how we are trying to solve it, by adding the protein. We've created this thing which is heat stable, and it uses very little soya. We try to use a lot other ingredients. Because the second problem that I see, that's the first problem in terms of, to your question, the solution needs to be Indian in nature, and Indian solution will come from what India consumes most. That has to be made high protein, and I believe that's staples. And so you have to solve from it from that angle. Second, the thing we are talking about is all, this is there, all of that. What I think we are missing out is efficiency. I'll explain that. What happens is we are talking about, okay, this nutrition, this is how it should be there, this is how, that's how it should be there. What we miss out is nutrition is, I think we are ending, but nutrition is not about whether I have this micronutrient also or not. First and foremost principle in nutrition is you should get it every day. You should get it every day. That is the most important thing. If you get one micronutrient less today and you get another tomorrow, that's okay. The body can compensate, the body can generate it. But important thing is you get nutrition every day or as much as possible. That requires access. And when we talk about the solutions that are there today, the biggest problem with access is price point. And that's what I think is the biggest solution that we need to solve for, which is create a solution that is, beyond the Bharat Mandapam audience and the one here, but again, going back to the fundamental problem of if you're talking about India's true problem statement, you need to solve it in the Indian context. Yeah.
Thank you. So wonderful. So Prerna, even if I bring Rinki into the picture, I think more or less I can anticipate what Rinki will say. So you can say that the whole panel is sort of tilted towards Anju. It's moved. Only you are left now. So you have to do the heavy lifting now.
I am a mock meat manufacturer.
So you must tell them that you have reduced the price.
Yeah.
You have done it with amazing tasting.
Yeah, the
sumptuous
chopsticks and the
foods.
egg burjis.
You have done it with soy.
Yeah.
You have done it at 25, 30 rupees. Those, what do you call, lollipop?
No, it's
Chicken.
it's not lollipop. It's chopstick.
Chopsticks, yes.
and
Chicken
that's selling like
chopsticks,
hotcakes,
plant-based chicken chopsticks.
Yeah.
You have done everything. And
it was because
can you see? All intellectuals are on one side. Public is standing in front of Pani Puri wala. Ranjit, do some mercy on these people. Yeah? They are young boys and girls. So, they have put up their startups. आप उनको भाषण पे भाषण पिलाए जा रहे हो, ये खाओ, वो खाओ, धंधा कर लेने दो, कमा लेने दो. If you are looking for really the foods which are over processed, just turn your, attention towards Europe and those companies which are there in India, and they're making highly processed foods which get processed like quickly. Think about those. All attention you have put on these small startups. Over to you, Prerna.
Yeah, see, as I'll just give a brief of my firm. We started in 2010, and I was based in Europe for around 4 to 5 years, and my journey began from there, and where I could feel the movement from 2006 onwards that these things are now going to pop up. So I started it was a joint venture of me and my family members. I started in 2010, this mock meat concept, and it's been now 13 years. And the main motto, like how I have come here, is the constant improvisation, innovation, which I have followed in my firm, and the high moisture meat analog extrusion, which we completely adhere to. Like as Sir told about my products, yes, chopstick is one of my products which is selling like a hot cake, and which we have marked at the price that the normal people can even afford it and buy it. So this is how we have got our business rolling into. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, Ranjit, you, I think amongst all of us, you are the ones who will become the unicorn the fastest. It looks like.
No, we haven't even started yet.
You seem to have cracked the code. Tell us, what are you doing?
Well,
Soup Herb, by the way, I like your name.
Yeah,
are you selling your name?
No, the name was given by my wife, Soup Herb. It's SOUPHERB. Now, it was a personal journey. I mean, I came here today from Mumbai especially because Sanjay ji insisted that I should be here. You know, there's a lot of talk happening about plant veganism and, you know, non-vegetarian food, meat eating, you know, meat, nutrition and longevity. I just want to bring to your attention that last year in Riyadh, in November 2023, there was a contest announced called X Prize. That's a $111 million prize on anybody in the world who can make their life, longevity and aging process better for population between 60 and 85-year-old. Elon Musk has donated $5 million in that prize. There are about 224 teams which have already registered, and we are also registered. We are participating in this competition. First and foremost, when you started, Sanjay ji, you spoke about what is going to be, is it going to coexist, plant and, you know, meat? It is always going to exist and coexist. But I must tell you one thing, that time will tell that who in the end is going to live a more healthy life. That's everything. The food, you are what you eat. We've heard that before. And the Greeks, they came here, they went back, and they gave a saying, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. It came from us. It came from the Tibetan culture. It came from Ayurveda. It came from Siddha. It came from ancients, you know. So a processing and industrialization of food, it's just a recent 100-year-old phenomena. Before that, we guys were eating more plants. So plant will always exist and meat will always exist. Time will tell, research will tell, and individual choices. Each person to himself will know that what is helping my body. Now, just to put one little thing into perspective, because we're sitting in India, and it will be a good information for you too, Hank. In Ayurveda, Ayurveda is, you know, a Upaveda of the Atharva Veda. I'm not going on about the Chaturvedi and the whole Veda thing. I'll just tell you one small example. There's a story about Soma. Now, you know, there's a big misconception about Somas. People talk like Soma is alcohol, Soma Rasna, it's Madira. Soma, the concept is Adi Dhaivik, Adi Bhautik, and Adhyatmik. So I'm going to talk about the material part of it. It is said that there were two rishis, Rishi Angira and Rishi Atri. Now, everything to do with Ayurveda is credited to Atreya. Now, it is said when Atreya converted his body into liquid, and when it was falling from the sky, the Gandharvas came in the middle and they picked up and they collected the Soma because they thought that, oh, we are going to get all the, you know, immortality and everything. Then, when whatever drops fell on the earth, those were converted into plants. So, plants, let me tell you, if anybody wants to lead a good life, plant-based is the way to go. And there is no question about it. If you want to age well, I can give you the example of Japan, Kyoto and Osaka. Go around there, see how many vegetarian restaurants are there, and you'll be shocked that most of the people are into vegetarianism and less meat eating. I mean, you go to Tokyo, you go to the other sides, there are a lot of sushi and sashimi, and you'll find all of these things. But Kyoto and Osaka particularly, people are, aging so well at 100, they're walking, they're doing their own daily chores. Why is it that possible? I mean, so the question is, nutrients, macro, micro, protein, prebiotics, all of that stuff, gut health, your gut is clearly related to your neurological system, so your depression, your anxiety, your stress, everything is related to your gut. If you don't have a clean gut, things won't work out for you. There's a Stanford University research, and it was on Netflix as a series called You Are What You Eat. If you see, they are comparing, omnivore diet versus vegan diet, and in the end, after 8 weeks, the length of the telomeres have increased, which means that you've already achieved healthy aging. By the way, I must tell you, in 20 days, I reduced my biological age by 1 year. In 20 days, and I have the reports and everything for that. I've done my DNA, microbiome, epigenetics testing. There's a lab in Hyderabad. I've sent my blood sample there, so they're working on my length of my telomeres. So I'm trying to prove that only through a plant-based diet. And first, I'm doing it on myself. I had done this 2 years ago. And by the way, I have a very, very hectic lifestyle. I'm into government projects. I'm into heavy engineering. So you can imagine. And out of all of that, I'm a father of 3 kids, 2 daughters. So in spite of all of this stuff, still trying to balance it out. And, the food that you eat and how you eat, when you eat, it is also very important. And, we all just talk about how the food is being made, how it is reaching us. But how are you consuming it is also very important. The most important thing today for society at large, for everybody, everywhere, from a child to an aging adult, is food. You may do whatever exercise, you may take whatever medicine you want. If you are not consuming the right things, you're not doing justice to your body. So, I will not talk more about Superb. I just don't want to get into that. That's a separate subject. But we are trying to create a superfood. And it's basically soup, as you all know, Superb. But we are using 63 medicinal plants. Now, we want to prove that, and there has to be a time, and there will be a day, where there will be medicinal plants in every single food that we consume. Like how my friend over here on the panel is saying that they are, it's such an important thing to do, because you may talk about the top layer, but what about the population at large? So to get them protein, they are adding that protein supplement to the wheat, and that is a very important thing that you're doing. But they have so much energy, they work so hard, these people, like, who are actually toiling their way, in the sun, and so for them, their body's immunity is very high. But guys like us, we guys sitting in this conference room, corporates, kids now in schools, we don't get enough sunlight, we don't get enough exercise, we don't get good sleep. So for us, food becomes even more important. So, veganism, vegetarianism is going to rule. Plant-based food is going to be the future. People, like how today we see that anybody who's eating meat or shrimp or prawns is like a sort of a luxury, and vegetarian was like, you're so boring. It is going to change, and you will see it happening very soon. Sanjay ji, you're bringing in a tsunami in India. I'm telling you. And when it is a tsunami, it is a plant tsunami. It is going to be a green revolution. There was one green revolution. Now this is going to be the second green revolution 2.0. People are going to move towards plant-based food. Why? To only lead a good life.
Thank you. So, Rinki, all of us, when we practice a vegan life, we get a lot of support from family. We get lots of options. You have nuts, you have, dals, you have so many other things which we make at home. We are hardly dependent on outside food. we can find amazing vegetarian, vegan options at home, which are absolutely high in protein as well as balanced. But I have this friend, and she's vegan, and she's my colleague, Aditi Sharma, and she's losing weight. Should I tell her that she should eat protein isolates?
Okay. So I represent PAN, as you mentioned, and which means we are working with physicians, we are working with doctors. We have a lot of research, internationally conducted research, which is telling us that plant-based food is the way to go forward. You do not need to go back, or you do not need to resort to animal food at all.
So she should take the protein isolates.
She should take protein isolates if it
Soy
is,
protein isolates, pea protein isolates.
yeah, so depending on how her health is, how her body is, it is all very individualistic.
She's right sitting here in front of you.
So if you know, it's something which is very individual. I'm not saying that you have to. It is dependent on how your body is reacting to a certain.
She's high on energy. She's almost running the show. But
Yeah.
behind the scene, I'm in the front of the scene.
Yeah.
So, but the weight is going down. What do we do?
So maybe that's how her body is meant to be. Maybe
No.
she needed to lose
No,
weight.
1 kilogram every year. Knock. I should knock. Maybe somebody else should knock. But
Can I
not.
answer?
Yeah. But her turn.
No, so I don't think that you need to resort to anything more than what the vegan food is giving you, unless and until it is you get a medical advice. If you face any problem, like what Sanjay is saying, you are high on energy. You are able to go around in your day-to-day life without any trouble, without any problem.
How about protein powders?
I personally do not believe in any of the artificial foods, to be very honest with you, Sanjay.
Is it artificial? This is artificial?
This is not artificial. This is.
Come on.
This is.
Come on.
These are plants. These are leaves which has been.
The
made
protein,
into a
the
juice.
protein powder is what? Soybean, take oil out, is soybean.
The more we process any food, it loses its nutritive value.
आपने इसको कचरा तो नहीं किया था बहुत एकदम से
No,
छोटा-छोटा
no, so whatever
natural, na?
it is natural, it is a cold pressed juice.
You didn't took it in mixie.
No, not at all. It's a cold pressed juicer. So the solution of juice to keep you keep in a longer shelf life is go as slow as possible. So that's how the slow press or cold press juices. The one once you do it in mixie, you are blending it, you are oxalating, you are oxidizing the whole process, which will just reduce the nutritive value of the juice.
And sugar, how is it?
So this is a green apple. The sweetness is with green apple. It has some avla into it. It has a little kachi haldi into it.
So green apple, you crush it.
So green apple also is put in the cold juicer. So all the so this is like 80%.
Processing. This is processing.
See what we are talking
Not
about.
grown in India. Oh, Chinese.
No, we get. So
My God. Some wax on that. Some
yeah.
wax.
What? So when we talk about all that, we talk about eat a variety. You eat from all countries. You eat from all states. You do not, for a whole food person to have a very nutritious life, we do not support go local, eat local. Eat from each part of Kerala, from Karnataka, from Kanyakumari, because the soil, the nutrition which the soil carries in Kanyakumari may not be having.
You know why Britishers won?
So,
Rinki, why Britishers won? Because we were fighting amongst ourselves. लड़ाई हमारी डेयरी के साथ है, लड़ आपस में रहे हैं. ये हो क्या रहा है?
हम लड़ नहीं रहे हैं, हम education, हम ज़्यादा educate कर रहे हैं.
So the thing is, somebody got away with it by saying, no more soy free. Why? What is wrong with soy? So can you see what is happening amongst ourselves? We are just throwing punches on each other because the real problem is we are trying to replace animal sources of food. So we should find out a way by teaching each other that how we can replace that. Okay, you have made a mock meat. can we replace your binders with maybe jackfruit? That is the answer we are looking for in this session today. Sorry?
No protein in jackfruit.
So no protein, but binding properties. So you can bind your protein with jackfruit.
Also not. Only the fibers are there.
Only the fibers. So back to you, Rinki.
Okay, so just wanted to say there's a lot of dependency on pharmaceuticals these days. If we go to the doctors, they will give you the first choices if you have any problem, like many of us, all of us from time to time. We go to them, there'll be absolutely no focus on nutrition. There'll be absolutely no focus on food. They'll tell you A, B, C, D, these are the medicines which you need to take morning, afternoon, night. When I was young, when I was a child, I remember clearly the doctor saying, Bukhar hai, you're not supposed to eat this, you eat that, you eat this. I'm not saying that was the right information or wrong information, because they would say have chicken soup, have egg, have this, that. They were not focusing only on plant-based. But these days, the doctors don't tell you anything about nutrition. They just completely omit their conversation on nutrition. You can eat whatever you want. I just want to say, Sanjay, because the reason being, there is absolutely no section in their 5.5 years of MBBS education on nutrition. Nutrition is completely missing from the syllabus, or it is very minuscule. They are not taught anything about nutrition. So there are nutritionists, there are dietitians who are being separately taught about food, but who's calling the shots when it is treating a patient? It is the medical doctor. So if the medical doctor says, does not focus anything on nutrition, that's how the patient, the human being is going to, it's, pharmacy is an add-on to nutrition. Here it is going the other way around. Pharmacy or medicines are taking the front row and nutrition is taking the back seat. So what we are saying is, let us train our physicians, let us train our medical students right at that stage, or let us train doctors to be trained, as trainers, so that they can go and impart the same knowledge to other doctors, to patients, to their families, and convert people to the right way of food. And we have a lot of research internationally and nationally done, which says that plant-based food is the right way forward if we want to live a healthy life for ourselves, as well as for our environment, for our world, for our mother nature.
Okay.
That's the way forward.
Okay, last sentence from your side.
So I just want to add something that, we are addressing and serving different segments. Like they are serving people who need to go to doctors.
Wonderful.
And we are serving people who are trying to cut down on certain kind of foods. And the topic of this panel is how plant-based nutrition can be sustainable. So I think that's a very different segment we are talking about, who are underprivileged, who needs, nutrition at scale at economical price. So I think that's what we need to understand, that yes, we all agree that plant-based sources are much sustainable and scalable and affordable, sources, and that's what we all agree. I think that's a good part of it. Now, somebody should have isolates or not, that depends on the person's daily requirements of the protein. If somebody is athlete, now Kunal was here, he is one of the person who has been to Ironman and all. Can you please check with him? Can you stop him having his protein? If he doesn't, then he will not be able to perform, because he's ultra athlete, and there are many vegans who are also doing that.
Yeah. Sudarshan, last sentence from your side.
I think this is, like you said, nutrition is important, and getting nutrition every day is just as important. And whatever delivers nutrition efficiently and at cost price and is accessible to everyone is what we should, rather than just focused on protein. I see a lot of, again, talk around protein. There is fiber, there is carbohydrates, there is fats, and there is micronutrients. So everyone delivers everything differently. Maybe animal does deliver a certain thing very efficiently, like one, but plants deliver on other things far more efficiently. So one has to have a mix. Fair. And then finally it comes down to your individual choice, philosophically and diet-wise.
Rinki, your last sentence?
Yeah, okay. In our country, in fact, the entire world, but definitely more so in our country, urban areas, some also in rural areas now, A lot of non-communicable diseases, the prevalence is really increasing. Diabetes, hypertension, heart problems, brain problems, liver problems, these are increasing, and the best way to remove all this is to go back to nature, go back to plant-based food. All these problems, which is depleting our resources, it is cutting down on the family income when there is, one person who's really sick with any of these problems. I think the best way is to go back to plant-based food, and the problems will come down drastically. There are some cases where medication will still be required, but mostly it will be solved by
Plant-based.
plant-based food.
Yes. Anju, your last comment?
Yeah, my last comment is first line of a chant from Isha Veda, Purnamida, Purnamidam, Purnamidaya. We have come from whole, and we are the whole, and we will go into the whole. So the whole is the only answer. To add the plant-based, we add whole foods.
That is
Thank you.
Vice President of Plant-Based Whole Foods. Hank, your last
Yeah,
comment.
I see a huge problem in India. The problem is very, very big. If I know that 50% of the children in India have a form of anemia, that 75% of the women have anemia, then we don't need to say we have to go back to plant-based, because the majority is plant-based, but we have to look to the ratio. So I like the idea very much to enrich staple food. That's because we have to look for the affordable way how we can improve really the nutrition of the mass. There is a market for mock meat, but that is for the high-end market, the upper market. But I really more would like to focus on the mass. And we have to really look and join hands, do it together, to find good solutions for this. Affordable way to change the ratio in the habit. There is too much consumption of carbs, too much consumption of oil, too much consumption of sugar is very high. Salt is very high. So we have to try to raise plant-based protein in an affordable way.
Okay, thank you. But majority is not plant-based, majority is dairy-dependent in India. So it's majority is non-meat, but dairy-dependent.
I don't understand that.
So majority consumes milk and dairy products.
Yeah, okay. That I take milk and dairy, I mean vegetarian. And,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Okay. Yes, from your side, Ranjit, the last comment.
Well, I just want to say that we are on our journey, and the public is there to judge us. That's the consumer at the end of the day. And we continue with conviction. There are so many factors which are in our favor, and everybody from this industry. And like I said, plant is the future for food industry.
Prerna, any change of heart?
Yeah, it's not any change of heart. I just want to say that now after manufacturing, I have opened my first kiosk in Omax Mall in Chandni Chowk. So I'm requesting everybody out here to come and try us out there.
Yeah, I have seen it on the video. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, panel. It was wonderful. You have got, again, not come to any conclusion, but it is very clear to us that the plant-based foods are the answers. The verdict is not yet out as to which is the winning formula, which is the winning solution, that how do we give the youngsters the amazing, yummy foods, and yet those are absolutely whole foods or something which is closer to the natural foods. So that those are minimally processed, as Anju said. So thank you very much. And now I would like to also go towards closing of this event. First of all, I would request my team members to come on the stage and come for the photo opportunity. Before that, we have to also felicitate some of the panelists that we have not yet done. And third, I must, first of all, thank the amazing audience. Anju asked why the nutrition panel is in the last. because nutritionists, those who want to understand about nutrition, they are the left brain people, they are logical people. They are driven by brains, they can stay. Those who are the right brain people, who are driven by emotions, they are looking for food, they're gone. Yes, so these are the people who are most likely consume plant-based whole foods. Sorry, they are in minority. The majority is gone. They are looking for tasty foods. Right, so nobody is helping. People, that's how the diseases and everything is going up. I'm not saying it's being caused by noodles or something like that. Who knows, maybe the chemicals which are coming through the food. So it's a big debate, but I must thank you, audience. It's a wonderful audience, fantastic. Especially those last rows, can you see? Yes. Those are all Ahimsa VC fellows. Yes. They are dedicated ones. They are the ones who are actually going to move the mountains. They are the ones who are going to actually make a big change. You see all the major change-making organization, you can see the future CEOs sitting there. They are the ones who are not only dedicated in terms of knowledge, but also in terms of character. So this is what makes them. And we are blessed to have such amazing people like you, and audience, you have been amazing. I must also thank the sponsors. I mean, right from Veganta, THRYVE, you have DBS, Pall, all the organizations which are there on the ACME is there, Nutricircle, Hellow, Tempayy, and I think one or two I must be forgetting, but all of you who have supported this event, thank you very much. And I must also thank the exhibitors. We have a plant-based pavilion which is going on in Aahar, in hall number 3 on the ground floor. Behind the APEDA pavilion, there is one, and one on 5th floor, first floor, which is near the culinary show, and also on the first floor of hall number 3. So we have done a wonderful job in bringing a few exhibitors. Last year, our 2 exhibitors, they got the best stall prize in Aahar. One of them was Wesley, another was Mangatram. Both of them, they were PBFIA stalls. And again, we are doing the same thing. What basically we are doing, we are taking the subject to newer and newer and newer enterprises. We are not B2C, we are B2B. Because B2C work is done by PFA, B2C work is done by various other organizations and our members. Those who have the money muscle to educate the customers, we don't have. We work with organizations like USSEC, we work with organizations like SOPA, we work with organizations like who are our hotels, restaurant, and distribution companies, and on the supply side. So all these companies, and then we must thank APEDA and Ministry of Agriculture and ITPO, and also the support that we receive from Ministry of Food Processing Industry and FSSAI in making this event a great event. People have gone back happy for various reasons, and that's what the conference is all about. You don't have the change of heart right then and there, but the seed has been sown. And a lot of people are going back with a lot of ideas. And on 21st of May, when we come back in Hotel Lee Meridian for the 3rd Plant-Based Food Summit, you would see that the needle would have moved, people would have moved, and to different kind of learning. And please come back and support your association, Plant-Based Foods Industry Association. We are also part of International Plant-Based Food Working Group. We are also coming out with an amazing, innovative, one of its own kind in the whole world, infrastructure project in Bhiwadi, and that is Plant Protein Cluster. It is a groundswell movement. It's an enterprise by the members of our association. So if you are willing to invest, you are welcome. If you are willing to work there, you are welcome. If you are willing to support in any ways, you want to put up a factory of yours, you are welcome. We are doing all this in the right way and ensuring that the PBFIA team actually goes on to manage that. So I must thank my team members and also the people who have volunteered. There are so many colleges like Guru Jambheshwar University, IHE, Institute of Home Economics, Irving College, NIFTEM, and Kamala Nehru, Delhi University, other colleges, and so many other colleges who have come forward and they have provided their volunteers. They have not come here because students were not invited for this conference. They went around in the various halls and manning various responsibility and telling them that such an amazing conference is happening. From there, a lot of delegates come here, and those who do not come, they read what is written on the information, and the whole information is also being transferred live online on YouTube. We don't know how many have seen, but there are a lot of interested people all over the world who are blessing us and who are watching us. And it means that we are part of an international community which has really done a good job, and such a wonderful young people who have done a wonderful job in supporting the conference, and they have been running since morning and trying to find out where is that trophy, where is that person name, where is that speaker. It's not very easy, it's very, very expensive, and it is very, very difficult. So please wholeheartedly support the association, also support financially, because it is very, very important that we should be able to put up a good show in front of the government. Whether some minister or secretary is able to come or not does not matter. What matters that he knows that you guys are gathered here, that something is there. Next time when we do, they oblige us. They help us, they support us. And when we are not sitting on the table, we are still sitting on the table, because these are the people who support us. When a big full-page ad comes in Economic Times, which is read by the influencers and the decision makers and people who are the CEOs in the various companies, they notice you. They notice what you're doing. The wife of the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, if comes here and spends almost the whole day with you, it's not a small thing. The Chief Justice of India knows where his wife has spent the day, and you have influenced them, or you are getting influenced by them. So it's a partnership which is working. So this is a movement which is led by all of you. Please keep doing that good work, and please support each other. Do not deride each other. Do not also deride the other side. Use the power of persuasion by saying things in a subtle way. They say there is the law of least effort. So please apply that. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to bring it to a close. Thank you. So I request the felicitations, and I also request the team of PBFIA, if you can come on top here, we can have a photo up. Okay, first felicitation. Okay. Yes.
Thank you to all the panelists who gave an insightful conversation and discussion about the nutritional aspects in the plant-based food. Of course, there were a lot of discussions that happened about whole foods and the mimic foods and plant-based and how it can have an impact on nutrition. And like Sir said, there was a lot of debate, and which is very insightful, and also a lot of education that was being provided among this group that is here. So also thank you to Mr. Sanjay sir for moderating this lovely session. Now we'll move on to the felicitation for the panelists, and I would like to call Miss Valeria onto the stage. Ma'am, if you could kindly come onto the stage. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call upon Miss Anju Kalhan, the founder of Blissbox, to please come forward for the felicitation. Can we have a round of applause? Next, I would like to call upon Prerna Bajaj, the co-founder of Wesley, to please come forward. Huge claps for ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Ranjit Chaturvedi, the co-founder of Superb, to please come forward. Can we have loud claps for sir, please? Mr. Sagar Mehta, the founder of Vegan Dukan. Sir, if you could kindly come forward. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Sujashan, sir, the founder of Bajo Foods, to please come forward. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Rinki to please come forward for the felicitation. Thank you, ma'am. Can we have huge claps for her, please? And last but not the least, I would like to call Mr. Henk Schouten to please come forward for the felicitation. Huge claps for sir, please. Thank you, sir. And also thank you to Ms. Valeria for please coming forward and carrying out the felicitation for the panels. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you, panel. You can take your seat if you wish. You can come and take your seat if you wish. Yeah. Okay. So no more foods also. And Parag, born reborn, we would like to felicitate you. Anybody else left from our list? So please come. Hank, can you please stay back? We would like to felicitate them, and if you can kindly help out to felicitate our two members.
Yes, I can.
Yes. Yes, group photo also. Sagar, yes, yes. As you wish. Yeah, this will be good. Yes, please take the. Yes, yes. Please take it.
You can share this with me, please. Yeah, no problem. It doesn't matter. Super. Thank you so much. Chief? Now I have to get back to you.
So please come.
You have a lovely day.
We would like to felicitate two of our members, Born and. Thank you, Sanjay. Please come. Born Parag. You know why there is a Parag. Parag, come this side. That's it. With the right. Oh, nice. Okay. With the right hand. Okay, vegan bites no more. Great ice cream. अभी आ जाओ ऊपर. Thank you. So Aditi Sharma, Medha Gupta, Shubhangi, Shalini, Tanvi, Mehak, Narhari. All of you come. Tia, come. We have the photographer. Who is left? Most important bande. Pooja, ऊपर आ जाओ. Come. You have to join us. Come. Volunteers को सुबह ले लिया था मैंने. Okay, okay, no problem. Take a picture. Fellows, the fellows, can you please come? I want to have pictures with you. Thank you, sir. Great. Chalo. Thank you. Wonderful. Good job. Without you, nothing is complete, Medha. Remember. हाँ बिल्कुल आएंगे क्यों नहीं आएंगे